wasn't actually there when the incident happened, but I can tell you what my parents told me years later. When I was about 6 years old, we had just moved into our then new house. When I think back on it, I would say that we moved into a relatively safe neighborhood compared to where we were before. Neighborhood security, better fencing, all that good stuff. Anyway, my dad had just come back home from dropping me off at school for the day. He pulled into the garage from the back alley, only to find that the garage door was wide open. His initial thought was that he had forgotten to close it when he had left with me earlier. However, he then noticed that the car parked in the driveway outside of the garage had its front passenger door wide open. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a man that was peeking around from inside the garage near the laundry room. This was the only room that connects to the main part of the house. My dad doesn't think that they have noticed his car yet, and without finishing pulling in, he jumped out of the car and started towards the laundry room. At this point, though, the intruder must have seen him, as he quickly turned around and started through the house. Meanwhile, my mother was working from home that day and was tapping away on her laptop in a different room in the house. She had heard the garage door open a couple of minutes ago, thinking it was just my dad returning home from dropping me off, so she didn't really think much of it. After a minute or so, she did call out to my dad to get his attention, but he didn't respond. As she finished up what she was doing with her work laptop, she stood up, only to see two big men wearing ski masks bolt past her from the main part of the house. Her immediate reaction was to scream, "Who are you people?" To which the two intruders turned to face her directly. She didn't really get a good look at them, not just because they were wearing ski masks, but because she was so frightened and that she started screaming at them. Out of adrenaline, she then began charging at them with nothing for defense except her body. I guess this, mixed with the fact that they had realized someone else was coming in from the garage, spooked them enough to force open the front door nearby where they were, and then they sprinted down the street. However, this did not stop my mother, who took off after them down the street, yelling and screaming profanities at them. My father eventually caught up with her and calmed her down, but they didn't catch the two intruders in the end. They filed a police report, and both my father and her father had a stern talking to with my mom. I mean, I really don't blame them, though. I understand that she wanted to defend her new home, but who knows what would have happened if they had weapons of their own, or even if they hadn't noticed my dad come inside behind them. Plus, they were clearly bigger and probably stronger than her, too. Even so, to this day, I know that my mom would still try to defend the house, and us, if there was any intruders trying to break in. I love you, Mom. One time, I was walking home from the train station after I spent the weekend at my aunt's house. It was about 11 p.m. at night and very dark outside. When I was almost home, I noticed a guy on crutches in front of me who walked the same direction and then stopped every couple meters to turn around and look at me before continuing to walk on. Since he was walking with a limp, I quickly passed him. When I did, he stopped walking and grinned at me in a very creepy way. I kept moving. Since I lived in an apartment complex over a burger restaurant, for a moment I considered to ask one of the employees to walk me to the front door, because to get to the entrance of the apartment part of the house, you had to walk around the house into a dark court. Finally, I didn't ask, because I thought, what could possibly happen? This guy is on crutches, and I didn't want to come across childish. So, I was walking through the court of our house and wanted to pull out my keys while walking. Suddenly, I couldn't find them in my handbag. I realized I had thrown them somewhere in my travel bag because I didn't want to lose them from my handbag while staying at my aunt's and being out over with her all the time. So, still standing in the middle of the court, I had to search the whole travel bag for that damn key. I was so distracted by the whole key searching incident that I totally forgot about the creepy guy I had encountered before. When I finally pulled the key out of the bag, I looked up and the creepy guy from before was standing right in front of me, grinning. I always thought in a situation like this that I'd start screaming, but instead, I couldn't get myself to make any sound at all. With the keys in my hand, I started running to the front door, opened it, and jumped inside the house. The guy, still walking with a limp, followed me as fast as he could. Luckily, due to his injury, he wasn't as fast as me. Unfortunately for me, our front door was one of those doors that slowly fall into the lock automatically, but when you try to push them in order to shut them quicker, it pressures back and stops you from slamming it. So there I was, trying to push the door into the lock, while Creepy Guy was on his way to follow me into the house. Believe it or not, the door fell into the lock right in the second he reached the doorstep. Through the glass door, we just looked at each other, both breathing heavily from the race. He looked quite disappointed. I quickly ran upstairs to my apartment and locked myself in it. Later that night, I looked outside my window and I saw the same man walking up and down the road in front of the house. He stayed there for about 3 or 4 hours after the incident. I can't tell you what it was that made me not call the cops. I guess I was like, after all, nothing happened. What can they do about it? After that, I didn't feel safe in my home anymore because I knew that he knew where I lived. I only left my apartment when being packed up or dropped off and made sure to be home before it was turning dark every day for 2 weeks. Finally, I decided to go to the police and tell them about it to ask whether they can keep a special eye on the neighborhood for a bit. I went to the police station, and it happened exactly what I feared. They took notes and said, we can't really do anything about it now. You should have called before, but we'll make a note. A couple days passed, and suddenly I get a call from another police officer who asked me a lot about what happened. He then tells me that they've been looking for the guy on crutches for months already because he molested several girls in our town, followed them into their apartments, and even slept in front of their doors. He had been in police custody before, but got out and violated probation. He had some kind of mental illness, too. The police officer told me to immediately call in case the guy showed up again. Luckily, he never did. It was only then that I understood the seriousness of the situation and realized that I most likely escaped an attempted assault in some sort of way by just an inch. In a way, really didn't believe myself that the whole thing had actually happened before the police guy called me back anyway. This was 5 years ago, but I still think about it from time to time, and it still gives me the creeps. Hey, Creepy Guy, let's never meet again. I've never lived in a haunted house, but my mother did as a teen. Other houses on her street had strange things going on too, but a few homes away from her lived a family. One night, the daughter went to bed with a bad headache. The next day, she was dead. She had passed away from an aneurysm. After her funeral, the family went away to get their minds off the tragedy, until the father asked my uncle, my mom's brother, to check on their pets. My mom and dad, who were dating at the time, went with him. My mother had heard there was a grand piano and she wanted to play it. My dad was studying to be a veterinarian. After entering the house, my uncle and father headed to the basement to see the animals, and my mother went to the piano on the ground floor. She was playing it when she felt something brush her ankles. She thought a cat must have left the basement and walked past her. She kept playing, and then she felt it again. She looked under the piano and saw nothing. When she started again, she felt hands clasp her legs tightly. She dashed to the basement door, called my uncle and father, and waited for them. Back outside, my uncle could tell my mom was rattled and asked what was wrong. She told him what had happened, and he turned white. He told her the daughter who had died used to play a game with her father. When he played the piano, she'd crawl underneath, grab his ankles, and push his feet up and down on the pedals. I was driving from Atlanta, Georgia to Lexington, South Carolina with my girlfriend to visit my parents. I like to drive at night since there are less people on the road and I can take my time. At around 3 a.m. or so, we are making good time. I had stopped at a gas station and picked up some coffee for us, and we were due in about an hour. The girlfriend was sleeping soundly, and I'm just listening to a quiet radio humming away. I start getting a little drowsy, and I take a sip of my coffee. There are no cars in sight, except for a spotted few on the side of the road here and there. In the distance, I can make out what looks like a hitchhiker, or what I think is one, but can't really tell due to such low light. As I get closer, though, I start to notice other things, like how the person is kind of thin and tall, and completely, for the most part, apparently brown. I'm right up to this thing now, and at about 20 feet, it turns around and locks eyes with me as I pass by. This was no person, and it was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. It was a deer, or I tell myself it was. I've seen deer stand on their hind legs to fight, but they still have deer posture when they do. Not only that, but I was watching this thing walk for about 30 seconds from first seeing it in the distance to passing it. The posture it had was human, standard biped stance, arms back, chin down. But the worst part was the eyes, or lack thereof. In their place were two large black pits, almost hole-ish. I'll never forget the stare down it gave me. The instant I passed it, I had the only panic attack I've ever had in my life. I actually had to wake up my girlfriend to keep calm enough to get to an exit with a large gas station a few miles away. Like hell, I was going off a ramp close to that thing. After we pulled into the station, I had a complete meltdown. I started crying harder than I ever thought I could. I couldn't talk, breathe, or do anything but want to curl into a ball and cry. After about 30 minutes or so, she finally gets me to calm down enough to tell her what happened. While I don't think she believed what I think I saw, she knew that I was convinced and legitimately scared to death. Every once in a blue moon, I'll still dream about it, wake up crying or in a cold sweat. My girlfriend will tease me about it or roll over and ignore me instead of comforting me about the one thing that I've ever been terrified of. But I know what I saw, and I know it will haunt me for the rest of my life. Almost a year ago, I was an opener at a resort, clocking in before 5 a.m. each day. The resort is located inside of an affluent neighborhood in a very wealthy town. Employees had to park in one of the two parking lots at either ends of the property, and I chose the lot that was adjacent to the long and windy road outside the resort, which led to the rest of the neighborhood. The road and the resort were separated by a short range of bush and trees that no one ever really walked through. I'd arrived one morning per usual and put the car into park with my headlights still on. The lights in the lot weren't ever on in the morning since no one else really showed up before 6 a.m. when the sun was out, so it was usually always dark at the start of my walk. Save for security, I was one of the first employees to arrive on the property each morning and was usually completely alone in this particular parking lot at this time. This morning didn't really seem any different. I had my hand literally at my keys, my brain in the process to turn off my car, when I noticed a young girl, maybe like 14 or 15 years old, come scampering through the span of the trees that separates the resort from the outside road. It's like her body language was the exact definition, run with quick light steps, especially through fear or excitement. She was now directly in front of my car, and my headlights illuminated a clear view of her in the pitch black. She looked like she was in high school and had long blonde hair. She was wearing a jacket with pajamas maybe, like she had just walked outside of a house. One thing about her that bothered me though, was that she wouldn't stop laughing and smiling. I couldn't hear her laughing from outside of the car, but she was visually giggling at something I wasn't aware of or could see, and it was so unnatural. She occasionally glanced behind her, as if someone else were there waiting away from the headlights. She then waved at me like it was a normal gesture at this time, and then immediately ran to my passenger side door. This all happened in the matter of seconds, and I wasn't really sure what was even happening besides my anxiety spiking. I know that I simultaneously yanked the aux cord from my phone to shut off whatever song had been playing, while also grabbing for the lock button. I remember feeling that panic for never remembering if it's up or down to lock when the girl began pulling violently and incessantly on the door handle on the passenger side. I realized because I didn't turn my car off, it stayed locked. She began pounding on the window, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs for her to leave before pressing on my horn. I could see her laughing outside like this was some type of game, as if I were a silly friend not letting her in as a joke. After a few seconds, she stopped the pounding and tried to open my car door. Her face fell flat like I disappointed her, and she started to walk away from my car back the way she came. She waved at me again before squeezing through the trees out of the view of my headlights. This whole encounter confused me as much as it did scare me. Most people I told the story just chalk it up to her being on drugs, but that narrative hasn't ever felt right to me despite her behavior. Maybe she was just being an extremely out-of-touch teenager whose parents need a firmer grip on her. My first thought was possibly human trafficking, but I'm not so sure that I would fit well in this scenario, as I'm not the most well-versed with the subject. I told someone when I made it to the LP, but they didn't seem to care that much. I didn't call the police, and I regret that. I'll never get out of my brain, though, how fucking off the feeling was watching a stranger, seemingly alone, pop out from the trees in the darkness laughing, and then try to violently enter your car in an empty parking lot. I do think that the possibility of someone else being present the whole time is a lot more scary, and I wonder who else was there, and where exactly. I was out on the coast in the Pacific Northwest. You drive west through the mountains, hit the coast, and drive Highway 101, and it has just the most gorgeous collection of habitats. You can be on sea cliffs, or near tidal pools, or in the coastal pines with ferns the size of small cars, or areas that get swallowed up by the Pacific that have little microbiomes inside the felled trees, and you can see the natural battle for high ground. Areas in which ferns and fungi are more prevalent than any animal. Emerald groves dotted with little emitum mushrooms, these little ruby and gold nuggets standing out against the reddish-brown pine needles. For the most part, out here you're safe. Being keenly aware of your surroundings should keep you from disappearing, and using a walking stick will save you from a broken leg or a fall, all of which are very real dangers. There's big cats and bear and elk and moose, but so long as you're not stupid and you stay aware, you're gonna be okay. But every now and then, a new large cat warning sign goes up for a few weeks. A no new poaching sign appears for a while, etc. If you travel through enough of it, you'll find the meth labs and hobo huts, and those really are the most dangerous animals you're going to run into. It's early in the season, and I'm on this spit, which by December is just nailed by waves and disappears into storms. Part of it was engineered for this, and the main path has little hills on the left and right sides, so the whole path is effectively a massive game trail that's always the first thing to flood. The wildlife chill at the very open end area at the sea, and every now and again a cat will chase a deer up and make a kill, then drag it off to the sides. You'll sometimes see marks of a struggle, but more often just remains off path. The sea and I are very familiar with each other here, but just this one night, man. It was getting dark and I'm at the open wildlife area thinking how I gotta get back to the car. I checked my flashlights, but I had burned through them 12 to 16 hours earlier in the pre-dawn hours. I check the comforting rhythmic lights of the two landmark and triangulate where I am and tuck that away. I put the lights away, and I figure if I can't find my way back in the dark, then I don't belong out there at this hour ever again. I'm slowly walking back, keeping a steady and committed pace, but not running or making myself a prey target. But something just wasn't right. I text my wife and let her know I'm okay, just a little freaked out, but I'll be back at my car when signal returns in 60 minutes. The faint glow of my cell was the last light I'd see. Something was wrong. I felt like I was being followed, but thought my nerves got the better of me. I heard some snapping twigs and rustling, and all the wildlife waking up or going to sleep. All of this was normal, until it wasn't. I thought I'd heard whispers, but knew it was just the whispers of the wind over the water, and splash on the rocks and animals going to sleep. I reached for my phone and realized I'd have no signal and it would just give me away, so I get back to it. I get maybe 20 feet and there it is again. I didn't see any bear or elk or anything. And if it was a large cat, I'd never heard or see it coming. If it was a deer, it'd be stumbly-bumbly loud, but then I hear a snap. More like a thok. And this was no tiny twig, so whatever it wasn't small. I keep thinking, it's a person. It's a person. Someone has seen me out here, and either wants my gear and cash, or to kill me. I make it in the final half-mile stretch, and by now I'm sure I would have been attacked if it was an animal. I see the faint not nature parking lot in the sanked moonlight and could hit it with my light if it worked. I spin around thinking fuck it, I can bolt because it's definitely a person or people and I'm better off defending myself than I am just being attacked. I break out my phone and shine it down this looming corridor of coast, the trees flanking the path, hugging the light and kind of holding it in. Nothing. I let out a sigh of relief. Snap. Again, but behind me now. So whatever it was made its way around to me. It's close. A deer takes off in the sedge, and I hear more and more snaps and shuffling and branches catching on jackets, and it hits me, and I put two and two together. They're trying to get me before I can get to the car. This thought goes through my head, and I worry it's the last thought I'll ever have. I move off the path one would anticipate and try to skirt around the whole situation because hey, maybe it's just me freaking out, man. I cut through the sedge and wild berries and get some distance and cut back through the main trailhead parking lot. I had seen no people all morning or day or evening, which was odd because there's half a dozen cars and I would have seen at least one of them, right? I get to the car and fumble my keys to get in, fire the thing up before my ass hits the seat and rip the fuck out of there. Behind me, and the light cast by the small restrooms in soft moonlight, are 7 or 8 males. Some are still running at the car, but slowing down as I put distance between us. I saw the faint, soft, silvery glint of blades in some of their hands, and one machete, and the rest had sticks or other blunt types of objects. I don't know what the fuck they wanted, but they wanted it really bad. I've been hiking out there for years, and I won't be going back. When I was 19, my best friend was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. We knew her cancer was terminal and she had a life expectancy of 5 years at most. Her and I would talk every now and then about passing on, and how even though I was healthy, I could always go before her in a car crash or some other way. We made a pact that no matter which one of us left first, we would come back to the other and let them know that there was more to life after death. She eventually passed away from her illness at 22 years old, leaving behind her husband and her 3-year-old son. She passed away on a Sunday at 8:20 a.m. I remember the call from her husband vividly. He asked me to bring her son to the hospital because she had passed away. That day was a complete blur. I couldn't find myself to come to the reality she was no longer with us. It all felt so unreal. We were allowed to be with her for a few hours in her hospital room before she was taken away. But while we were in there with her, I don't know, I was in a complete shock and my mind just couldn't process it. I didn't cry. Leaving the hospital was so strange, because at the time I had no children and my life revolved around my work, my home, and her. She lived a few minutes away from my job at the time, so I would always leave work very early to see her, whether she was at home or at the hospital. I loved her so much. I could never be away from her. So now knowing I had to go home and trying to process I would never see her again just threw my life for a spin. That night I couldn't sleep. I just kept trying to make sense of it all. In all honesty, I don't even remember the thoughts that were going through my head, but the feelings of loss and confusion were very prevalent in me. But at around 3 in the morning, I felt the most beautiful and reassuring feeling I had ever felt in my life. I felt what I can only describe as a warm hug take over me from my head to my toe, and I fell asleep almost instantly. That night I had a dream. In my dream, I called her husband to let him know that she had written me a letter. He then tells me that it's funny because she left him a voicemail. He then asked me to read him the letter, so I read it to him. In this letter, she tells us how thankful she is that we were in her life. She thanked us for taking care of her and loving her. She asks us to please watch over her son, and that she is okay, and is no longer in pain. She also tells us that we will be okay. As I finish telling him about the letter, my mom comes into the room and wakes me up. She asks me for a pen and paper. I hand her a piece of paper I had, and she starts to write. When she finishes, she hands it to me, saying she didn't know why, but something told her to write this and give it to me. When I read the letter, it was word for word what my best friend told me in my dream, and she signed it with her father's last name. Now, my mom only knew her by her mother's last name. No one outside her close relatives and myself knew her father's last name, so I was very confused as to how she signed it with her father's last name. I asked why or how she wrote this. My mom didn't know, she just wrote. I explained to her about my dream, and she was as surprised as I was. I immediately called her husband and told him about the letter and my dream, and he agreed they were all her words. My best friend came through with her promise. This made me a believer. I know there's more after death. Where I live, there are huge swaths of forest and land that is miles and miles from any sort of civilization. Being a good old country boy, I spent a lot of time camping along the DNR roads. One year, we camped out on the side of a little mountain and spent the night drinking and whatnot. The next morning, nobody wanted to cook, so we decided to drive into town, approximately 20 miles away, for breakfast. As we were exiting the forest, we came upon a police blockade. The sheriffs had their AR rifles pointed at us and told us to park the vehicle and walk towards them with our hands in the air. We followed instructions and they told us that a forest ranger had been shot the previous night. I later found out that she was shot about 300 feet below our campsite. We probably heard the gun, but in that part it wasn't unusual for people to be shooting in the area. We were told that we couldn't go back for our camp gear as the killer was still on the loose. Instead, we drove to a nearby casino and got back to the revelry. A few hours later, the gas station next to the casino is packed with sheriffs. PD, FBI, every LEO within 50 miles must have been there. As it turns out, the killer was spotted at the gas station, and an officer who happened to be there recognized him. When the LEO told him to get on the ground, the killer reached for his gun, at which point the LEO shot and killed him. It was so strange that we were within a few hundred feet of where he had killed someone, and hours later a few hundred feet from where he was ultimately killed. We drove back to our campsite that night a little sombered, and proceeded to get shit-faced. I hadn't had any major incidents while traveling, but it finally caught up with me this April. My husband and I were in Cape Town and went to Our Bay to do a snorkeling with seals thing. It wrapped up by midday, so we decided to go check out a farmer's market that was only a 10-minute walk away. It was a pretty touristy area, broad daylight around noon, and a short walk. It seemed like no big deal. We started walking towards the market and approached the start of an S-curve in the road. We see people walking past us in the opposite direction and cars driving by. We get to the middle of the S-curve, so the area we came from is now hidden from us, as is the area we are heading to. It was a blind spot, so to speak. All of a sudden, we just noticed these two guys walk past us, again. They had passed us just a couple minutes earlier, going the other way. We remembered them since one of the guys had a bright orange shirt on. Next thing I know, this orange shirt guy is walking towards me with a wooden pole raised threateningly. He doesn't say a word and starts hitting me. There is literally no one else around at this point, nor any cars driving by. The next few minutes are a blur. I just remember yelling no and screaming for help and somehow ending up on the ground trying to kick this guy away. After what feels like forever, a community patrol drives around the corner. He's basically a local neighborhood watch guy. He sees what's happening and pulls up and gets out of the car, which causes the two guys to bolt. We end up being taken to a fire department by our savior, who then patch us up a little bit before getting taken to the police by an ambulance to file a report. My husband had to get some stitches on his elbow from blocking some blows, and we both had a ton of bruises, but luckily no broken bones or anything else major. It still feels so surreal now. It's a I can't believe that actually happened to me kind of moment. We thought we're always aware of our surroundings, but we let our guards down that day and got really unlucky that no one else was walking when we were. It just taught us that these things can happen to anyone at any time, not just when it's dark out. Always be aware of your surroundings, especially in a place that has a reputation for violent crime. So this only happened yesterday, and it's been driving me crazy. It's not as wild as other stories on here, but it's by far one of the creepiest things that's ever happened to me. So, my husband and I are walking home from having a beer at a local pub around 6 p.m. In terms of setting the scene, we live in a small New Zealand town, population approximately 2,000, that's filled with a real mixed bag in terms of residents. Older folk, meth heads, low income, but increasingly commuters from our capital city have been settling here. We fall into the latter category. It's spring here, so it was still plenty light and we're just chatting as we walk the 10 minutes or so home. About 3 minutes into the walk, at the first intersection on our walk, I spot a cat sitting on a fence of one of the corner houses on the other side of the street from us. I say meow, and it meows back. It then starts stalking a bird, so my husband and I continue watching this house, the cat really, as we walk past. Suddenly, a person with a brown paper bag mask on their head kind of stumbles out of the front door of this house into the yard. Their mannerisms and how they're moving are so strange, but not what I'd associate with being drunk. The house itself seems completely dead, so there's no party on it or anything. The person then turns to us and makes eye contact. Well, the eye holes in the mask are staring at us, and they slowly start backing away to the front door alcove of the house and disappear from view into the alcove. We've been slowly walking this whole time, and at this point I have literal goosebumps and an intense sense of dread. When I write it down, it sounds so silly, but there was something so creepy about this person. We're still looking as we walk past the house, and the paper bag face slowly emerges from the alcove, watching us before disappearing from view again. As we walk and get further and further away, we keep turning around to look, and the same happens over and over again. Nothing, and then slowly but surely the paper bag face emerges out to watch us. This continued until we were at the end of the street, some 350 meters, and rounded the corner out of sight. It still makes my skin crawl thinking about it. My husband laughed and said it was probably some kid getting ready for Halloween or fucking with us, and he's probably right. But I had to keep turning around to watch my back for the rest of the walk home because I was so creeped out. This may be long, but honestly I'm looking for some answers. So I've pushed this off for the last few years, not thinking much of it. And it just kind of hit me about a week ago, and I can't stop thinking about it now. 6 years ago, my boyfriend at the time, husband now, woke me up sweating and vibrating, in absolute fear. I asked him what was wrong, and he began stuttering and telling me I would never believe him. He went on to tell me that he was woken up around midnight to this person standing at the end of the bed. Yes, my first thought was sleep paralysis as well. But he sat up and was ready to attack if he needed to. And in his head, he heard a voice that wasn't his, telling him it was okay and that they weren't there for any ill reason. He said he felt immediately calm from that. He also noted he was shocked with how light of a sleeper I am, that his movements didn't wake me. This being was unnaturally tall and actually had to crouch a little due to its height and us having being asleep in my basement. He said that this being reached out for a greeting and again began hearing a voice in his head saying, "Hello." Nothing much else happened that night as my husband was frightened. All he remembered at that time was the last thing he heard from it in his mind, and that was, "I'll see you again soon." And then, he said it felt like as if time had started again, not realizing that it had ever felt like it stopped until that point, and he was back in reality. That's when he woke me, feeling it had only been about 10 to 15 minutes when it had actually been over an hour. These visits continued for months, minimum of once a week, max 3 to 4 times, but my husband got less and less frightened each time. This thing and him built a sort of friendship from what he explained to me. It had a name, but for the life of me, I can't remember what he said it was. It answered any and every question my husband had, and I won't mention what those were here. But after a while, it just stopped. He stopped waking me up in the middle of the night or telling me about that the next morning. But the times were always the same. He said he would be awoken around midnight and that they would have discussions about literally anything my husband had curiosities about. And he would come back to reality and time would unfreeze again between 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m., having only felt like the encounter had lasted a short period of time. Once it stopped, I can't iterate just how much I mean it stopped. It was like for him it never happened. It's been 6 years, so I know this is choppy, but it's hard to remember everything with it having been so long ago now. I forgot about it for so long, and I don't know what prompted me to remember it about a week ago. But now I can't stop thinking about it and the oddness of it, and just how it just stopped so suddenly. And he's literally never made mention of it ever again. And I never brought it back up to him the last week in fear that he may think I'm crazy. Which I don't know why that's my fear, but part of me thinks if there's a chance he's completely forgotten it, whether it be on his own or by something else, he may think I've gone insane. Anyways, this is long, so if you read the whole thing and have any ideas or similar stories, please let me know. I'm trying to figure this out now, and it's literally keeping me up at night. This is the story of the time an actual murderer tried to kill me, and I survived. It wasn't some hardened criminal, or a scary-looking skinhead, or a badass gangster. It was a little old woman, but she was a legit killer. She'd shot her husband in the chest with a shotgun 2 years prior to me meeting her. She did not do any jail time because she had numerous witnesses that had confirmed her story of self-defense. The rumor around the hood told a different tale, but regardless, she had truly killed a man, and the shotgun that leaned in the corner of her foyer was probably the murder weapon. Anyway, I met this woman at the height of my drug addiction. I'm sober now, going on 6 years, but at the time I did a lot of opioids. My favorites were Percocets. A fellow junkie happily informed me that we had a promising new plug who sold her 70-pill prescriptions each month. Miss Coco. I go to this address the very next day and realize this woman lived only a few streets down from my homegirl Selena. I stopped by her place first to say hi. When she asked me why I was in the neighborhood, I told her I was coming to see Miss Coco, and her expression changed. That's when I learned not only the story of the murder, but a bunch of other crazy stories about shit she had done to people in the hood. Selena begged me to be careful. I'm like, whatever, it's an old woman, I ain't scared. I slide over to the address of this little shotgun house and knocked on the door. She was supposed to be expecting me. The door cracked barely open, and I saw how short and old she was. All I could really see was a slice of her face and one of her bloodshot eyes. She asked my name. I told her, and she opened the door, motioning for me to enter. Right away, I saw the gun leaned in the corner. She told me to follow her, and I finally got a real good look. She was so feeble-looking, not skinny, but short and hunched over, and walked with a cane. Her head was wrapped in a silk bonnet, and she was wearing something like a muumuu. We're in the living room now, and she asked me to sit down. I chose the only empty spot on the couch. The entire house was cluttered, but not dirty. Suddenly, though, an oddly placed rug on otherwise bare floors made me wonder how hard it was to get blood out of wooden floorboards. Did Selena say she actually killed that guy in here? She offered me a drink and a snack. She looked at me with surprisingly kind eyes. What a strange drug deal, I thought, but how sweet of her. I remember thinking Selena was foolish for buying into all the hood tales of how dangerous this woman was. I drank a soda, downed a snack, and purchased her entire script of pain pills. She'd be getting it filled again on the same day next month, she informed me. Okay, great. See you then. I returned on a routine schedule for several months, always drink a soda, always downed a snack, and went happily on my merry, intoxicated way. I even got to know her a bit during my visits. Her diabetes, her kids, how helpful weed was for her pain. I brought her a joint to share here and there. I even helped her move some furniture one day. Never a mention of her late husband, though, and I wasn't going to ask. I had long forgotten any sort of wild ideas about this old, sweet woman possibly snapping at any moment. One summer month, it was my day to go to Miss Coco's. My boy Sean was with me already, so I decided to let him ride along. We show up, go inside, same routine as always. She looked at him somewhat suspiciously, but I told her he was good people, and she allowed him in. During our little chat, Sean mentioned something about wanting to see a movie that had just come out. I cannot for the life of me remember which movie. Miss Coco got excited and told us she happened to have a bootleg of that exact movie that we could borrow. She let us look through a giant stack of bootleg, burned DVDs and borrow whatever we wanted. We took 3 of them, and she simply asked that we return them when we were done. That night, we decided to watch the one Sean had wanted to see, so we popped it into the player at my place. Immediately, it was unwatchable. It seriously looked like a cell phone video. You could see people in the theater walking in front of the screen. The guy filming was loudly talking throughout the entire film. Garbage. We laughed about it, assumed the other 2 were just as bad, and watched something else. A few days later, I was going to hang out with Selena, so I figured I'd swing by and return the DVDs to Miss Coco. I tried calling, but she didn't answer. I walked up to the doorstep and knocked, but there was still no answer. I figured, no big deal, I'll just leave him here by the door for her. She had a storm door that had a screen on the top half, and was solid metal on the bottom half. I opened that door, propped the shitty DVDs up against her actual door, and then closed it. That way they couldn't be seen, and they were protected from the weather as well. I go on to Selena's place and don't give it a second thought. Later that night, I'm getting high with my friends, and my phone starts ringing. I'm seriously faded, so I just decided to ignore it. I don't feel like talking. It rings again. And again. Finally, my homie is like, "You gonna answer that?" So I pull out my phone to check it. It was Miss Coco. She never calls me. Ever. Especially not late at night. Having her number in my phone was strictly for the purpose of me calling her on the 12th of each month to announce what time I was coming over. That's it. Today was only the 9th. I thought maybe something bad had happened and she needed help. I called back and she picked up before it even rang one time. She was furious. I mean, absolutely livid. She did not sound like the little old lady whose couch I chilled on. She was extremely pissed about the fact that I had left her DVDs in the door. She lectured me about how a dumbass white person like me just doesn't understand how things work in the hood. Someone could have seen me leave them there and could have come behind me and stolen them. I should have waited until she was home. I was disrespectful and rude and ungrateful. She went on and on. I didn't have an attitude in my voice, and I did apologize, but I also mentioned that even though I appreciated the gesture, the movies were really pretty terrible and not worth watching again. Abruptly, and very eerily, her tone changed. Suddenly she was sweet old Miss Coco again. She told me I was right, and she was just a little on edge that night. She apologized for her reaction and told me I was good to her and didn't deserve that. Then, she said, as a matter of fact, she had gotten her script early that month. She picked it up earlier that day. Why don't I come over and get it tonight? Now, any sane, sober person would have immediately noticed the red flags here, but in my infinite knotted-out wisdom, I thought Junkie Jesus had performed a miracle on me and that my night was about to get even better. Time to get extra faded, bros. I'll be back with more goodies as soon as possible. I head off down the street to Miss Coco's house. I'm still very, very high. I'm walking up to the house and I see that the DVDs are still there. Miss Coco opens the door before I even get up to the step and tells me to pick up the movies and bring them inside. Her voice was stern, which was unlike her, but she didn't sound crazy like she had on the phone. I bring them into the living room where I always go to sit, and something is just off. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I realize she's still behind me, in the foyer area. She starts telling me the same things she was saying on the phone, but calmly this time. My back is still to her. I don't say a word. I set the DVDs on the side table, and despite being extremely inebriated, finally realize that I'm definitely not here to pick up pills. A temporary sobriety of the survival instinct variety kicked in all at once. Everything just sort of clicked into such a clear, crisp vividness that I'll never forget. I knew she was standing exactly where the shotgun leans. I knew she was in between me and the door. I knew that she wanted to kill me, and I knew she had already had a whole gang of local folk ready to corroborate whatever story she came up with. Every single detail that Selena had described to me that day that she warned me about Miss Coco played through my mind in a matter of seconds. I ran. I burst out through the back of the living room, knocking over that stack of bullshit bootleg DVDs as I scrambled past it. I'll be honest, once I had found my way out the back door, I wasn't that scared anymore. It's not like she was going to catch me. I circled back around the tiny house and took off down the street, probably before she even managed to hobble around and look out the front door for me. I never did see if she actually picked up the gun. My back was to her, and I made the decision to run without even turning around, but I just knew it. I felt it. It was a feeling I won't soon forget. The scary part was knowing just how absolutely mind-numbingly high I was, and how oblivious I was, until the very last second. And that's the story about how I almost was taken out by a crazy little old lady with a shotgun over the world's shittiest bootleg DVDs. Makes you wonder what small infraction her late husband committed. I don't really believe in ghosts, but a few years ago I moved into a one-bedroom apartment in Melbourne, Australia. It was my first time living on my own. The apartment block had been built in the 1930s, and I'd been there for a few months when I came home from work one day and went into the bathroom. I saw something strange, a wooden board, which had covered a hole in the ceiling that led to a small attic space, lay fractured in two pieces on the ground. I examined the pieces. The board was an inch thick, and it would have taken Bruce Lee to break it. I thought the landlord had sent someone to work on the attic. I was frozen stiff with fear. Someone is up there for sure, I thought. I emailed pictures to the landlord asking if anyone had been there, with an undertone of annoyance, since she hadn't warned me ahead of time. Her reply read, "Please call me as soon as you are able to." I called, and she explained that her last 2 tenants had the same thing happen to them. She promised to replace the board, and she did. A month later, I woke up one night around 4 a.m. My body was covered in goosebumps. It felt like someone was rubbing his or her hands on me. Everything was silent, but then I heard a dragging sound coming from above my bed. It was as if someone was pulling a sack of potatoes. I froze, convinced someone was up there. There is no way an animal could have made that sound. After 5 minutes, I worked up the courage to turn on the light, armed myself with a cricket bat, and walked to the bathroom. That's when I saw the new board, covering the hole, was broken in 2. I felt sick. The dragging sound had stopped, but I heard something else. Whispering. The sound was clear and coming from the attic. It sounded like children's voices, and I could hear one sentence repeated over and over. "It's your turn. It's your turn." I switched on every light in the apartment to make things feel normal. It was 5 a.m. and dark outside. I watched TV to try and unwind, then a fuse blew. My pet budgie, Dexter, whom I had kept in the kitchen, usually never made a sound at night, but he started squawking like he was being strangled. I never heard him make those sorts of noises before. It was like he was screaming. I grabbed my car keys, ran out, sat in my car, and waited there until the sun came up. When I saw people walking their dogs, this comforted me enough to go back in. The front door was open, but I figured I might have forgotten to close it when I ran out. I went to the kitchen to check on Dexter, but he wasn't in his cage. I felt sick again. All my windows were closed, so I looked everywhere inside. When I walked to the bathroom, I heard splashing, and Dexter was half drowned in the toilet. I took him out, washed him, and dried him. I was so confused. At around 8 a.m., I called the landlord and gave her a watered-down version of the night. "Oh, wow, you heard the whispering too," she said. I stayed in that apartment for another 18 months. I heard the whispering on and off for a few other occasions, and twice the board covering the hole in the ceiling moved. Although I live somewhere else now, the landlord recently called. She said that the new tenants had begged to speak with me about some of the stuff that's been going on there. Forget it. It's their problem now. By far the most terrifying instance was when I was in my college dorm. It was dark in the scene, and the only lighting from the room was a thin sliver of light that came from the hallway through the bottom opening of the door. I was sleeping in the scene, and then woke up suddenly as if from a nightmare. I tried catching my breath and collecting myself to go back to sleep. Once I put my head down, my heart sank when I suddenly heard heavy breathing, and I looked over at my roommate thinking it was him and put my head down again, but it kept getting closer and louder. In my uneasiness, I scanned the room with my eyes only to see a tall, shadowy figure in the right corner, and I began laughing hysterically in a distorted and demonic fashion. I tried to scream and yell for my roommate, but I had no voice. A sudden force then laid me flat on my bed, and no matter how much I tried to get up, I couldn't. I peer over and watch the figure jump onto my roommate and literally and brutally tear him limb from limb. I try to avert my gaze, but it made me watch. I can still remember the sound of my friend choking on his own blood as he was devoured alive. Realizing that this was likely sleep paralysis, I tried to collect myself and kept saying it was almost over. But the figure, now looking at me, slowly approaching my stiff body, began touching my still face with its bloody, wrenched, bony fingers. It licked my cheek and started screaming things in my ear while surrounding laughter crushed my body, and before it could escalate, it was over. In 1977, I was a 23-year-old Air Force NCO that was stationed in rural Missouri. A friend and I planned a 2-night wilderness camping trip to Devil's Den in northeast Arkansas. Late on the evening of our first night out, we discussed killing our campfire and going to the tent for the night. That's when my friend noticed 3 bright stars low on the western horizon. They were bright and formed a tight triangle. We were arguing about what it could have been when it moved. It rotated as if on an axis and began an ascent into the night sky. It was a crystal clear night with a billion stars. As this triangle climbed higher, it grew in size. The area inside the triangle was jet black, much darker than the surrounding night sky. As it passed over a field of stars, they would blink out and then blink back again when it had passed. We were not the least bit frightened. I recall a sense of calm washed over us, actually. It was almost like sedation. We were camping on a summit in a meadow, and this thing was heading in our direction. In a short while, it was directly over our heads, and it was enormous. It was a city block long on all 3 sides and 5 stories tall, as large as an office building. There were light panels on each point that ran from top to bottom, and there were hundreds of windows, and about a third of them were brightly illuminated. We could see movement and shadows behind them. It stopped and hovered in midair 30 feet off the meadow floor. There are gaps in my memory, and it doesn't play out in my mind as a seamless narrative, but rather diced up into pieces of memories. We were on board this enormous spacecraft and standing frozen. All I could move was my eyes. There were smaller gray beings herding us about. I saw a taller gray entity about 6 feet tall. He was humanoid-shaped and seemed to be in charge of these things. As I strained my eyes to the hard left, by happenstance he turned his head to the right and we locked eyes. In a millisecond, I felt it was scanning me. I felt naked. It was like it knew all of my thoughts, plans, and memories. Behind his eyes, I could perceive nothing except intelligence. This thing was raw intellect. I was in no position or state of mind to engage it in dialogue. It was absolutely terrifying. So much so that 40 years on, I still wake up screaming once or twice a year. We were transported back near our tent, and we lay watching this thing, afraid to move. It lifted off about like a hot air balloon and went straight up, and we were too scared to leave the tent until it had been gone for a half hour. I left the Air Force and completed college and law school. I made my living in the law. This was a secret shared between my wife and I for 40 plus years. All our kids knew was that Dad had bad nightmares, but that's it. If I had stepped forward and announced what had happened to me, it would have been the end of my legal career. I retired as an assistant attorney general for the state of Vermont in 2012, and I waited until 2018 to publish an account of what happened to us. I wrote a book, Incident at Devil's Den, and it's on Amazon. It tells the entire story, and every word of it is true. I'm somebody who can lay claim to having essentially been inside a tornado. June 3rd, 1980 is a date which is burnt into the memories of Grand Island, Nebraska residents. On that day, our town of about 40,000 was hit with a slow-moving supercell complex, which produced a number of tornadoes which lingered throughout the night. If you want more details of the event, a simple search of Grand Island tornadoes will produce a number of hits that can go into the news and reporting details around it. Our town made national news. We were declared a national disaster zone, and a number of books and movies have been written or based on these events. I lived in the direct path of one of those tornadoes. I was a few days shy of my 9th birthday, and this is now nearly 40 years later, but I still remember that night vividly. My father was away from our house when the tornado sirens rang out. He had gone to play racquetball and then go out afterwards with his friends for some food, so we had no idea where he was. My mother, sister, and I, along with our dog, stayed in the basement. We had a radio, and were hearing over the radio the reports. People who grow up in this part of the U.S. are familiar with tornadoes. They are a part of life, and tornado warnings are taken seriously. But usually nothing comes of these warnings. We go down to the basement and wait them out, and are rarely ever in the way of a direct path. Most of the time, we simply hear the next day that a barn was lost or a few homes were damaged. But this night was different. It had been a scary-looking storm from the beginning. I vividly remember walking that afternoon with a 6-year-old friend who said, "I think there are going to be tornadoes tonight." The sky just looked eerie, even at 3 in the afternoon. He was right, and hours later we were hiding in the basement. My mother had pulled the couch away from the wall in our basement, and we were huddled behind the couch, tucked between it and the cinder block basement wall, well away from any windows or potential wind tunnels. Normally, we would just sit in the basement and not worry, but she knew this was far more serious than any normal tornado. By the time the tornado hit our house, the electricity grid was already demolished, so we had no lights. Only flashlights and some batteries, and a battery-powered radio to get updates. We started hearing the tornado before it actually hit us. You could hear, even in the basement, some howling and the sounds of boards and debris being flung everywhere. We actually knew before the hit that it was there. Then the impact. It was unbelievable. Imagine standing next to the tracks of a freight train that is going 60 miles per hour. Imagine the sound of that kind of ferocity from a few inches away, so close you could reach out and touch it. That's what it sounded like. But even weirder is that reality, when in the middle of a tornado, that the pressure is rapidly and violently changing. So, on top of this furious sound of screaming freight trains, is the fact that your ears are popping at about 1 second intervals. So, there's this deafening howl, and through that howl your ears are just popping. I still shake my head remembering it. Never have I experienced something like that since. From our basement hiding place, we didn't experience any significant winds. Mom had been really smart about how she placed us in the basement, but the noise alone was utterly terrifying. To be above ground and experience that, along with the actual direct force, would have been inconceivable to me. The full-on hit probably lasted much less than a minute, then it moved on. The whole time I sat there, holding onto my dog so she didn't run away. When it was done, it got eerily quiet. Then the night went on, with mixtures of rain and no rain, and us staying downstairs the entire time. After it had passed, I got out from behind the couch and laid down in my beanbag. I remember laying in that beanbag, holding onto my dog with my sister in her beanbag next to me. My mom mostly laid on the couch, but a few times ventured upstairs. I don't think I slept at all that night. If I did, it was for the slightest moments. I remember saying the next day, "This is the first time I stayed up all night." What I didn't appreciate that night, because my mom didn't want to share her terror with us, was that the radio was reporting all of the time about the most severe tornado, a monster which tore down Locust Street, a business district, and destroyed a huge swath of businesses. She knew that after my father's game, he and his friend were headed to a restaurant on Locust Street for a late dinner or snack, and she knew the timing of the tornado to know that he must have been there when it struck, in the middle of that monster. My mom went that whole night quietly certain that my father had died, but not wanting to share this with us. With no electricity and no phones, there was nothing she could do to alleviate any fears. She just had to wait and find out what happened one way or another. My father showed up sometime early morning. He had been at a restaurant when the tornadoes hit, and actually was an out-and-out hero, pulling people into a walk-in refrigeration unit just as the tornado directly hit the restaurant. He even had to tackle a panicked woman who tried to run out. He took her to the ground and forcibly pulled her back into the refrigeration unit right on impact. Our car had been totally destroyed, flipped end over end by the tornado. This had pretty much happened to all of the cars in the parking lot. The people there were all safe, but they had no ways of making it back home. I think he got a ride partway to our house from somebody and walked the rest of the way home. When we got up the next morning and walked outside, it was as if the neighborhood had been bombed. Our house was mostly standing. The authorities tried to condemn it, as the exterior wall of our garage was completely gone. But my father argued the point, and we managed to only have damage consistent with about 50% of the value of the house. Insurance covered nearly all of this. So we got new windows, new siding, new carpeting, a mostly rebuilt garage, and probably a new roof. We were the lucky ones. We spent about 2 to 3 weeks living with friends who had not been impacted, and then moved back in. Our next door neighbors on each side no longer had houses. They were leveled completely. The one house was just gone, leaving nothing standing other than the nearly brand new organ they had. Somehow every wall around it had been swept away by the winds, but the organ sat there, nearly untouched other than a chip in one key and a lot of rain damage. It was surreal. The neighbors on the other side had similar devastation. It was like the entire house had just been swept off its foundation. Looking down our street, this was almost the same story down the entire block. It appeared like the tornado had zigzagged back and forth across the street between houses. If your house was mostly standing, then it was likely that each of your next door neighbors' houses were completely gone, along with the house directly across the street from you. It was almost like a checkerboard of devastation, 50-50 odds that your house was gone, but 100% chance that your house got hit hard. Many of my friends spent the next year or more in several FEMA trailer parks dotted around the city while their homes were rebuilt. It was a very strange reality. These massive trailer parks of hundreds of identical white trailers all lined up in a grid formation. That was life for many from 1980 to 1981. Amazingly, very few people actually died. I chalk this up to the familiarity and respect that people in Tornado Alley have with tornadoes, at least in this part of the country. We take them seriously, and with this hitting in the evening, most people were home to get cover well in advance of the actual strikes. As I recall, every death from the tornado was a head shaking, "What was he thinking?" A few of them driving in cars well after the sirens had been blaring. A guy sucked out from his front room window since he didn't believe the danger was real. People with whom I share my story often marvel at it, but I've got several friends whose similar stories are just as interesting or more than mine. It's a bit weird to grow up with such a shared experience. When you and all of your close friends have lived through something like this, it impacts you, but you somewhat take it for granted. But to now be away from these friends with the shared experience, it's clear that this is really unique. Maybe less than 1 out of 1,000 people has a similar story to this. So many people that I talk to find this story amazing and fascinating, but at high school reunions, rarely does anyone talk up this experience. It's just what it was. This was our shared childhood experience. I travel alone a lot and have been super fortunate to have minimal creepy encounters, but this one still makes my spine tingle. I was in London for 6 days on a stopover on my way back to Canada from 6 weeks in South Africa. I'd been working in South Africa, very long but rewarding days, so the London stop was touristy and lazy. It was just a nice reset before I got back home to Canada. There was a pub a block or two from the hostel I was staying in that I ate at every night. It was cheap, cozy, and never too crowded, so I'd bring a book, order a pint, and eat supper. I had chatted with the waitress a couple nights in a row. She was very kind, my age, and we exchanged a few stories. She knew from chatting that I was traveling alone, and staying in a hostel nearby. Well, on day 4, I followed my usual route from the hostel to the pub and greeted the waitress. She said hello and quickly brought over a drink menu. Not 30 seconds after I had sat down, a man walked in and sat a few tables away. She motioned to him and mumbled, "Do you know him?" I kind of laughed and said, "Definitely not. I don't know anyone in London." She nodded and positioned herself between myself and the man and said quietly, "He got off a bench and followed you from the street over. I don't like the look of him, and I thought I'd just ask. It might be nothing, but thought I'd mention it anyway." I thanked her and said I'm sure it's just a coincidence. She shrugged and took my order, and the evening proceeded as usual. The man also ordered a drink, but no food. I stayed for over 2 hours, reading, eating, and drinking. The pub was quiet, and a few other people or groups came and went, but the man stayed. He drank the 1 pint and refused top-ups. The waitress kept a close eye on him and me and stopped over to chat several times between refills, but didn't bring him up again. When I was finishing my last drink and preparing to leave, I glanced over at him and noticed he looked on the edge of his seat, like he was preparing to leave too. I hadn't really thought much of it until then, but my stomach suddenly knotted up. It was dark and drizzly, and I had a short but lonesome walk back to my hostel. I suddenly felt distinctly unsafe. I summoned the waitress over to pay and asked her if she'd mind calling me a taxi as well. She nodded vigorously, and I knew she thought this was a good idea. The taxi showed up. I thanked the waitress and left. I hopped in the taxi, and I swear that old man thought I was so dumb for needing a drive for such a short distance, but whatever. I felt so much safer. I went back the next evening as it would be my last night in London, and I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to thank the waitress for her hospitality, friendship, and ultimately looking out for me. When I arrived, she ran over and said she was so glad I'd called that cab. I guess right after I left, that man left too, seemingly really agitated. He'd not even asked for a bill, just left money on the table and stormed out. She felt very confident that he had seen me walking alone, followed me in, and was planning to, quote, approach me when I left. What would have happened then, neither her nor I really wanted to think about. I had a lovely last night at the pub, and we even shared some small glasses of wine together for a quick cheers before I left. I don't walk places alone at night anymore, even if it is just a short distance. When I was younger, I went elk hunting with my uncle and some of his friends, and had an experience I'll never forget. One of the days, I went on a hunt with his buddy Tyler. Tyler gets an elk down about 30 minutes before dark. We get over to it, and as we are cleaning it, we started hearing wolves howl in the distance, slowly getting closer. Every minute that passes, the smell of death gets thicker, the sky gets darker, and the wolves get closer. At this point, it's dark now. All I can see is what's directly in the beam of my mini mag light and Tyler's hat bill light as he works on the elk as fast as he can while I keep watch on the wolves. We're surrounded. I don't know how many wolves there were, but it felt like dozens. It was probably only a few, but I could hear them running circles around us and yelping back and forth to each other. Occasionally, I caught the sight of them in the light, and then they were gone again. Every once in a while, one would get brave and dart in within a few feet and try snagging a piece of the elk. Finally, the elk is cleaned, and we have the scent circle around the carcass to keep it somewhat safe. Now all that was left was a 3-mile hike back to camp, completely covered in blood and being trailed by wolves. By far the most horrifying experience of my life. In southwest Georgia, in the dense hardwoods around 8 miles out of the town of Attapulgos, I had a pretty disturbing encounter. I was around 16 years old, about 5 years ago, and my dad and I went hunting. We always climbed different trees anywhere from 1 mile to 4 miles apart. We did this so that maybe if we startled any deer, they'd wander towards the other hunter. Anyway, as I was climbing the tree with my tree lounge, I heard something below me, about 30 yards out. It sounded like twigs cracking, so I stopped and looked behind me just to see the dense woods. I figured it was just a small critter, like a squirrel or something. About half an hour later, I'm settled in my tree, and the sun is starting to peek through the leaves. It's no longer in the twilight of dawn, and it's now becoming morning. As I'm sitting in my comfy stand, I notice a palmetto bush. Normally this isn't anything odd, but the fact that I noticed it threw me off. Why did I notice it? I sat and stared and couldn't figure out what it was that caught my eye. A palmetto bush looks like the top of a palm tree that sits on the ground, and has a few sort of hairs and tails that stick up and produce some pretty tasty berries. Well, I couldn't figure it out, so I kept scanning the area. A couple hours passed, and I keep noticing this damn bush. Why? Why is it so spectacular all of a sudden? It's a damn bush, damn it. A normal palmetto bush. Whatever. I kept on hunting for those deer. Around 11 p.m., my pa rings me on the pager. Says he wants to walk to what we call the honey hole, a good hunting location full of deer around this time. It has a little stream, plenty of cover for them, and plenty of sneaky passages for us. Okay, Pa, I'll meet you there. As I begin packing up, I notice the twigs snapping again. It came from that damn bush. So I look, and I figured out what it was that stood out so much. There was a man staring at me through the bush. He had a scraggly-ass beard, a tan coat, and some jumper suit pants on. He had a hood up that was the color of the bush. Not only that, he had covered his face in mud, a common hunting camouflage technique. Noticing this, I grabbed my Remington and pointed towards the ground near the man. As soon as I did this, he let out a terrifying cackle and darted towards the direction of the creek, around 150 yards away from my tree. I watched him through my scope, and I could hear him and see him cackling the whole way. And the scariest part? He leapt across the creek about 9 feet wide, in a single fucking jump. I wasn't as scared as I was disturbed. I had a rifle, a damn good one too, 6-round capacity, bolt action. I've never missed a shot on any animal with my rifle, so I felt safe and confident in my skills and equipment. But even then, it was strange as hell. The land was a public hunting club's land, which is why I didn't shoot him. I got down and continued to the honey hole, where I told Pa about the situation. Anyhow, we kept hunting the location in the future after the incident, and I never saw him again. I told the club about him, and nobody had heard anything like it. But about 3 months later, he was spotted by someone else who was also using the tree climber stands. They said they had been hunting a specific hunting site in a certain tree for a couple days at a time. One morning at dawn, they climbed into the tree, and after getting settled in, they saw something eye level out their corner of their eye. When they looked, it was the same description of the man I saw, but he was in an adjacent tree hanging upside down like a sloth, staring at them. If you really think about this is about 20 feet up. When they spotted him and threatened to shoot him, he cackled and climbed down the tree very quickly in a matter of a few seconds. He dashed off into the planted pines behind the guy, and that was the last that they had heard of the weirdo. So yeah, long story, but disturbing as hell. When I was in 3rd grade, I remember getting called to the front office to be dismissed. I always knew when I would be getting dismissed beforehand, so this caught me completely off guard. Maybe my mom was going to surprise me with a day off, maybe? Anyway, I get about halfway to the office and my teacher comes up behind me screaming at the top of her lungs to get back into the classroom now. She grabbed my arm super hard, which I understand now as an adult, and dragged me back into the classroom. I thought I was in trouble. She immediately slammed the door shut behind me and locked it, then flipped the lights off. At this point, I'm very, very confused. The classroom phone was lying on her desk instead of being hung up on the wall. She whispers into the phone that I'm officially back into the room and in lockdown. Then, an announcement over the school's intercom informs the entire school that they need to be in lockdown and that all students need to run back to the classrooms. Cue the silent panic. Long story short, some random guy tried to dismiss me from school to kidnap me. We don't know who he was or anything about him. My mother was immediately called to dismiss me after being phoned about the incident. She had to show her license and walk all the way to the classroom to physically walk with me. 3 days after this event, it happened on a Friday, we had full photo name tags for any non-student, aka an adult, who wanted to walk through the office doors. You had to give your license number, scan a copy of your license, take a current pic to be printed on a temp badge, then be cleared to enter the actual building by scanning the photo ID temp badge. It makes me sick to think about it. I now have a 3-year-old daughter myself, who I'm slightly nervous about sending to school in a few years. Fortunately, school security is way more amped up than it was back in the 90s. Hey Reddit, I'm a longtime user, but due to the nature of this situation, I decided to use a throwaway. Trigger warning for a baby death, abuse, stalking, etc. Also, apologies if this isn't the right sub. We just need some answers. My girlfriend's mother is a longtime heroin user and has been in and out of jail for my girlfriend's whole life. When she lived with her mother and her mother's husband, she witnessed physical abuse and drug activity. She was forced to move out at a very young age in order to stay alive. She thought her mother was finally clean when her mother announced her pregnancy. After getting over the initial shock, my girlfriend decided to be supportive of her mother since she thought she was clean. That was until her mother overdosed while pregnant. She decided to cut all contact at that point. My girlfriend is also a mandated reporter and last year reported her mother and her mother's husband to the state since she knew it wasn't a safe situation for the baby. The baby died in their house not even a month after birth due to an overdose with signs of physical abuse. My girlfriend's mother was arrested for the murder of her baby and other charges, as well as her husband that was arrested for child endangerment. At first, the judge did not grant either of them bail. Eventually, though, her husband was granted bail, in which he posted. We did not know this until recently, which helped us put some of the pieces together. My girlfriend and I like to sit outside her house in the car and just chat or listen to music. Recently, though, there have been black cars around my girlfriend's house. She also is frequently followed by black cars when she drives me home. It's the same couple of black cars that do this, and not just random ones. At first we thought we were just paranoid since everyone was still in jail, but when we found out that the husband was out of jail, we began to doubt our insanity. The first major thing happened after my girlfriend and I went out on a dinner date. We got home after dark and sat in her car for about 45 minutes before we noticed the same black car passing by us every few minutes. About 10 minutes after that, a different car drove towards us, flickering its high beams on when it got close enough for us to see who was inside. It swerved into the oncoming lane and I genuinely thought it was going to hit the passenger side of the car. It sped away and we ran inside. After that, we started noticing the black cars more and more. This past Wednesday morning, around 3 a.m.-ish, the same distinct black van that we had been seeing pulled up outside of my house. This was weird because my girlfriend and I live about 30 minutes from each other in two separate cities. A man got out of the van and shined a flashlight through my yard, almost scanning it. He shined the flashlight up at the window I was sitting at and kept it there for a second. Then walked about 30 feet to an empty driveway and scanned around there for 20 seconds before getting into the van and peeling away. The windows were ice-covered and frozen, so I couldn't make out the specifics of the van, but it was very strange. A few nights later, my girlfriend and I spent some time hanging out in the car when we spotted a black van hiding behind another parked car further up the street. We could only see one headlight, but it creeped by us as we sat in the car. My girlfriend lives between two dead-end streets. Think of a very blocky U. The van went up the first dead end 4 ways on, and sat for a few minutes before turning around and driving almost into the other lane of traffic to get close to us. It then went up the other dead end and stayed put. We thought it was very weird that the van didn't just back out of the first dead end, instead opting to drive all the way up the narrow street and turn around. After a few minutes, we called a friend and recount the story just to get an extra opinion. While my girlfriend was talking to our friend, I got out of the car to go for a cigarette and to see how far away the van was. I walked up the dead end that the van was on for about 15 feet before getting the worst gut feeling I've ever gotten. Across the street from me was a black mass, which was darker than the darkness around it. I decided to just turn around and rush my girlfriend into the house. Later that night, we heard a bang coming from downstairs, followed by what sounded like a boot. We locked the bedroom door, and I sat against the door with a baseball bat, hoping to barricade it. A few minutes later, we heard a car door slam before the sounds of tires squealing off and a car driving away. Our initial thought was maybe it had come from the TV, but we paused it, and the TV in the next room is never loud enough. When I went downstairs an hour later to get water, there was nothing damaged or missing. We theorized that maybe it was the sound of the front door trying to be opened even though it was deadbolted. My girlfriend's exterior wall doesn't face the road, and we've never heard car sounds before. It is, however, next to a private driveway, and sometimes we'll hear her grandparents' car door close to the neighbors backing out. The next day, I was shoveling the sidewalks at my girlfriend's house, an activity that took about 20 minutes, and I saw the same black Chevy Silverado with mud streaks on the tailgate. It circled the block about 4 times. I was able to see the silhouette of a man driving through the passenger side window, and each time it was the same man and same truck. My girlfriend lives in a small town, and we're able to catalog the neighbors' cars. The black van and truck are abnormal. Our theory is that someone is trying to scare my girlfriend into not testifying, or flat out making sure neither of us have the ability to testify. We really just need more opinions. Are we just paranoid, or is this something that we should actually be worried about? Do you think these are just weird coincidences? In the 90s, before everyone had cell phones, my Girl Scout troop was camping in a state park when a terrible storm came through the area, with major flood warnings. The rangers at the park frantically came through every campsite and evacuated everyone to higher ground. Everyone, that is, except us, and the Boy Scouts in the site next to us. We went to bed with light rain, but woke in the middle of the night to our tents collapsing from the driving rain and water quickly rising. The Boy Scouts, they were about 12 to 16 years old, we were about 7 to 9 years old, helped us quickly pack our site into our cars. Unfortunately, the roads were too dangerous to drive on because we couldn't see how deep the water was, and we really didn't know if any sections of the road had been washed out already. We abandoned all the vehicles and used the map that the scout leaders had to find some place that wouldn't be flooded. A few miles away, there were treehouse cabins that were built around a tree and lofted about 15 feet into the air. It was decided that we needed to move quickly, and that was our best shot. The older boys and the adults carried the smallest girls when it became clear that the wind was preventing them from staying on their feet. The wind and rain soaked everyone through to the skin. We made it to the cabins, and the adults then broke in and raided the emergency supplies there for space blankets. There was no way to build a fire because there was no firewood. It had been an especially dry year, and starting campfires was forbidden due to the risk of starting a forest fire. I remember shivering for hours, all of us girls in the middle of a huddle on the floor with the boys on the outside trying their best to keep us warm. One of the boys ended up asking us if we knew any Girl Scout songs. Either camp songs or more of a Girl Scout thing than a Boy Scout thing, or they were just humoring us. We ended up singing every song that we knew, and the leaders then taught us a few more songs that they had learned to keep us occupied. At some point, we convinced the boys to sing in rounds with us too. Morning came, the rain slowed down to a light drizzle, and a ranger showed up assessing damage to the park. He discovered us and immediately drove to get help. They returned with a bunch of trucks and all-terrain vehicles and drove us to a location where doctors were on site to evaluate us. It was sheer luck that none of us had anything worse than the chills. It could have gone a lot worse than it did, and we were unbelievably lucky to have survived it all. We could have easily died in our sleep if the flood had come through all at once instead of slowly rising. If the Boy Scouts hadn't have been there, then us small girls could have not made the hike to safety. If we had tried to drive, we would have easily been washed away. Two years ago, while I was tree planting out of a bush camp in Saskatchewan, it was the second last night of our season, and a few of us had been up really late drinking around the fire. After everyone else had gone to bed, I went to my tent to grab another beer before putting out the fire. As I'm getting back out of the tent, I see something running through the center of camp that definitely was not one of the dogs. I duck back inside my tent to grab a flashlight, and as I stand back up, there's a black bear staring right at me, no further than 5 feet away. I run back to the fire and wait for the bear to make a move. Luckily, he decides not to follow me. A few minutes later, I hear the bear trying to get inside our garage box. I head over cautiously, without a flashlight, like a fucking horror movie character, but I can't see the bear anywhere in the nearly pitch black. I get right next to the box, still no sign of the bear, and try to shift the box lid back into place. It isn't until the bear turns his head and I see his eyes that I realize that my hand is inches away from his back paw. Both of us, frozen in fear, stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was more like seconds. This was possibly the most incredible moment I've ever shared with an animal. I could see the intelligence in this bear's eyes, and I could see him sizing up the situation exactly the way I was. I felt a strong connection, and ultimately an understanding as fellow mammals. After this long moment, I shouted and he ran away. I stayed up until about 5 a.m., scaring him away every half hour or so, before waking up at 7 for the last day of our season. TLDR, had an incredible midnight stare down with a black bear, gained a greater appreciation for our place among animals. It all started when 4 people unknown to me knocked on my door. I went outside to talk and they asked if they knew where my daughter's boyfriend was, as he had hurt the daughter of the mother who was asking. I said I didn't know and I didn't think he would do something like that, and I politely suggested that they take the matter to the police. This did not please them, and I was rushed at first by the mother. I put my hand out to keep her at arm's length away, but then 2 others came around each side. After many punches to the head, there was no more time to roll with the punches, as another would come from the other side. I experienced a warm, sleepy feeling, and came to face down, still receiving hits. I decided to roll over and do the so-called Chihuahua move, blocking the biggest hits from metal poles aimed at my head, by forearm, leg, any way that I could. Also, I screamed out for help, hoping neighbors would hear and act. In fact, 2 of them did call 000, the Australian emergency number, before I could. I decided that I had to get up and was thrown almost through a timber handrail. I fought falling through as I was worried about being on the ground a meter below. Somehow I got past one of them standing in front of my front door, then I ran inside and locked the door. At this point, I reached into my pocket to retrieve my phone to call 000, but before that happened I saw a pole come through a window, then the door was kicked in. My thought at this point was if I do nothing, I'm dead. If I fight, the best way I could hope for was being found in time to wake up in a hospital in a bad way. Next thing I remember was hitting the first 3 heads that came through the door, then blank until I was trading furious punches with 2 in front of me, and a third came rushing to the right with a charging baseball-style hit with a meter pole to my temple. I decided to turn my head a bit and got hit on my right ear. I then stepped my right foot forward and connected my right fist to his left cheek. Then there was one who was right in front of me. I thrust my left fist with a hard follow-through, the only time in my life that I did not hold back. I connected to the center of their face and saw the person stumble back. I then moved hard on my right foot and thrust my right fist into the left cheek of the next guy on my left, who stumbled into my TV. At this point, I am stunned that they had backed off, and very surreal that I'm alive, standing and talking. The main offender screams at me to get my daughter's boyfriend, or my daughter to her, so I pretended to agree. I pulled the phone out of my pocket and called my daughter. When she answered, I warned her of the people looking for her and her boyfriend. Also, I asked very seriously what she knows that I don't. At this point, I picked up my work phone and rang 000. I couldn't talk as I was too busy. I aimed the microphone at the offenders making demands at me, so I could provide evidence. I then saw them walking away with two of them helping each other walk. Minutes or moments later, the unit caretaker said police were on the way, and then they showed up along with an ambulance a couple minutes later. I can't remember which was first. I went to the hospital, had several x-rays, and luckily nothing was broken. I had a hematoma on my ear that was drained and stitched, and I had soft tissue injuries for 2 years, memory issues, and counseling, but I'm all good now. I also found out that I broke the main offender's nose, and there was a lot of blood on the floor behind where I was standing in my lounge room while taking on the two on in front of me. I assume because of the bruising on the back of my head that I did a reverse headbutt on one of them who dropped a metal pole, not sure though. The police team cleaned up every drop of blood for DNA evidence and identified 3 of them who received suspended sentences or a good behavior bond. One got away due to lack of evidence though. Police said I used self-defense and reasonable force. I had to clean up all the glass and insurance paid over $4,000 due to building damage. I don't even remember getting hit on the back, and I didn't notice any of my facial injuries until my daughter called me puffy face. The bruising on my back was only hours old in this picture, and got much larger with all sorts of colors over the next few days. The first night I was up having to pee almost every hour whilst my body was eliminating bruising toxins. It's quite amazing to not know the extent of one's injuries due to adrenaline, I guess, and I didn't notice some until weeks later. I was backpacking my way through Asia in the early 2000s and spent quite a bit of time in Hong Kong. Hong Kong Island is pretty hilly to say the least. I found myself near a fancy hotel, I can't remember which hotel exactly, that was on a higher plane than where I wanted to go and didn't see an easy way to get down. I spotted an entrance to a set of stairs that I thought could exit to the street below. These weren't outdoor stairs, they led underground in retrospect. Probably the fire exit for the hotel. The door was unlocked and I just went in. Each floor had a door that I assumed led into the hotel or would exit to the street. I found each one was locked. I probably should have just left as soon as I saw the first one was locked, but I was young and dumb and thought that eventually there would be a door that led out to the street below. So I kept going down this extremely dark stairwell, trying to open each door. When I finally reached the bottom, I noticed a bunch of shapes in the darkness, mostly rags and boxes. Then I noticed the movement. There were maybe 5 or 6 men down there all sprawled out, not talking or anything, but they noticed me and at least one was staring at me, the whites of his eyes reflecting what little bit of light was down there. They were definitely high. I can only assume I had barged my way into some sort of heroin den. I just sort of stood there looking at them, and they were looking at me, no one saying anything. I slowly backed up out of their sight and then rushed all the way back up, maybe 5 floors or so. Maybe it's not too creepy compared to other stories, but I was definitely freaked out for a while. It was totally dark and no one knew I was down there. Of course, maybe they were equally freaked out that someone had barged into their secret spot. This happened a few months ago. So, I work as a nurse and started a new job 45 minutes away at a nursing home that pays well and has the shift I want. The shift I normally work is weekend doubles, evenings and overnights, a 16-hour shift a day. But they needed me to work morning and evening this particular weekend, and I agreed. The night shift nurse who came to relieve me was late Sunday night. I was behind on charting anyways, so I didn't get upset. I was giving report and heard a yelling resident on the floor. He was with it and said he'd fell. He was wearing warm socks that are not non-slip. He was sent to the ER due to his hip. More charting, state reportable with broken. Get out of work at 1 to 2 a.m., close to a 20-hour shift after a 17-hour shift the day before. I was dead on my feet, but I felt well enough to drive. The way I go home has a lot of twists and turns. I travel by the lake and love the water, so it helps me stay awake. I realize around here that I am not wearing my glasses, but I'm too lazy to turn around to go get them. I only wear them to work and drive, but take them off to chart. I forgot them a lot. I go past the small town with twists and turns and woods, listen to my book to keep awake. About halfway home now. At the next turn, there is a bright light like a spotlight coming through the woods. I continue on a little bit further, still in the wooden area and towards where the bright light is coming from. On the side of the road, where the night before I saw a hit deer, there was what looked to be a very thin man. Skin-tight, black clothes kneeling over the deer that is still there, his back towards me. I thought he looked weird, but my glasses were gone and my eyes started to blur a little bit. The spotlight was coming from the woods, pointing towards the man. I remember thinking about the light, thinking about how they got their vehicle through the woods, but again, I was just dead. I try to pause my book and to slow down my car to nearly a stop. The man starts to move from the deer. I roll down my window and ask, "Is everything okay? Do you need any help?" Not really looking at him. I thought that maybe it was a different deer that he had hit. I am about 15 or 20 or so feet in front of them. My car is stopped at this point, and I'm still trying to get my book to stop. My touchscreen radio isn't working well, so I pick up my phone and stop the book that way. I really look towards the man after looking away from my phone, finally getting my book to stop, and realize that he or she really isn't a human. I freeze. It has stood up and faced me now. The head is huge, like they describe aliens to be, with huge eyes, except this one is tall, not a tiny thing like they show on TV. It starts to walk towards my car, and I can't breathe. I can't move. I felt like I couldn't even think. Everything just felt like it froze. I heard a voice, not mine, that sounded like it was in my head say, "Sleep." I blink. It's gone, along with the deer. I look at my clock, and it's almost 4 a.m. My car is now in park, and I'm pulled over with no memory of doing so. My window is still down. I look at my phone, which is still in my hand, open it, and my book is still stopped in the same place. I try to call my sister, but she wouldn't answer, so I call my job instead. They do answer, and I just ask about my glasses and the resident. I eventually tell her I fell asleep and wanted to talk to someone so it doesn't happen again, and everyone else is asleep. So she stayed on the phone till I got home. I really don't think I fell asleep, but I pretend I did so I don't go insane. I haven't told anyone this. It scares me just thinking about it. If I did fall asleep, I could have hurt someone. If I didn't, then what? I grew up in a very small mountain town of less than 1,000 people. We had many creepy stories children shared around, some silly like a creepy snake monster in the school toilet, and some with more history to them, like skinwalkers. In fact, the town is very close to the Navajo Reservation and Navajo ruins. I had a native friend in middle school who told me one was after her. She wasn't supposed to tell anyone, but she was so scared she ended up telling some of her friends anyway. She's fine now in case anyone had wondered. This story is a bit in between those two in terms of legitimacy, but it was weird. In middle and elementary school, it was common for kids to go to the high school football games, as there wasn't really much else to do. The football field was surrounded by woods, and kids had a story about a witch that lived in them. You supposedly were not allowed in the woods, because it was someone else's property, but there wasn't anything there like a house, and we never were told who lives there, so of course kids went in anyway. If you walked into the woods a bit, you could find an area the witch supposedly went sometimes. It was a semi-cleared out area in the field of trees, far enough in that you couldn't see the football field through the trees, but could easily find your way back. There's an old decrepit shed there, borderline falling into a ditch, and many broken glass bottles lying around, but that's about it. This particular day, my parents dragged me to the game, and another kid and I decided to go into the woods to cure our boredom. We waited till the game got busy and no one was looking, then headed into the trees. There was somewhat of a path, but we still needed to duck under and push branches out of the way the whole walk. When we reached a clearing, there was still the same old building falling apart and shards of glass everywhere. but a few other things I hadn't seen before in the times I went there. First off, there were some children's school chairs, the cheap plastic kind, in different colors, and some were sun-bleached. They sat in a circle in the middle of the clearing. Then, there were also a few socks from like a baby or a toddler, somewhat similar in size to each other, but clearly from different pairs, and they just laid scattered on the ground. All of this was weird, but still fun, spooky things, so we looked around a bit longer. That's when we found an old axe on the ground, like very old looking. I don't think it had been used for cutting wood anymore, that kind of old. Then there was some dried blood on it, or paint? I really hope it was paint. Either way, it freaked us out, so we left. You'd think that'd be the end of it, but no. Apparently we felt the urge to go right back in there. This time we took a slightly different path. On the way in, we found a cat. It was dead. I couldn't tell the color. It was like I had on night vision goggles, but everything was a different shade of tan and orange instead of green. It laid there with its mouth wide open, like it was screaming at us. And despite being dead, its eyes were even more bright and reflective than most living cats. They were open as wide as possible and just staring, looking both terrified and terrifying. There was no evidence of its cause of death, no visible injuries that we could see, and it didn't look especially old. It didn't even have a smell. At that point, we just left. I never returned to those woods. I still wonder what was going on there. Maybe I should go back. I don't really know where to post this, so I thought I would start here and see. So, please excuse the spelling and the way the story is written. I'm not much of a storyteller. For reference, I'm a 40-year-old something male from the South. What happened to me yesterday and the past 4 Sundays has my whole belief system upside down. I am a Southern Baptist Christian, and this is the story that happened to me starting 4 weeks ago. I do overnight security part-time on the weekends, and everything was going normal until 3 hours before I had to get off. So at 5 o'clock Sunday morning, the phone rings, and it's the guy who relieves me at 7 every weekend morning. We'll call him Todd. Todd. Hey bud, I'm gonna be a couple hours late this morning due to car trouble. Me. Alright, just get here as soon as you can. Now this just threw my whole day apart. I knew I wouldn't have the time to make it to church, for I normally like to go home to take a shower and change clothes first. See, I work an hour and a half from where I live and then another 30 minutes to my church. It's okay, I'll just go to the night service, I thought. Well, at 7 a.m. Todd showed up just like he had said. I left work to just go home. About 4 miles from where I work, I saw a sign. To Christ Community Church, 6 miles this way. The arrow was pointing to the left. So I thought, why not? Church is church, right? What I pulled up to was just jaw-dropping to me. The church looked as if it had just been built, and the parking lot looked as if it had just been poured, and there was a small graveyard out back. I went in and enjoyed the service, and then afterwards the pastor came up to me. We'll call him Paul. But what was weird is everyone else stayed where they were. Me and Pastor Paul talked like we were old friends for about 15 minutes, and then he stated that he had a business meeting the next morning, but he did ask me to come back the next Sunday. Well, the next Sunday rolled around, and I did return, and this time the church members were a lot more inviting. They all would gather around me to shake my hand and ask me if I was going to join them. This kept happening until today. And see, my pastor from my church called me this morning asking if we could meet for lunch. We'll call him Gary. Gary, we have missed you so much in church. Is everything all right? So I broke down and told Gary everything. The look I got was really surprising. Gary, we can't keep you if you decide to go to another church, but you haven't been going to Christ Community Church. Me. Yes, I have. They're really good there. And I'm not leaving my church for them, just visiting. Gary, it's impossible for you to go to that church. An earthquake happened and a sinkhole opened up and killed all that were there in 1908. Please, tell me what I should do. Last December I was visiting my family down in Florida, and we spent some time in Treasure Island. My brother and I took my dog down to the beach at about 2 a.m. to play some fetch, drink, and have a good time. If you walk along the water, you can reach a few restaurants, bars, and hotels lined along the beach. Out of nowhere, we see someone walking pretty quickly in our direction from over there, and a few moments later we can make out that they're being followed. My dog is arguably pretty well trained. We work search and rescue, and I've never once had her run off without permission, and never once has she not instantly returned when called. But that changed that night. She was about 5 feet from me, and I saw her hackles shoot up and went to grab her collar, but she took off in a full sprint, making some truly terrifying barking and growling sounds. We obviously took off after her, and she reached the first person and stopped between them and the people behind them. She was barking and growling and lunging, and I finally caught up and put her on a leash. She's never reacted in that manner, so it was pretty scary. The group following her ended up being 3 men that were probably in their early 30s. They started booking it in the other direction. I turned around, and the person being followed was a young woman around my age. We asked if she was okay, and she just broke down in tears and collapsed into my brother. My dog insisted that she get on the ground for some excited pup kisses and a soaking wet cuddle, which they both seemed to enjoy. She was far too overwhelmed to talk, so she got us into her phone and rang her friend's number to have us talk to her. We were able to figure out where she was staying and walk her back to her hotel, where she met up with her friends, and we all exchanged numbers to talk at a later time. The next day we all got together, where we learned she had gone out for a walk on the beach, stopped for a drink at a bar, drank a bit, and then soon wasn't feeling right. So she left the bar and noticed 3 men left after her. She had been walking for about a mile at that point, terrified and slowly getting more and more fucked up. She doesn't remember much about the night, and we knew she was probably on something, but we had no clue she had been drugged. We're still friends now, and we're all going to meet up for spring break when we're all back in Florida. I've never been more proud of my dog, and more grateful that we were in the right place at the right time. I hate thinking about what could have happened. To those 3 men, though, let's never meet. One February day 10 years ago, a younger and much nerdier version of me was walking home from school together with a few classmates. The temperature had been around 0 degrees Celsius for the last week, some days above, resulting in thawing of the still thick layer of snow, and some days right below, refreezing the water, creating extremely slippery roads. As we were walking uphill, happy that school was over for the day, some of the cooler kids started to throw snowballs at each other. Suddenly, they decided to all gang up on the smallest amongst the group, me. As the snowballs flew towards me through the air, I flinched and took a step backwards, slipped on a spot of ice, and fell out onto the road. As I spun around 180 degrees in midair, I could see an old Volvo just a few meters away from me, heading in my direction, downhill, on an icy road. As I fall on my stomach and close my eyes in fear of what I think is my certain death, I can hear the brakes screeching and my classmates screaming, and suddenly I feel something bump into my backpack and pushes it a foot downhill. After a moment of complete silence, me thinking I was dead, I finally realize I wasn't, and I dared to open my eyes. All I see is the dark rubber of a wheel inches away from my face. My backpack, or rather the amount of school books that were in my backpack, that saved me from getting hit by the front of the car with enough force to push me to safety, leaving my head intact. Without those extra 5 inches on my back, my brain would have ended up as a puddle of red jello on the road. And thanks to the old man in the car, slowing down to 5 miles per hour when passing playing school children, while also being fast enough on the brakes, and having put on brand new winter tires for the season. Do your homework, kids. It might save your life. Be warned, the content you are about to read is highly graphic. Being a part of an Italian class titled Dante's Inferno by day, at nightfall a few nights ago I fell into my own inferno. As my eyelids began to fall and my imagination began to drift, I found myself standing in front of a dark forest, unaware of my surroundings. Once I entered, I did not know I was dreaming, but merely thought I was in the very midst of hell itself, having recognized this scene from the poem I had been reading in class. The figure that replaced Dante Alighieri's guide in my own dream, however, was none other than my Italian professor. I had so many things that I had to ask him that I was thinking about in the moment, but as soon as I opened my mouth, another thought came out. Did I do badly on the midterm? As I'm on the verge of descending into my own hell, this is all I can think about. I really must be the typical Stanford student. As I reach the gates of hell with my guide, I realize that this hell is not just for those who have committed serious sins against God and others, but also my own ideals of what hell is in itself. As I enter the first level, I see a large group of students in an eerie setting, all reading some sort of book that I cannot see the cover of. This, said my professor, is the circle of IHUM, where those who do not do well are sent and forced to write IHUM papers for the rest of eternity. Phew, I thought to myself, good thing I did well in IHUM. I descend into the lower level of hell, and I am faced with a desert setting. The sands littered with blue and gold paint. The people in this level are those false worshippers, said my guide. They do not follow what is right and good. I noticed these people had "Go Bears" burned into their flesh, as real-life bears were chasing them in a constant circle. Is this some kind of joke? I thought to myself. I quickly realized my thoughts were not silent, as my professor says to me, "This is real, and this is a place you do not ever want to be." We began to descend lower into the depths when I noticed a small group of people in a ditch, reading the very poem that I was studying in class at the time. "What sins did these people commit?" I asked. He responded, "These unfortunate souls were those who did not pass my midterm. Unfortunately, you are destined to join them." As he pushes me into the depths, and I see the inferno climbing nearer, I wake up. Fortunately, my nightmare was merely anxiety, for even though I was destined to join them, those who did not pass the midterm, I did in fact receive a high grade. Thank God my nightmare was only in my dream. I was a security policeman stationed at Minot and worked in the missile fields of North Dakota. There were several incidents of friends having encounters with UFOs. They had reported things like cattle looking like an autopsy to UFOs going over their campers at missile silos. One day I was riding back from a missile site with my supervisor. He told me there was a UFO that had landed, and the Air Force, state troopers, and sheriff deputies had it on lockdown. He said that he had seen it, and it was on the way back to base, the way we were headed. I asked if we could stop by, and he said sure. Sure as shit, as we were coming close to the main road heading to Canada, he pulled onto a gravel entrance, and there it was. It was long cylinder shaped like a cigar. It was dark, so they had lights shining on it. Only the center section was visible. There were people dressed like cops, and some were in military uniform. Two guys approached. One guy said to my supervisor, "I told you to never come back." My supervisor then told him that I insisted that we stop. I asked the man if I could go on board. The other man told me that everyone who went on board had to have an injection so they didn't remember what they had seen. I said, "I want to go on board. I'll take the injection." They took me over to a table, which I had to sign some papers, and I still don't remember what the papers said. The administrators talked about giving me the shot. One official did not want me to take the shot because it caused strokes and dementia around the age 50, and the government would have to pay me disability. He asked why I wanted to go on board, and I wouldn't remember anything. I told him it would be in my subconscious. After much debate, they agreed to let me go on board. They gave me the shot and said it would take effect in about 20 minutes. He instructed his staff to get me off board before that. I walked up to the aircraft. It had rivets like an old aircraft and portholes like a Navy ship. I started up the steps. The next thing I remembered was being back in my supervisor's truck. He told me to wake up and look out the window. I looked up and there was the UFO flying about 100 feet over our heads. I started to open the door to get a better look, but my supervisor grabbed me and told me he was doing 70 miles per hour. I could see a cockpit or some lights on the UFO's side. The aircraft made a quick stationary 90-degree turn, going the same direction we were going, and then took off like a rocket, with no engine flames. My supervisor told me I could not report it. He said the airbase would think I was crazy and would mentally discharge me, so I kept my mouth shut. I heard reports the next day that the aircraft security police on Minot reporting seeing a UFO. A week later, a C-130 tanker aircraft exploded on base. The Air Force aircraft cops said there was a UFO hovering above it before it blew. The Air Force blamed it on the crew member, saying he forgot to connect a static line and static electricity caused it to blow. I've now thought about this for 40 years. I wonder if those were really state troopers, deputies, and Air Force personnel at the UFO site. Or could they have been some foreign personnel working on the downed aircraft, or even aliens dressed as humans themselves? Could this have been a downed foreign aircraft or a UFO? I guess I'll never know, but now, yes, I've had a stroke and do have some dementia, maybe caused by the injection. I know my story is true, and it was the strangest thing to ever happen to me in my 20 years at the Air Force. Be careful, they may be out there. I was in a tornado that at times reached EF3 intensity. About a mile away from my house, the fairly new fire station was unharmed, except that it was lifted off the foundation and moved a couple of inches. It had to be demolished anyway. My house was in a nice little tree-lined neighborhood on a corner lot. Now, I'm a real weather nerd and was always fascinated with weather. This particular day, though, I was very busy with work. I was working from home and was sitting in my recliner, pounding away at my laptop, and my father was watching some basic cable channel. So, we were totally surprised when my sister called in a panic to check in on us. She said the Weather Channel said a tornado is hitting you currently. I said we were okay, as if it was all well, said a quick goodbye, and quickly flipped on the local news. Sure enough, the meteorologist was showing a zoomed-in map showing our little neighborhood about to be hit. I said to my dad, time to go to the master bathroom, as it was the most central room with no outside walls. So we rushed in there with the dog. My dad sat on the toilet, and I sat on the edge of the tub. We had the door open with the news on the bedroom TV, and I could see out the window. The power went out about a minute after we got in there, and so we were just watching outside. It went from looking like a bright afternoon to looking dark and stormy to a much darker, greenish-hued light outside, like late dusk but with angry green light. The still trees started suddenly being really whipped by the wind, and I just shut the door. The wind was strong for a short time, and it was absolutely roaring. I'd say like a loud, gigantic vacuum cleaner more than a locomotive. We could hear a lot of small debris hitting the windows and roof. Then the bathroom ceiling exhaust fan was going full speed, even though the power was out. The air was rushing out of the house because of the rapid pressure drop outside. It couldn't have been more than a minute, probably less, but that moment felt a lot longer. Still, we hadn't even had time to get afraid. It was suddenly very quiet. We sat there a minute to be sure, and I was relieved none of my 5 giant trees crashed through the roof. But, based on the sounds, we figured it had come close but mostly missed us. I was expecting some damage. A couple shingles missing, maybe. Maybe some dents in the siding or a tree limb on the cars. So my dad goes to the front door, and I go to the back door. We both go out, and I'm pretty sure we both said, "Holy shit, come check this out," at the same time. That was our sentiment, if not exact words. Turns out that many homes in the neighborhood had the siding stripped from 1 or 2 sides of the house, large portions of shingles missing. Across the street, a giant tree was down, next door roof and siding damage. Indeed, neighbors on all sides of me had damage. The house behind us had a gas leak. The owner was actually calling out and asking for help with it, so my dad grabbed some tools and went over and got the gas to shut off. The ground was coated in twigs and shredded leaves. Shredded leaves were also stuck to the house. The only damage I had was a twig jammed up under a single shingle, and the flagpole on my front porch was snapped off the base. I learned later that the tornado had had about a 40 to 50-ish mile path, and varied in intensity along the track from EF0 to EF3. It tore the roof off a big box home improvement store near the beginning, and destroyed a 3-story wooden apartment building near the end of its track. When it hit us, it was at the EF0 to EF1 range, I believe the NWS said later. There were so many trees down, light poles at 45 degrees, other damage, and our town was very lucky overall. But I'll never forget the color of the green light, and the bathroom fan going full blast with no power on. I was in my first semester of university. I had just graduated college not too long ago, and had entered into a program that after a while I would come to resent. During that time, with adjusting and taking daily transit an hour and a half away from where I grew up into the big city in order to study was somewhat of a new adventure to me. In a lot of ways, I was just beginning to sprout as my own individual and trying to carve a path of my life when simultaneously opening up myself to new experiences and a new environment. I have longtime friends who go to the same facility as me, but all the time our schedules wouldn't always line up. This meant that a lot of my days were spent traveling back and forth and walking around the city alone. I really wanted to try and expand my horizon of experiences and friends during this period. In a lot of ways, I was really desiring to find a good community on campus that could help me satiate my boredom and loneliness. I can be extremely extroverted, but sometimes I find it takes a lot of me to try and actually pursue and maintain friendships that haven't been established years prior. I've made friends before from different classes in college, but ultimately, and I know this makes me an asshole, but I would end up texting them less and less until eventually either side would end up ghosting one or the other. Because I'm a busy guy, I don't find myself prioritizing people who I feel like aren't as important to me as others. I know, a shitty thing to say, but nonetheless the truth. One day, however, I met Joel. I was on the phone with my fiancé, and I distinctly remember exactly how it all went down. As I was walking out of the school's Starbucks with a decaf coffee, I had one headphone in, and I was heading to class through a small stretch of underground passageway under the street that connects the school's library building to the actual building that possesses classes. As I was hastily making my way, I saw this short and stout guy, looking roughly my age at the time, which was 21. He had a thick brown beard and a hat on. Our eyes met, and as I was about to simply walk past, he asked me something in a very charismatic and calm tone. "Hey, sorry to bother you. You look like a pretty busy guy, but I was wondering, do you mind doing a survey about religion? It's for one of my classes." To this, I regret answering, and wish I had simply continued walking, but at the time, I was becoming more and more compelled by the notion of formal religious institutions and questioning my own religious faith, particularly leaning towards Christianity. "Sure," I replied. He then introduced himself as Joel, and after we went through a small survey pertaining to religious affiliations and perspectives on religions, Joel informed me that a small group of students like himself were planning on getting together as a group and discussing various religions in order to gather new insights and to create a community. Of course, with the prospect of finding some new friends on campus and also exploring my own spiritual perspectives, I gave him my phone number after he asked for it. He said that he would contact me in the next following days. Upon entering our first meeting, I sat down in a very crowded place with seats at our school facility and was greeted by Joel, alongside a bunch of other members. They introduced themselves to me and vice versa, and they were all extremely kind to me. We began our small group meeting, and I was a bit shocked to find out that the sole topic that they were going to discuss was Christianity. I wasn't aware that we were only going to be discussing Christianity, which is against what he had initially proposed this group to constitute upon our meeting in the tunnel. That being said, I was still curious enough to continue, and I was accompanied by 3 other young guys of my age, who after a bit of talking with, I found out we had a lot of similar interests. Joel, who now presented himself as the leader of our study group, relayed how we would be analyzing Christianity through a multi-step program designed to unveil the holy power associated with the religion to us. Since I was curious and wanted to learn more about the religion as well as having made some newfound friends, I continued to attend this, quote, study group for the rest of the semester, in which there were a few circumstances where I questioned Joel's interpretations and was met with hard resistance. It felt like at times my wavering belief in what Joel was saying would be met with straight dismissal as opposed to actual conversation. I continued to brush that off as the group that I was working with got closer. The school's club, which I was now an official part of, provided me with exactly what I had wanted. We even went to a church-run event together where I quit vaping and many individuals reported mystical experiences. Things only started to get concerning with Joel during one of our one-on-one conversations. I discussed my personal experiences and belief in my newfound religious beliefs, and all of my former spiritual experiences as well, and Joel exposed me to a story and a few incidents that at the time I certainly should have taken as red flags. For example, when he was younger, he had gone on a retreat where when he was in prayer, he said that he began to hear the voice of God talk to him. I questioned at first if he was referring to the voice of God as more of a metaphor, but he reassured me that he literally heard God speak to him before. When he told me this, I became a bit unnerved. At the helm of this community was Joel, but in all other senses I was satisfied with who I was and what we were doing together. Though I'm not entirely dismissive of strange occurrences, especially pertaining to spirituality, his experience of talking with God in his head came off as uncomfortable to me. He also said that the way that he would pray would involve a direct conversation and reply with God. Out of discomfort, I wouldn't prod him on what that really meant. This, of course, was just the beginning. After the summer had ended, I found myself in the most religiously devoted state I had ever been in. Throughout the summer, I had had a treacherous injury which left me housebound for months and to call upon God in a lot of ways for strength. With my newfound devotion, I was elated to fall back into the community that I had nurtured and grown with throughout the last semester, relating to something that I had found deep joy in. At the first lesson of the semester, something was very different. Joel, as before, was at the helm of our study session, but was now perpetually interrupted by people coming to greet him and give him praise. It was so bad that we literally essentially sat and watched for 20 minutes before we can get on with our lesson as more than 10 people, mostly young men of our age, came to greet this man. As aforementioned, when not unnerving, he was extremely charming and gave the impression that he cared deeply for everyone. Once our lesson began, he introduced us to the second phase of the program. He explained to us that this was one of the toughest programs of the different levels that there were, as it required even more devotion and, more importantly, an emphasis on sacrifice for those who engaged. He showed us a diagram of a small stick person, and he showed that in this program we would have to accept Jesus as the center of our life. He explained that by making our lives surround Jesus entirely, that we would not be losing something, but be gaining it. He also began to go over the notion that sex before marriage is a sin, and that if we were to continue with this program, we would have to make the sacrifice of giving up sex in our relationships and prove that we weren't. He said that many guys weren't able to continue because of it. I talked about this afterwards with one of the members of the group, who, not unlike me, had been in a serious relationship with someone they loved for years. In my personal opinion, though we weren't married on the altar, I knew that both me and this other member felt devoted to our partners as if we were already married in a sense, and we both expressed how Joel's behavior surrounding this was off-putting, controlling, and intrusive. After our lesson, I was a bit dumbfounded by the intensity of which he gave his speech about the new program that we would be engaging in this semester. Joel and I sat down for a few more minutes and talked, in which I expressed experiences of devotion from the summer and explained my entire catastrophic experience with my injury. He then went on to tell me that at times, he was actually able to know things beforehand. This seemingly random and strange statement shocked me. He said, for example, he was able to know something another member had before they even mentioned it. And in the way that he described it, it sounded like he was saying he had some form of mystical foresight. I was a bit jarred to say the least, though. I felt like it would be impolite to question any further. Joel then went on to tell me that he believed that I, if successfully completed this program, was primed to become a teacher for the first program I had done the semester prior, leading others who would join, and that I had a bright future in the organization. In that moment, with what he had laid down on us in that last lesson, I felt very overwhelmed by his expectations of me. It also became very evident that Joel was not a student at our facility. In fact, he was in his mid-30s and had kids. He was actually just a part of an organization that recruits people to become Christians and missionaries that work on our campus. This means that he actually lied to me when I first met him. He wasn't a student. There was no group talking about various religions, and his whole purpose was to convert me to make me join the organization he was a part of. At this point, school began to pick up a lot, and I was working part-time to help support myself. As I was on the train to head back home the next week, I had forgotten that my second lesson of the program that semester was supposed to happen, so I texted Joel saying, "Hey man, I actually got onto the train and forgot about our lesson. Sorry about that, dude. I'm not going to be able to make it. I also have work later." To which he replied, "Can you get off the train? Try and get here as soon as possible." I was a bit dumbfounded at this question. Since I live an hour and a half away, it wasn't as easy as getting off the train and heading back the opposite direction, and he knew that. He knew that the area that I lived in was remote and a long distance away. I also told him that I had work, which he had plainly disregarded. "No man, unfortunately I can't come. Have a good lesson," I replied, to which he again said, "Come on man, just get off the train and come back." At this point I was annoyed. Not only did I feel like he was commanding me, but that he was also blatantly disregarding the fact that I said no and that I had work that day. I didn't answer him. I talked with my fiancé about how I was starting to feel about the whole ordeal. and how I felt guilty about having feelings of wanting to distance myself from the group, while simultaneously not wanting to lose the community and friends that I had established along the way. My fiancée told me that by the way that Joel was acting, and with the regards to the things that he was saying, she was starting to become uncomfortable with the whole situation. I remember sitting in bed thinking about leaving the group and how the prospect made me feel physically ill. After all, I had been given everything I wanted in the community, except at the helm, which was from a person that was seemingly increasingly controlling and persuasive, and was making me and possibly other members feel more miserable. There was an event the following Friday that was going to be at the church, which was organized by the community. Originally, since many of my friends from the group were going, I intended to go, but alas, I was scheduled by my boss to work that day, so there was no way I was going to be able to attend. I knew that Joel would be insistent upon me coming anyway, so when Joel texted me reminding me that the event was Friday, I told him that I wasn't going to be able to go because I had work. To this he replied and simply said, "What? Bro, no way, you've gotta come. Take work off and find somebody to take your shift. God wants you here." I was expected. He dismissed my decision and also said that I had to be there because God wanted me there, as if he was his mouthpiece. I went on to text him again and inform him, "No, sorry man, I can't do that. I just got a promotion and I have to be there. I hope you guys have a great time anyway." To which he then again replied similarly to what he had before. This was my personal breaking point. He knew the importance of my financial situation, and his dismissal of my personal boundaries, as well as his commanding, made me decide to text him explaining that I was done with the group and that I wanted to pursue my own religious exploration without the group from then on. I felt as if he slowly but surely increasingly controlled me and was trying to take what he could, commanding me as if he was the leader of my life in any way possible. It was even up to him if I could fuck my fiancée or not. He replied with a long paragraph persisting in this sort of overly kind manner that I had to continue with the group and that it was God's will for me to show up to the event even though I was completely unable to. He was certain that this group was meant for me and that God had told him that this was where I was supposed to be. After I responded again telling him to stop and that I would not, he sent me another paragraph of similar length repeating what he would say. No matter what I would say and whenever I would say no, he would overstep my boundaries while maintaining a kind and friendly tone in order to try and push me into submission when I clearly said no. At this point I said I did not want him to talk to me anymore, to which he replied, "Bro, why? Can we meet up? I want you to explain why you don't want to continue, so can we meet up and do that? I can get a better sense and we can try to figure out what we do from here." Even in this, I knew he was trying to elongate his chance at bringing me back into the group and continuing his reign of control. I said I didn't want to, so he asked again. I decided at that moment that I needed to block him, so I did. A semester later, I was walking down the street of my school, and as I walked by a pizza parlor, lo and behold, who came out? Joel walked over to me with one of his friends and said that I was one of his friends to his buddy. I uncomfortably stood there, and his friend went inside for a moment while Joel turned around to look at me and asked with his disarming gentleness, "Did you block me?" I replied yes. He then said, "You should unblock me. That way we can meet up and talk because I really want to know why you left the group." To which I was evidently frustrated, said okay, and went on my way. That night he texted me on my Instagram insisting we meet up again, and I blocked him there too. In short, I'm thankful for my fiancée who is the love of my life. Without her, I'm not sure I would have been strong enough to leave the group and his control. The fact of the matter is that there were other guys in the group who had absolutely nobody. They had nothing, and they were prime targets for this charismatic and controlling freak. There were members of that group who were in higher levels, so to speak, who had done all the programs and who seemed as if they were emaciated. But they had become such restricted fundamentalists that their lives and their openness to new experiences were significantly thwarted. Beware of who you let into your life, and just because somebody is nice to you doesn't mean that they might not have ulterior motives. Also, learn to stand your ground and respect yourself. If you say no, mean it. So Joel, you controlling cult leader, let's not meet again. A few years ago, my anxiety was high. I was already at a point in my life where I thought I was a little out of it. But that was amplified by a lot when I kept repeatedly hearing noises outside my window. Like every single night, it just wouldn't stop. I would finally get so freaked out, I'd go wake my parents and get them to look outside. But they never found anything. I started to think I was just crazy or subconsciously seeking attention. One morning, my grandfather discovered one of our lawn chairs beneath our bathroom window. It's pretty high up, and the bottom pane is fogged, so I'm not sure that the chair even helped, but it was left there regardless. The next night, I heard sounds again. Nothing. The next night, however, we checked outside and discovered something that made my stomach churn. A small stepladder was sitting directly outside my window, back just enough to allow someone to sit on it, but still see. On my windowsill was a bag of now cold McDonald's, which is just up the street from me. Most of the food was still in there, but still, some fucker had been watching me doing absolutely nothing of interest in my room without me knowing for I don't know how long. The cops were called, and nothing happened, of course. I felt crazier than ever. No one was to be found, but at least we had some evidence that someone that shouldn't be hovering around our house was at my window, watching intently through the blinds, in a space between the two curtains. Heard noises the next night, ran outside, and again nothing. Earlier in the night, I'd sewn my curtains together, which hopefully made it harder to see in. Apparently it did, because now the fucker had taken to climbing on top of our air conditioning unit, and from there climbing onto our garage, where they could stand so that they could see above where the drapes went. The handprints and shoe prints were left on the lid to prove it. I should also mention that there were now holes in my screen, and I heard these holes being created. He took a stick and sharpened it somehow, and we found it outside my window. He was trying to stealthily break away the screen bit by bit, and the hole was still there. The next night, I distinctly heard the gravel near my window crunch. There was simply no mistaking the sound. As stealthily as I could, I let out a small moan he surely heard and rolled just out of view, as if I were sleeping, then pressed myself against a wall out of view of the window, very quietly opened my door, and crept down the hall. My heart was pounding. Normally I knock on my parents' door, but I knew the slightest sound would make the bastard bolt, so I quietly opened the door and snuck in, then informed them that there was, without a single doubt in my mind, someone outside my window. They didn't mind the intrusion and got up, got dressed, formulated a plan, and crept to the back door. I ran to the bathroom to stand on the edge of our tub and peek out the window just as the back door was thrown open and my parents ran outside like morons. And sure enough, they saw him. They started screaming as the man leapt off the Herbie and bolted down our driveway, which was what I was looking at. They screamed all sorts of horrible things at the top of their lungs. "You sick motherfucker, I'm gonna fucking kill you," from my dad. "You fucking freak," from my mom. He ended up escaping across the street, hiding behind a house adjacent to us. The balls on this bastard. He kept peeking out at all of us as we stood outside, but we wanted to leave him there so the cops could finally nab him. They were called, they came, and they searched, but they never found him. The bastard must have hopped a fence or some shit. Still, to this day, I hear sounds outside my window, even in the dead of winter, but he's never out there. He might have just been a peeper, but he targeted me specifically, and for months, until he was almost caught. What really, really pisses me off is that once, he lost interest in me because it was too unsafe. He moved on to a house down the street with 2 little girls. He actually managed to get in through their window, and their dad caught him just standing in the middle of the room, watching them sleep. Jacking it, I think. I still don't think he was caught, even then. All I know is that this could have been way worse, but it messed me up. I trust the men in my neighborhood even less now. The men around here stare very blatantly. I've been chased home by one, actually. I've had a guy try to jerk me into his car when I was passing him, telling him no, and that I didn't need a ride, and to just leave me alone. All these years later, I still hear shit outside my window and freak out. It's fucked up. I turn out my lights entirely to exercise, and I do my best to avoid the windows when I undress. It just scarred me, even though I know it wasn't really a huge deal, I guess. There's this guy I met at the same time I met my current boyfriend. Even met him in the same place. About 10 years older and totally not my type. I only talk to him when absolutely necessary. Altogether, maybe 2 hours of completely impersonal and polite, I don't have the guts to tell you to fuck off kinds of conversations. Well, my boyfriend and I start dating, and that other guy blows it. Follows us to the club, I notice, freak out, run to the bathroom with a girlfriend, and my boyfriend talks to him. Guy starts acting like a 5-year-old, even cries. At that point, we leave. About a month later, I find a creepy love letter in my mail. He had delivered it himself. That creep had followed me to my door and found out where I lived. Fast forward 1 year, and I no longer frequent the place I met him because he basically lives there. Neither does my boyfriend. Apart from a few awkward, unavoidable run-ins in the city, nothing. Until exactly a year after I started dating my boyfriend. I get a card in the mail, delivered himself, asking me out as if nothing happened and as though we were dating. It was a whole year of no contact. I didn't react, of course. We moved. In the summer, we did have contact. I started noticing the guy at the mall. First, I thought it was a coincidence, but then a shop owner I know tells me the guy is following me and keeps hiding when I turn around. What the fuck? I tell him the whole story. He promises to inform other owners he knows and call mall security next time he sees the creepo. It's been well over 2 years. I don't want to work as a waitress, even though I desperately need the money, because I know he would find me and sit there all day and night watching me. I don't want to work anywhere near the place I met him, which is basically anywhere near city center. I don't go to the mall alone anymore. I don't go to certain supermarkets and cafes because I know he frequents them. I don't even know this guy's last name, and he controls where I go and where I'm cautious, even where we move to. I wish I could leave the city, but I can't. And even if I did, he knows both my first and last name, and I only know his first name and what he looks like. He can easily find me, and it's going to be even easier once I finish university, since I aim for a university teaching position, and they display your info on the internet. They have to, for the students. He could come to my open classes or lectures. He could follow me again. I'm scared. My dad used to be an abalone diver as a young man in Victoria. Easy money by the bag if you wanted it enough. Though half the guys that do it act like they're on cocaine most of the time from all the nitrogen in their blood. So it's a dangerous game you can only play for so long. There's a story he told me once, and only when he got drunk on his 50th, about an encounter he had whilst diving with a mate. The water down that part of Australia is thick and black and cold. The kelp is so thick that some people get lost in it and tangle their breather hose, or more often than you'd think, just disappear. Anyway, he's diving off a shelf face about 90 meters, and it's completely black. He said you would just pull yourself along the face, grabbing abalone by feel. The pressure is enormous, and there are great whites swimming around with their mouths open who regularly attack divers or cut air hoses, which, by the time you realize, you're dead. Well, without rambling, he was making his way along this shelf collecting, and felt a nudge on his back. His mate and him always worked in close tandem, so he just assumed it was him and reached out to pull him closer, but as soon as his hand touched it, it just smashed him out of the way and got its tail wrapped around the air hose, which ripped it off the container connected to my dad's mask. So he immediately got his little pin light out that he kept on his dive belt for checking cuts. He sees that the end of the hose is a few meters away, spewing bubbles. The thing that gave me chills is the way he described that in the inky darkness 90 meters down, he could see nothing but the reflection of the bubbles from the hose, and the dark, lifeless eye of the great white behind it. From what I can piece together from the odd story and anecdote, that was the last dive he ever did, recreational or commercial. He's never told anyone except me or one of his brothers, and I'd never dare to tell Mom. I think about this a couple of times a year, and I've looked it up but never find anything similar. This happened a few years ago. One night, my now wife and I were driving back from Sonic. We lived in a very old, very small town in West Texas. It was raining but not heavily, and there were puddles on the ground, wet enough that it would be weird for someone to be walking around. On top of that, there's lots of roads with little or no lighting, so lots of the roads are mostly dark at night. We were driving down one such road when this happened. As my wife and I were driving, I looked to my right and saw what I can only describe to be as a faceless man. Not deformed, but faceless. His face was white, or really all of him looked white. He looked almost like a blur. His arms seemed impossibly long, almost down to the ground, and were moving in just an unnatural way. The arms were swinging back and forth aimlessly, but also very fast. The best I can describe this man's movements is that he looked like he was glitching. We weren't moving fast, probably 25 miles per hour, because we were in a residential area. I looked at him long enough that I had time to wonder what I was looking at before he went out of my view. And for a second, I even wondered if someone was using a weed whacker or doing some yard work. But of course not. It was 9 p.m. and raining. I said nothing to my wife, assuming my eyes had just played a trick on me or something. It was dark. Maybe the rain blurred the window. I don't know. A couple hours later, my wife asked me if I had noticed the man on the side of the road that had no face. Still the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. Anyone know what this might be called? Or is there anyone who's had a similar experience? A lot of people that drive for a living or have done balls-to-the-wall cross-country drives can tell you about the running shadows. First time I saw them, I was on the tail end of 12 straight hours of driving. I was driving through the middle of nowhere, in the desert, and at night. Very little light from the sky, no man-made lights even on the horizon, just the pitfall cone from my truck's headlamp. And being in the middle of the desert, it pretty much only lights up the road ahead, nothing above ground level to catch the light. As I'm barreling along, I start to see shadowy figures running alongside my truck out of the corners of my eyes, on 2 legs and 4. All I can think about is the creepy stories you read online about shit that lives out in the desert, or the Asian ghost stories where if you don't acknowledge the spirit, it can't harm you. So I've got my eyes glued to the road, refusing to let them flicker off to the side. I rolled my windows up and cranked up the volume of my radio, and I drove like that for probably an hour and a half until they slowly petered out, roughly 15 minutes outside of a little one-light town. I've had many people try to carjack me, people try to rob me after I pulled over to render aid, people jump out at me on twisty mountain roads, you name it, but nothing matching the level of fear the first time I saw them. It felt like my spine was rippling like a ribbon in the wind, trying to jump clear out of my back and hide under the seat. Sleep deprivation mixed with sensory deprivation does some strange, messed up things. This dream is the most vivid dream I've ever had, as well as the most terrifying. It begins at the edge of a clear pond on a clear summer night. The sky is free of clouds, and only the full moon is casting its light down upon the crystal clear pond. The water is only about 6 inches deep, and I'm standing at the edge underneath some of the pine trees in the forest which surround the pond. By my side is my father and a silent Native American. We're all staring solemnly down at the perfectly round pebbles of all shapes and colors which make up the bottom of this mystic pond. I wade out into the water about 20 feet, and it is no deeper than it was at the edge of the pond. I'm looking down at the stones when a liquid red light suddenly bathes the water and everything around me. I can hardly describe the beauty of this light. I can only say that it left no shadows and did not fall upon, but instead permeated everything it touched. I turned to the Indian and my father with amazement of this light. Silently, the Indian turns and walks back into the forest. My father's eyes are looking up above me, so I turn around to look where he's gazing. The moon is gone now, and there are so many enormous pentagon shapes which look essentially like nuts, as in nuts and bolts, moving towards each other. It's obvious that there is a predetermined shape, that they are all coming together in a chain to form in the sky. I'm in awe at the beautiful way that they move together, and at the beautiful red light that is being emitted from them, and the area that they are forming into. As the shape begins to assemble, I realize it's essentially the shape of an eye stalk, which is large at the base and gets skinnier as it curves back and then forwards and down towards me. I look back to my dad, who is now looking at me with his eyes that convey that there is nothing he can do or will do. He looks absolutely frightened. I sense the shape of the object, and I realize it's coming towards the back of my head. As I realize this, I feel myself pulled backwards, but from the inside out. It's as if my hands gently reached inside my head and are pulling me up from the bottom of my brain. It does not hurt, but I feel intense vertigo and fear, and with the adrenaline I snap awake and feel myself fall back into my body. I remained very scared after I woke up, but after the adrenaline wore off, I began to realize what a profound dream that was. Possibly almost an out-of-body experience as well. Who knows what would have happened to me if I were to let that shape take me. I was out jogging with my sister-in-law over the summer. The sky was a bit gray and it was incredibly hot, but it didn't look particularly bad. I did think that it was a bit odd that the parking lot near the trail was empty though, as it usually was pretty full. We take a trail through the woods at Lake Elkhorn. The heat was horrible, and the fact that we were jogging through a swamp on raised wooden platforms along Little Patuxent River doesn't help. Finishing our jog out into the middle of the woods, we turn around to walk back, incredibly relieved to feel a sudden cool breeze, soaked with sweat and exhausted. We come into a clearing, and then we see the sky, which is utterly black and boiling. We stare for a moment, look at each other in silent "oh shit" mode, and then run to underneath the nearest shelter, a concrete highway bridge. A few other people stranded by the sudden storm join us. Sure enough, buckets of rain followed by quarter-sized hail starts to drop and the winds pick up. Lightning is hitting the ground every minute or so all around us. I see it hit one mammoth sycamore about 1,000 feet away. We later had to climb over it to get out of the woods. It literally shattered into hundreds of pieces and fell onto the path. The trunk of the tree was about 4 feet in diameter. It had to have been at least 150 years old. The after images from the lightning strike blinded me for a while. I just happened to be looking right at it when the lightning struck. Both the best and worst part was when a confirmed tornado passed right over our heads. Thankfully, it didn't touch down for another couple miles, but it was still powerful. All of a sudden, everything got quiet, and then I saw what was literally a wall of wind coming straight at us. Trees bent over sideways and leaves and dirt came flying right at us, and I only had enough time to turn my face away to keep the dust out of my eyes before it hit. I didn't even have time to brace myself. On the way out of the woods after the storm, we climbed over at least 4 large trees down right across the path, and innumerable branches. Both my sister-in-law and I got hideous cases of poison ivy from climbing over all those trees. It was both amazing and beautiful. I didn't panic at all during the storm. It was so awe-inspiring that there was no room to feel fear, even when that wall of wind was flying straight at us. But afterwards, once we had to climb over a few trees that would have killed us if we had been near them, I started to panic. I couldn't help but worry, what if my sister-in-law and I had decided to try and make it back to the car before the storm hit, instead of hiding under the bridge? But I would do it again if I had the chance, even with all the poison ivy. This story kind of creeped me out. It happened about 9 years ago and sometimes comes to my mind. So I was on an adult dating site, one of the fetish types. I know, don't judge me. I was just looking for some fun. Anyway, I was stupid and gave out more information than I should have. I was chatting with a guy, and he asked me at some point what I did for work. At the time I was working at McDonald's, so I told him. He asked which one, and I stupidly told him which one. I also stupidly gave him my phone number at some point. We chatted off and on, and we hadn't been chatting for too long. He would talk to me about how he wanted to meet me on break and have some fun. I told him no thanks. I don't bring my lifestyle to my job. Anyway, so I checked my messages just before I was due to clock out of work. Luckily I did. He mentioned that he was at my job and told me what he ordered. I think it was a Big Mac meal. I was like, okay, well, don't expect me to do anything with you. I'm not interested. He then got upset and wasn't accepting that I wasn't interested. I was also scared because I had sent him a face picture of myself, but I had never received one from him. I really wasn't too interested in him, so I decided I didn't need a face picture since I wasn't likely going to meet up with him. His interests weren't what I was looking for, and I have a hard time straight up saying I'm not interested, just slowly started to ghost whoever I had no interest in. Now, luckily, I hadn't told him my work schedule, so he didn't know I was about to clock out. So, after I was finished at work, I told one of my managers that I was on a dating site and some guy just showed up to my work and I have no idea what he looks like and that I was going to hang out in the back of the break room for a bit. Luckily, she didn't judge me and was just like, oh, okay. So I waited for about half an hour before I left. I didn't have a car at the time and had to walk home and was afraid he would see me and try to pick me up in his car. Luckily, no one followed me, so I was in the clear. So, creepy guy, let's never meet. I don't think he ever messaged me again, or I ended up blocking him or something. I don't really know if it's all that creepy, but it does creep me out that some random person just decided that he would show up at my job and expect me to want to meet up with him. So yeah, now I just give vague responses as to where I work now. I don't work in the same town I live in, so it would be hard to pinpoint my exact location. This opened my eyes and made me more aware of the information I give out to strangers. When I was 15 years old, I started attending a rather prestigious Christian school. Yeah, uniforms and the whole bit. I'd grown up very sheltered, thus I wasn't really used to any kind of male attention, which I got, having developed early, in great quantities. Usually I was either embarrassed or convinced that the guys were playing some kind of joke on me. I didn't believe that I was really all that attractive. Then, one day I found a note on my locker. It was a plain white index card, folded over and sealed with a little foil heart sticker. Inside, it simply said, "I think you're beautiful," in careful print. That one got to me. It was very, very different from what I was used to. Basically leering, dirty comments are prepositions. That was sweet, innocent, and touching. I wondered who had sent it, but I didn't really have any way of finding out. So I stuck it in one of my notebooks and began to daydream about who might be my secret admirer. Was it the cute boy who gave me a pencil in my homeroom? Maybe it was my lab partner, who I found utterly adorable, even though he was a few years older than I was. I was a ditzy, moony-eyed teenage girl, dreaming of puppy love and maybe my first kiss. I took the note out whenever I was sad or upset, and it always made me smile. But weeks had passed and I had no idea at all who had left it. I began to worry that maybe it really wasn't for me at all. Maybe someone had just put it in the wrong locker by mistake. I was feeling down on myself and a little silly when I opened my locker one morning, and behold, another note. Same little white index card, folded over and sealed with the same little foil heart. Trembling with excitement and anticipation, I carefully peeled one lobe of the heart up and read the following words. "You are so lovely." Like any dopey kid would, I held the note to my chest, sighing, with a dumb grin on my face. 2 notes? It was no accident. Someone really liked me. Wow. I made a dumb little scrapbook thing and tucked the notes inside. I also began trying again in earnest to discern the identity of my secret admirer. But with only 2 unsigned notes as clues, I didn't get very far. I knew that whomever left these notes had to go to my school, that was obvious. But I didn't know much else. Maybe my admirer wasn't a guy at all. Damn. I didn't like mysteries I couldn't solve. During this time, I had been building a friendship with a classmate. We'll call him Mark. Mark was a sophomore, and I was a senior, but we had AP Latin together. We shared a free period as well, and sometimes hung out in the library, as we were both avid readers. Mark wasn't exactly my type, if a 15-year-old can be said to even have one, but he was sweet, and we had many common interests. As we spent more time together, I started thinking that the notes were from him. Then one day, he confessed to liking me, and I had my answer. Or so I thought. Mark told me how he felt over stale fundraising donuts eaten on the back of the wall behind the gym. I laughed, getting powdered sugar all over my stupid vest. "Why the big charade?" I asked. "Why didn't you just tell me to begin with instead of leaving those mysterious notes?" Mark's face fell. "What notes? I didn't send you any notes." The mystery continues. But now I had a co-conspirator. Another week, another note. "I think about you always." Aw. Mark was starting to exhibit some signs of jealousy, which I brushed off. After all, we didn't know who the mystery note sender was. Time went on and I started losing focus in class. My grades didn't slip or anything. I made up for it, but as a normally attentive student, there was a clear shift in my attention. I went from listening intently to a talk on Greek mythology to being called on, not knowing the answer because I was too busy staring off into the distance and imagining my secret admirer as some sort of tuxedo mask-like figure who would someday reveal himself and give me a rose and a dashing smile. The next note said, "You smell like love itself." Huh. I didn't really know how to take that one. I smelled like a combination of L'Oreal Kids cherry shampoo and cotton candy body fantasies. But if that was what love smelled like, then okay. The next note said, "I want to touch you." Okay, that's a little creepy, but maybe in some kind of sweet way, right? Mark was freaked out and said I should go to the authorities, or at least the headmistress. I was dead set against that. I might scare away my admirer, if not get him or her in trouble. I didn't want to do that, so I tucked the note away with the others and waited for the next one. I spent the night at a friend's house at some point. Typical teenage stuff. We watched stupid movies, gossiped about everything, ate junk food, and played with makeup. It was a great time, though by then I had begun to realize that I was a better fit with the boys. When I left the following morning, something caught my eye and stopped my heart. On my friend's mailbox, shimmering innocently in the 10 a.m. light, was a foil heart. Okay, now I was officially freaked out. I ran back inside and told my friend and her mother. Both of them seemed to think I was on something or overreacting. It was, after all, February. Heart stickers were everywhere. That one might have been there for a while and I just hadn't noticed it. I ended up dropping it, but inside I was still afraid. Monday morning, another note. I want to taste you. Okay, this wasn't cool anymore, not at all, but I didn't know what to do. I talked about it to Mark, who convinced me to approach the school's very own safety officer, who proceeded to laugh at me. Kid, if I went after every hormone-addled guy with a crush who didn't have the balls to admit it, I'd be here forever. Yeah, okay. I stole one of my father's pocket knives and began carrying it around with me, for protection. I stopped going to my usual after-school activities and hurried for my bus as soon as the bell rang. I always took the seat closest to the door in class, so I could see if anyone looked in, or looked suspicious as they passed by. And I found more heart stickers. It felt like they were everywhere I looked. I started having panic attacks whenever I saw them. On the window of my mother's car, on the table I sat at lunch, on the door at the girls' room after I left. Mark wanted me to go to the real cops, but I couldn't make myself do it, not after the way safety guy had treated me. I didn't want to be laughed at again. It's a major issue for me not to be taken seriously. So I did nothing. I suffered in silence. Until one day I came home and got the mail. Just like always. Only this time, mixed in with the catalogs and bills was a plain white envelope sealed with one of those goddamn evil foil hearts. Inside it were pictures. Horrible pictures. Pictures of a grown man in various states of undress, doing things to himself. And a note. I bet your blood tastes like chocolate. I started screaming, which got my mother's attention. She called the police, who came out to the house and took a report. Luckily, I recognized the man in the photos, and there were more than enough evidence to arrest the slimeball. He was the school janitor. This is a throwaway for various reasons. I used to play Counter-Strike 1.6 a lot as an influential female admin in a large gaming community. In a way, I helped kids and girls get along with hormone-driven boys and would stick up for my girls if needed, handle abusive kid admins, all that jazz. The way the community was run was that there were regular admins who could buy admin status off a website, and hire admins like myself who would regulate them. There was a new admin who was a young guy, and he heard my voice and server policing others, and sent me a message to say hi. Friendly enough, I thought. After a while, he starts messaging me asking for my first name. I tell him I don't give out personal information online. He then states he's going to call me Melissa until I do. He only talked about himself and how great he was, and how he was going to be a teacher. He even showed me his Facebook, having a real girlfriend already, and wanted me to be his mistress. After trying to be polite for a while, being his direct superior, I finally snapped and told him to stop trying to force his feelings onto me, and that his advances were unwanted. And if that he continued, I would contact his girlfriend and show her the screens of his conversations. He then turned 180 and called me a disgusting girl and vile. Funny, considering I could remove all his admin rights. A short while later, some of the girls in the community came to me with complaints about his behavior. No surprise there. He was doing the same shit again, but with 17-year-old girls this time. One of the girls asked if we should bait him and bust him for being a pedo, and I casually told her jokingly, "Only if you want to." I didn't think much of it, but he was rather busy for the next week or so and not harassing anyone, so I thought the storm had passed. Nope. He was busy courting and trying to seduce this 17-year-old girl who was going to ruin him. He was messaging her every day to the point she had to lie about going to the hospital to get a break. She Googled a nude picture similar to her and gave him one of those to get a flurry of dick pictures back. He started telling her he wanted her to move to his state that was 1,500 miles away and have her be his secret girlfriend until she turned 18 so he could marry her. Mind you, this guy wanted to be an elementary school teacher. So she's finally had enough. She takes all of the pictures he sent her with entire nudes, including his face and groin, and makes a compiled picture with all of the nudes and his profile picture from Facebook, and posts it online. A few friends from the community also sent the image to his boss, the superintendent, and other emails to ruin him. I heard someone tried to send one to his girlfriend as well. This guy was hated in the community, not only for being an arrogant guy who thought his shit didn't stink because he was a teacher, but also because he creeped on younger girls and hacked blatantly. So I log in one day and there's a shitstorm of everyone either laughing his life is ruined or screaming and pointing fingers that it was cruel and evil to do so. Much of the blame was pointed at me for even approving the idea. I had no idea she would actually go so far, and even she felt bad after all the aftermath. He was fired the next day, and had to work at a Salvation Army from then on. Someone in the community linked with the Teachers Association sent an email to them too, so his teacher career was ruined. You would think after all of this, he would try to cut off all contact and try to better and improve his life. Nope. He stalks me and a few other girls down who were involved and sends death threats through spams of texts and calls screaming he's gonna find me and drive off of a cliff with me in the car. So, we were all evil and vile women for baiting him and ruining his life for no reason at all. He called the girl who he had sent the pics to and tried to tell her that he was going to send her to jail for it, and it was her fault. She replied and said, "I didn't send the dick pics, you did, and good luck trying to get me in jail for getting you fired rightfully when I'm underage." Since then, no one has heard from him, and I hope he stays offline for good. This was a small town in a relatively rural area. A few years after the fact, I'm now relatively certain it was a skinwalker. About 10 years ago, I was at my dad's house for the weekend in Kentucky. The Appalachian people are very superstitious, hailing from the Scots-Irish people and just never losing that side of them. My dad wasn't superstitious, I thought, and was not one to be easily scared. It was about, 10 at night, and we randomly decided to go into town to get some McDonald's. Daddy always insisted on walking in front of me, and I always assumed it was so I wouldn't accidentally step on a snake. But now I don't think that's the case. So he turned on the porch light and opened the screen door. He had put one foot on the porch, and there was this god-awful sound. I will never forget it in my life. There was a screech followed by the sound of a crow, but it wasn't a crow. The best way I can describe it is if it was a person mimicking a crow call. My hair stood up on the back of my neck, and my dad retreated into the house. He slammed the big door and locked it, something I had never seen him do. Before I could ask a question, he said, "It isn't safe. We can go tomorrow morning." And so we did, but the rest of the night we stayed inside. My dad didn't even go outside to smoke a cigarette. He even let the outside dogs stay inside the house. We never talked about that again, but that was one of the scariest moments of my life. I was carjacked by a guy who had just robbed an auto store. This was December of 2002. I had just gotten done dropping my then wife off at the airport. She was flying back to California for Christmas. I had stopped by Wendy's on the way back because nothing says woo-woo a week of peace and quiet like 2 junior bacon cheeseburgers. Unknown to me, at about this time, 3 people were robbing an auto parts store in Georgetown, Texas. Georgetown was a small town north of Austin and Round Rock, but still very much a suburb of Austin. These 3 pistol-whipped the clerks, stole their money, and stole a vehicle to get away. They proceeded to go down south on I-35 from Georgetown to Austin. One of the clerks flagged down a passing cop and pointed out the stolen vehicle, so by this time the 3 idiots had 2 cop cars in pursuit of them. Meanwhile, I was moving northbound on the frontage road of I-35. The frontage road was moving much faster than that of the freeway, and I kind of dig riding along the frontage roads anyway. This was also the last Friday before Christmas that year, so I suspected we had a lot more traffic than normal. The suspects hit a traffic jam on southbound, and traffic literally came to a halt. Two of the suspects jumped out of the car and over the center divider. Multiple officers did the same thing, giving pursuit. One cop shattered his ankle while landing because it was about an 8-foot drop. The third guy gave up in the car. I was about to meet a guy with a gun. About this time, I saw a sheriff's deputy running southbound on the northbound shoulder. Traffic in front of me came to a standstill, and so did I. At this point, I saw the cop stop about 60 feet away and draw his gun. I turned my head to see someone standing at my door. He reaches into his waistband, pulls out a gun, puts it to my head, and says, "Get out of the fucking car." Meanwhile, the deputy is yelling, "Drop the gun, get down," etc. As I was getting out of the car and the carjacker was getting in, he put the gun to the back of my head. Sheriff then fired the first shot. It hit the carjacker in the shoulder and knocked the gun away from my head. They then started exchanging shots with each other. I hit the deck and realized how close I was to the action. So I got back up, ran like hell for the grass, and dropped there. The third guy just kept running all the way to Mexico. He has never been caught. Suspect got hit 3 times. He was hit in the shoulder, head, and through the hand. The shot to the head entered the front of his head and went around the outside of the skull and exited the back of his head. It didn't pierce his skull at all. And for a little bit of karma justice, he additionally got shrapnel from my dashboard in his stomach as it exploded from the gunfire. I survived with just glass in my head and a new lease on life. Here is a picture of the car after the incident. To answer the most common questions, I only had liability, so had to pay for damage myself. In theory, I may have been able to get some compensation from the city or victims' assistance, but quite honestly was just happy to be alive. Here are some comments on did the officer put my life in danger by firing a shot first. I don't know what was happening behind me. I didn't see it. I've come to know the officer very well since the incident and do not in any way believe he would have fired had he not thought his life or mine was in immediate danger. I believe to this day that if he hadn't fired the shot, I would be dead now. And truthfully, it doesn't matter, because I lived. It's not about what I saw, but about what I heard. I was on a 688I second flight class boat for part of my career in the U.S. Navy. We were heading from Hawaii to Japan and moving fast, so you tend not to see a whole lot on a sonar because of flow noise unless you're close. SAWS, or Situational Awareness Systems, reported a transient sound and said it was weird, but there was no trace on the screen, so it wasn't a distant source. It was all around us. I switched my station over to broadband, so I could see and hear what SAWS was saying and hearing, and started listening. Sure enough, I heard it too. It was a sound like crystal bells ringing with no defined source, except I had more sensors at my disposal because I could flip through any configuration. The sounds, whatever they were deeper than we were, and were all around us by the end of it. I still don't know what it was, but we always called them the deep ones in reference to Cthulhu. It was the type of thing that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up to listen to, though. I was in one of the deadliest hunter-killers powered by a nuclear reactor, and that kind of sound made you imagine something much bigger out there in the depths. This was really the creepiest thing I have ever had happen to me in my entire life. I come from a really long line of ocean fishermen, and of course, with overfishing it gets harder and harder all the time to really make a great living off of this. Yearly, it seems like I have to go further and further out into the ocean in order to get anything I can actually sell. It's definitely difficult having a smaller boat and competing with larger commercial boats, but I really love the life, and I'm not really willing to change my livelihood just because it gets more difficult. Anyway, I did have this really bizarre experience once when I was out fishing. We had been out for a couple of days and not doing the best job. We went out further and further. On the third night, we had gone out pretty far on the ocean. We hadn't seen any other boats or ships in quite a while, which I hoped was a good thing. Maybe we'd get lucky and be able to farm the area that wasn't getting too much attention from other ships. As night fell, the ocean was really, really calm. I was getting ready to get a little sleep when one of my shipmates came into the cabin and told me that there was a ship out ahead of us. It was coming right in our direction. Now, I wasn't really exactly sure why he felt the need to tell me this. Being out on a boat in the ocean isn't like being in a movie. We weren't really in any danger of being hit by the ship. We'd just move out of the way. But he insisted that I had to see the ship. I ended up going out on deck, and when I did, I understood immediately why he wanted me to come out and look. The ship was a cruise ship, but it wasn't like any cruise ship that would still be in service. The ship looked like it had to be at least 60 or 70 years out of date. There were no lights either. If we hadn't had a full moon, we would have had a much more difficult time seeing it in the first place. I was curious at this point. We tried to contact them on radio, but we weren't getting any response. We weren't in a direct line of the ship, but I definitely wanted to see the ship as it passed by, so we got as close as we could get safely to the ship. When I got closer, I noticed it was obviously adrift, so we had to be extra careful. When the ship was pretty close to us, it was quite overwhelming. It was so large, but it was ominous and dark and dead. There were no lights on it, and this was obviously a ghost ship. Keeping in mind that I am not referring to an actual ghost ship, I meant that the ship was abandoned, and who knew how long it could have been adrift. If you've ever been in a small boat next to a huge ship, it would be hard for you to imagine what it was like. It was ominous, and completely and utterly dwarfed our boat. If we had gotten too close to it, it would have easily destroyed us. We were like mice at the feet of a giant. "Holy shit," one of my friends said to me. I looked over at him and he pointed at the ship's deck. I was shocked to see someone on deck. A very young man, looked like he was in his early 20s. He was leaning over the rail looking at us. As we went along, he simply looked at us as we floated past. I tried calling out to the guy, but I got no response. He just stood there, looking down at us. We turned around to get another look at him when we passed by, but he wasn't there the second time. We eventually went on after this amazing spectacle, but it was one of the most profound experiences of my life. We reported this all to the Coast Guard, but I honestly think that they thought it was a prank. I can't blame them. I would have thought it was a prank too. I went on a 16-mile hike in Arizona and climbed up a pretty easy hill. I think it was about 8,000 feet to the top and not that much gain to get there. Rookie move, I didn't have enough water for the dry altitude and my meals were freeze-dried. I hiked to the top and got there as the sun was going down. I checked my water and split some between my dog and I, and then set up a quick camp near a log. It just had a small hobo fire and a place to get some sleep so I could hike back in the morning. I didn't want to be hungry, thirsty, and wandering around in the dark because it was completely new to me, even though this was just a day hike. I had never been there before. At about 10 p.m. when it's pitch black, I hear something rustling around and making low noises getting closer, making more grunts and shuffling noises and scaring the shit out of me. I had a knife on me, but I was still pretty scared. That's really not that much protection and I'm not Daniel Boone. And now terrified thinking it was Bigfoot or a bear or something, I started freaking out a little bit. Mountain lions don't make noise like that. My dog was staring intently in its direction with his ears up as it got closer and closer, louder and louder. As soon as it got about 10 to 15 feet away, I couldn't see because there wasn't a moon. My dog finally did his damn job and got up and started barking like crazy. And then the beast let out a huge squeal of some sort and ran away. It was just a stupid javelina that I was terrified of and stole my man card for a little bit. This was years and years ago when I was just getting back into hiking, and now I always have enough water and plan my hikes accordingly. My vicious dog is now 13 and doesn't hike anymore, but he still does guard well against the vacuum. I went backpacking into the wilderness alone this summer. Things were uneventful, and I intentionally went to a place where people didn't tend to go. But just before dark, I heard the voices of two men muttering. No matter what I did, I couldn't see them. But I was trying to be discreet myself, so that they didn't see me either, a young girl just chilling in the wilderness completely by myself. Anyway, I never tracked down those voices, and they continued until just after nightfall. I armed myself with my weapons, made my dinner, had a fire, and went to bed. I didn't hear anything again until about 4 a.m. At that time, I began to hear the sound of what I can only describe as a baseball bat or a thick branch being hit up against a tree trunk. It happened over and over and over again in a distinct pattern until the sun came up. It came from the same exact spot as where I heard those voices, but again, I never saw anything. The next day, I'm telling my coworker about it. He's an avid outdoorsman who writes published works about backpacking in the region. He knows everything about this place. He's a logical, serious man not prone to fanciful ideas at all. He asked if anything happened, and I told him that. I finished with, "It must have been a deer rubbing its antlers on a tree, right?" He looked at me dead in the eyes and told me it sounds like what I heard was Bigfoot tree knocking. He then told me that for decades, he's been told about area sightings and encounters with a Bigfoot type of creature. This happened about half a mile away from where I was. Great. So, it was either two creepy men fucking with me, or the New York Bigfoot. Either way, creepy and uncool. I think the worst creepy thing that ever happened to me was when I was heading from Arizona to Utah. This was a few years ago, and the main highway had been taken out in a flash flood. It was under construction, so I had to take a weird detour through the mountains in lower Utah. It was getting late and I was getting tired, so I pulled off onto the shoulder and went to sleep in my bunk. Now, this was in the middle of nowhere. The closest town was like 40 miles away, so it had been completely pitch black outside once I turned the lights off. Around 4 a.m., I wake up because I'm hearing something messing with my truck, like playing with the air and power cables between my cab and the trailer, which is literally 6 inches from where my head is at, outside of the cab. Then, I feel something climb onto the landing that's on the back of my truck. It shakes my whole truck, so I'm guessing something around 200 pounds was climbing around back there. I'm thinking like a mountain lion or a bear. At this point, I'm wide awake, and I want to get this thing away from me, so I slam my hand into the cab wall trying to scare whatever is out there. The response made me jump out of my skin. I hear someone, a male, scream, and I hear them fall off the back of my truck. I then hear about 15 other people all around my truck yelling. I climb up front, turn on my lights, and illuminate a squad of Army reserves doing their midnight march and capture drills. Turns out these guys were supposed to go find a abandoned truck and secure it for their midnight drills. That truck was 3 miles back down the road. They were not expecting me to be sleeping there and thought I was part of the drill. I'm ex-military, so after explaining I was not part of their tests and I was just there out of a coincidence, we all laughed it off. They had to radio to their commanding officer and tell them to not have the other squads bother me. Wichita Falls, Texas, in 1979. Me, a 5-year-old, and an 18-month-old baby. We had been under warnings off and on all day, and I had placed the mattress in the hall. At 6 p.m., hell literally broke loose, and the sirens sounded. I tossed my baby on the floor and covered her with my body, and laid my boy at my side and hung onto him, pulling the mattress down to cover. I looked out my window at the neighbors on their roof. My ears popped, and I heard explosions from the end of the block. All of the doors violently slammed shut. The neighbors screamed and scurried from their roof. My face was inches from the baseboards, and I watched them rise and fall repeatedly. I heard the loudest train ever. I don't know if I lost consciousness, but I definitely lost time. I rolled over and looked up to see the blackest tail of the cloud. It looked evil. I was no longer in the hall, but my baby was still with me. My boy was gone. I was in a hole surrounded by debris. I couldn't scream, I couldn't speak. I just started throwing debris everywhere, searching for my son. I was panicked and crying and screaming his name, at least I think I did. I ended up finding him underneath the rubble. He had come within inches of being decapitated by the hall door, and he was crying. He was accusatory. "Mommy, I called and called for you, and you wouldn't come." We ended up crawling from what used to be our home to a scene from a sci-fi horror film. The area was completely devastated. No house stood for blocks. Men were pacing the streets with loaded rifles. I was in shock and petrified. If someone crossed my path, I turned to follow, like an automatron. Someone took us to a surviving house across town for safety. Somehow my husband located us that night, and we went to my parents'. There were no lights for miles. Nothing but darkness and miles of ambulance lights, as far as I could see. For years after, every time the sirens sounded, I melted to a hysterical puddle on the floor. Luckily, my children don't remember any of it. After a recent trek through Nepal, I decided to fly to Dhaka, Bangladesh. Bangladesh Airlines was offering a sweet deal, and I had to leave Nepal anyway due to my expiring visa. So, on a whim, I bought the tickets and went there solo. Of course, the night before, my travel buddies and I decided to have one final night out. And of course, after a few too many beers, we ended up in some shady places with shady food and drink. Waking up the next morning, the day of my flight, I immediately knew something was off. I could feel it deep in my stomach. It wasn't the kind of food poisoning you throw up right after eating. I sat in the hostel, waiting for my taxi and waiting to vomit. I knew it was coming, the nausea almost completely overwhelming. I managed to keep it together until finally arriving at the airport. I started throwing up in the unair-conditioned waiting room next to a dude having the same problem but with the other end. I threw up 3 times before even boarding the plane. So I finally get on the plane and manage to hold it down until after takeoff, when the seatbelt sign finally switches off. Once it did, I threw off my seatbelt and half ran, half waddled to the back of the plane. Naturally, both were occupied. Being the incredible problem solver that I am, I snatched a vomit bag from one of the nearby seats and began the music of fucking misery. I'm halfway filling up this poor piece of paper when the entire bottom falls out. Like the entire bottom half of this bag became so disgusted with its content, it had to reject them completely. I now have vomit drenching my clothes. A plain white t-shirt was a poor choice. The flight attendants finally see the catastrophe taking place and start banging on the bathroom doors, where some poor soul emerges confused. After my business was finally done, and with my clothes now ruined, I shamefully slunk back to my seat. When I finally arrive in Dhaka, I walk up to the counter to get my visa on arrival. Even though I consider myself a pretty savvy traveler in terms of research, nothing I had read up to that point mentioned an exit flight requirement for a visa. So the officer asked for my exit flight information, and I'm doing my best to keep my shit together. Internally, I have no fucking clue what to do. Thankfully, the airport's free Wi-Fi was available, so I hopped online to book a random flight to get me through this gate. In my anxiety of this flight, the fact that I was sick was completely lost on me. I just forgot. So I'm sitting there at the counter, and I feel a deep rumble in my stomach. I'm thinking, yeah, this'll be a great fart, and let the baby blow. It wasn't a fart. I just shat my pants at a visa desk in fucking Bangladesh, with a customs officer looking me in the face. I can feel the slow, warm trickle moving down my legs. It was literal shame in physical form. Either understanding I was unwell, or perhaps smelling the situation, the visa officer mercifully provided me a visa. I spent the next week in Dhaka, Bangladesh, shitting and vomiting my brains out, and burnt that pair of underwear forever. I lost 10 pounds that week, eating Pringles and drinking water while watching the Airbender movie rerun over and over again. It's a fucking terrible movie, but it was on the only English channel available. This encounter happened to a friend and coworker of mine about 15 years ago in a suburb of Los Angeles, California. My friend, I'll call her Jody, lived with her parents and older brother in a house in a pretty nice neighborhood, and they didn't really worry about crime, break-ins, or anything like that. One night, though, at about 2 a.m., Jody was awoken by a loud knocking at the front door. She jumped out of bed and ran into the hallway, where her parents and brother were coming out of their own rooms. The knocking, now pounding, continued. "Stay here," said her father, and made his way toward the door. All of a sudden, there came a muffled male voice shouting, "Help me! Help me!" Jody and her mom grabbed each other in fear, and her dad looked out the peephole. "There's nobody there," he said. He looked out of the front window, where you could see part of the front door and porch. He still didn't see anyone, though. He walked back toward his family, when the loud knocking began again, this time even more frantic. Again a voice shouted, "Help! Help me!" Jody's dad went to the phone and called 911, and while he was talking to the operator, her brother had walked up to the front of the house. The pounding was still going on, getting faster and faster until it was constant banging. "Help me! Help me! Oh God, help me!" Jody, in tears of fright by now, looked over at her brother, who was standing in the family room, which was located to the left of the front door. His face was white, and he made an arm gesture for them to join him. Jody, her mom, and her dad, who was off the phone with the police by now, hurried into the family room, where they immediately realized why her brother's face had gone pale. The pounding and shouting was coming from underneath the family room floor. The police arrived minutes later, and it turned out that some guy in his 20s had gotten all out of his mind that night on crack and had somehow made his way into the opening of the crawl space under the house. It was located underneath the family room window. They never found out exactly what his intention was, but they assumed he was trying to find a way into the house to rob it, but then he got disoriented because he was so high and freaked out, hence the pounding and shouting. In my late teens and early 20s, I was friends with a girl named Lucy. She was a very lonely kind of girl whose parents were, well, honestly, really shitty parents. Her mother was verbally abusive, and her father really couldn't care less about anything. Because of the lack of love in her life, Lucy searched through dating sites for love and comfort from strange men, and she was not afraid of meeting them face to face, even if they'd been chatting for only a few days. My friendship with Lucy was a strange one. I found her quite annoying sometimes, but I also felt awful for her because of her loneliness and lack of friends and love in her life. Sometimes I really didn't want to hang out with her, and some days I would accept her offer to hang out. When it was just her and I together, she was normal and okay to be around, but also very appreciative of having someone giving her attention. We had a small group of friends, and she would try to get all of us together as often as possible, and honestly, the whole group together was really quite fun. When we were all together, Lucy was very hyper, and you could just tell that she was happy to be around people who didn't insult her as her mother does. Suddenly, Lucy tells us she has a boyfriend. We were all surprised because we knew she had met a bunch of guys online, but we had never heard her say anything about dating anyone. A few days later, she sets up a day for our friend group to meet Trevor. None of us were looking forward to it because we thought he was going to be like all the others, a temporary boy toy. When we met him, we all felt awkward. He barely spoke a word. He wouldn't look directly at any of us at all. Lucy would try to be funny, but he would just give her dirty looks. Needless to say, we thought he was a weird one and could tell he didn't care much for her. As the days went on, Lucy kept telling me how much Trevor did not like me. This was weird because no one ever disliked me. I'm always polite, respectful, and I smile a lot at everyone. But for some reason, he did not like me. She kept saying he thinks I am using Lucy for her money. Not sure how he thought that, since I paid for everything for Lucy. To keep this piece of the story short, I think he was trying to find reasons to convince her to get rid of me. I got a terrible vibe from Trevor. He dressed like he didn't care about life. He never smiled. He didn't shake our hands when first meeting us. He stank of weed and really had an overall uncomfortable feeling about him. After months of Trevor trying to convince Lucy that I'm a terrible friend and she should not hang out with me anymore, she started to do as he said. She would start to hide me from him. If she and I were together and he would call her on her phone, she would lie and say I wasn't there. If she was with the group of friends, he would have her swear I wasn't there. When he was going to be joining the group on an outing or just hanging out at her place, she would tell me I couldn't come. Lucy will do whatever a boyfriend says just to keep pleasing him so she doesn't lose them. Now here's where it gets scary. Lucy calls me one day and says she wants me to come hang out at her place. I agreed. She came to pick me up, we went to her house and watched TV for a bit. We then decided since it's a nice day outside, we would take her 2 dogs for a walk to a nearby pocket park and would later return to the house to have lunch together. While at this park, she receives a phone call. Now, let me say that Lucy is not a private person whatsoever and has never, ever walked away to answer a phone call until this day. She walked far enough away that she knew I would not be able to hear anything she said. This was suspicious to me, but not enough to question it. The call ends and she begins walking toward me with a look on her face as if she is trying not to smile. She tells me, "So, I need to bring you home now." I was slightly confused as we had only been together for about an hour, when we usually spend the entire day together, and she would never want me to go home. She would even frequently beg me to sleep over to avoid being alone. So anyway, I said okay and we walked to drop off her dogs at home, and we got into her car and off we went. About 10 minutes into the car ride, I realized she wasn't going in the direction of my house, so I questioned it. "Where are we going?" She smirked, but didn't respond. I asked again, laughing uncomfortably. Seriously, where are we going? She continued to smirk but didn't want to answer me. I started to realize she was heading in the direction of where her boyfriend lived. Oh, hell no. I asked one last time with anger in my voice, "Where are you taking me?" Her only response was bone-chilling to me. "Trevor wants to talk to you." Nope, I wasn't having any of this. I insisted and demanded she let me out of the car. But with her evil smirk and same response, she said it again. "It's okay, he just wants to talk to you." I was furious at this point because this creepy guy who looks like he wants to kill someone, who also despised me, wanted to talk to me. Why can't he talk to me on the phone? Why do I need to go to his sketchy apartment? She absolutely refused to let me out of the car. She had locked the doors, as if I wasn't able to unlock my passenger door. I waited until she reached a red light. I grabbed her wallet from the back seat and took out her bus pass and bolted out of the car. I had no idea where I was or where the nearest bus stop was, but I was not about to let her crazy-ass boyfriend do whatever he wanted to me. She yelled for me to get back into the car, but of course I ignored her. She sped off furiously. I immediately blocked her number in my phone. I removed her as my friend on social media and immediately warned the group of friends not to talk to her because she had gone nuts. I have not spoken to her since that very day, and she also lost the other 5 friends of the group as well. After this situation, Lucy, I hope you're truly lonely now. I was 17 years old when this story happened to me 3 years ago now. I was working at an old pizza shop right on the edge of my town. For context, the town I was in is an affluent suburban town surrounded by a bypass which loops around the town. Around my town is some farmland and main roads, where all the blue-collar workers moved to after the town was gentrified 10 to 15 years back. This pizza shop was around for 20 years and was very catered to these same blue-collar workers. It's around 9 p.m. and a call comes in for 2 pizzas and a 2-liter of soda. I'm the only driver in, so I have to take the delivery out. It's about a 10-minute drive to get to this location. There I have to drive up a long gravel driveway that took 5 minutes to get up. My car really couldn't handle the gravel and how rough it was. Arriving at the place, I see a nice house and 2 barns plotted across the land, with wheat 5 to 6 feet tall surrounding the whole property. I've been really anxious around farms because of how creepy I think they are. Being at this place when I felt truly all alone really started to make my anxiety flare. I decided to call the number on the order because I have no idea where this guy wants me to go and drop off his food. After about another 5 minutes of absolute silence, the man picks up. He had a very deep and raspy voice, like he's been a career smoker, which didn't do anything to help me feel better. I was told to meet him at his truck, at the far barn on his property. I am now properly shitting myself as my mind races of all the worst possible things that could happen to me. I pulled myself together and muster further into this guy's property. I see the man's truck as I round one of those cylinder storage units where I see his F-150 and him inside. Instead of getting out, I call him and ask him how we should do the transaction. In his same deep voice, he instructs me to get out of my car and put all of the food onto his truck bed. Since he paid with his credit card already, I thought this would have been over in 10 seconds. I do what he tells me to do and walk over to the passenger window so that he can sign his receipt. The man looks to be around his mid-40s, heavy-set, with a scraggly black beard and a trucker hat. I'm a pretty skinny guy, so with my mind already racing on being kidnapped or murdered, I really didn't feel safe around this guy. I ask him if he has a pin on him, because I forgot to bring one. I was pretty bad at my job, and he did not have any cash on him. He stares at me with his cold eyes and points into the back of his truck, saying to me, "If you ask me for a tip, I'm going to be sticking this tip down your fucking throat," where he has a double-barrel shotgun just in the back of his car. I'm frozen in fear as I'm registering that this man has just threatened to kill me. Not only that, but this is the second time this has happened this shift. Yeah, I kid you fucking not. The first time was because I messed up the address for a house, and a man in his 60s wearing a cowboy hat and a fucking WWE belt comes out and says he has the right to shoot trespassers when I was just trying to see if I was at the right house. The only thing I can muster out is, okay, and I get back into my car and get the fuck out of that farm. I was going so fast on that, I fucked up my car from my car bouncing around on that gravel path. I go 80 all the way back to the pizza parlor, where I tell my coworkers what happened. None of my coworkers took me seriously and just thought I was playing this up as a joke. I go home and forget about it pretty quickly, but a year later I'm working the lunch shift, and the same man calls and orders a pizza. Now at this point I'm refusing to take this order, but this was during COVID, and the place was on its last legs already, so management forced me into going anyway. It was only 1 to 2 p.m. on a Sunday, so at least my fear of the dark would be covered. I get there and the man is waiting for me at his actual house. He recognized me, and out of all the things, started apologizing to me for what he said. He was excusing it, saying that he just started going through a divorce and was struggling with his emotions. I just wanted the whole thing to be over with, and he gave me a $60 tip for what happened. Still, to the man on the farm, I hope we never meet again. This was a personal experience that happened over a year ago, and it's been a mystery to me ever since. Any information explaining what possibly could have happened would be greatly appreciated. This is in NSW, Australia. I was at my aunt's holiday house, in for the weekend. It was just a regular night, a little bit wet, but everything was normal. So it was around 11:40 p.m., and my dog was sleeping on my bed. Then he quickly got up and started barking his head off to go outside, so I let him. This is unusual behavior for my dog. He runs through the other side of the backyard, which is about 15 meters away from the porch, and then stops barking. He was silent. I turned around for 2 seconds to look at my mom, who had just come out to see what was going on. I turned back around and my dog was just sitting on the front porch, looking at me like nothing happened. I don't know how he ran back so fast without me noticing, but anyway, here's the interesting bit. Me and my mom hear this loud buzzing sound, not like an electric sparking sound, nothing natural like we had ever heard before, and a bright lime green light came shining directly down, lighting up the whole backyard perfectly, like a precise laser scan. And it happened twice. Shining and buzzing, there was a pause, and then more shining and buzzing. There was a roof over the back porch, so I couldn't look up to see where it had come from. My instant thought was aliens. The whole thing was so bizarre, like nothing I had ever heard or seen before. It started as a deep buzz to a higher pitched buzz and back to a deep buzz, with the green light as the buzzing was happening, and then the whole thing just stopped. Then my dog slowly crept inside and went back up onto my bed and was whimpering. The light couldn't have been from a power line, because there would have been a shadow casting from the roof of the house, and sparks don't give off green light anyway, especially not as bright and neon as the one I saw. Can someone please respond and explain? When I was 11, my mother and I lived with her boyfriend Rick, who I hated. He was occasionally physically abusive to me and was always intimidating. Anyway, when it got super creepy was one rainy Saturday morning. My mom was at work, so it was just me and Rick at home. The phone rang at about 8 a.m., and I jumped out of bed and went to the kitchen to answer it. It was my Little League coach calling to confirm that my baseball game had been rained out. I headed back toward my bedroom, but had to pass Rick's bedroom to get there. As I did, there he stood, 6'2", and buck naked. Not wanting to chat with any grown naked man, I averted my gaze and tried to shoot into my bedroom. As I tried to shut the door, I felt something block it open. Rick had followed me to my room and stuck his foot out to keep me from shutting the door. He stood right beside me, towering over me and asking what that call was. I told him, but he just stood there, 2 feet away, naked and glaring at me for what was probably 30 seconds, but felt more like 5 minutes. He said nothing but stared angrily at me. I was already terrified of him from some violence he had committed against me before, but this was just different. This felt like a strange sexual intimidation. Very scary for a young boy, and very creepy. He finally turned around and walked away. Nothing like that ever happened again, but I did later learn he had some strange sexual issues. I was left with the feeling that he was sizing me up on a very creepy and unhealthy way. It has stuck with me for almost 35 years now. Amsterdam has always been one of my favorite cities. I generally use it as a convenient port of entry for traveling into Europe. This particular trip was during the holidays in 2018. I was staying near the Van Gogh Museum, and I had just come back from spending Christmas in Haarlem. It was getting late and I decided to go for a walk. I ended up having a late dinner near Leidseplein Square. After dinner, around 11 p.m., I was going to have a sit in the square and meditate for a while. I had a rather deep meditation experience for being in such a busy area. When I had finished, I decided to stroll home. I left the square and headed towards Museumsplein. I crossed the canal heading southwest and turned left, walking on the path near the canal. As I did, I heard some laughter. It sounded malicious and close. I looked all around and I couldn't see anyone around me. It was weird, but having spent a bit of time in the area, I didn't find it too unusual, as sometimes echoes travel down the canals. Not 5 seconds after the laughter, something hit me. It felt like being hit by a blast wave or concussion. It came from the direction of the canal, hitting me on my left side. It almost knocked me from my feet, and at the same time it felt like someone put a taser to the base of my neck on the front left side. My ears were ringing so loudly it was hard to hear anything else. I looked in the direction of the sensation, more startled than afraid. As I did, it hit me again, but maybe with only 40% of the energy of the primary event. I was looking in the direction it came from, and I couldn't see anything. The shock faded and the fear set in. I started to run to the right and cross the street. I got to the Museumsplein, and just as I passed the iconic Amsterdam red letters in the square, it happened 3 more times, one after the other, with maybe only 10% of the energy of the primary event, and in quick succession. There was an art installation after the sign on the left, and there were 3 Italian teens hanging by the sculpture. They seemed to notice or be affected by the events, or they were affected by perceiving me being affected by them. I started to run again and didn't stop until I was at my hotel past the Van Gogh Museum. I've spent a great deal of time looking into possible explanations for these events. It had felt like a blast wave or concussion, but the weirdest thing is that it didn't move any other matter around me. Plants and other objects seemed to be unaffected. When the first blast had happened, I thought it was a terror attack or a bomb that had gone off. It wasn't until the subsequent blasts that I noticed that I seemed to be the only matter affected, except for possibly the Italians in the square. I've looked into possible medical causes, like strokes or pinched nerves, and anything that could shed light towards the event. I do a Google dive every year to see if there's anything similar on the web. The closest explanation yet came 2 years later when Havana syndrome hit the news. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? Could you please share possible explanations? I'm reluctant to say I was attacked by an unseen force, but that is kind of what it feels like. I was in good health, sober, and centered when it happened. I was so shook that the woman at the hotel front desk noticed and asked if I was okay. I tried to explain what had happened without seeming crazy, and she could see how shook I was and seemed very curious. She actually had lifted my email from the reservation and emailed me the next day to check in on me and asked a few questions. Please shine light if you have any light to shine. I used to have a pretty shit job at a casino that got me working some pretty weird hours. Some days I would work a normal 9 to 5, others I would go in at 6 p.m. and not leave until 2 or 3 a.m. It wasn't really a big deal, except by the time in the morning, all the parking spaces around my apartment building would be taken, so I had to park a few blocks away and walk to get to my building. I would park, get my pepper spray and keys in hand, lock my door, and walk the block or 2 to my building. I never felt like I was in any way unsafe until one night when I found a parking space across the street from my building that happened to be in front of a bar. I pulled into the space and got my keys ready. I noticed the guy smoking in the doorway of the bar, about 5 cars down, but he was looking in the other direction and didn't seem to care that I was there. I got out of the car and was about halfway across the street before he noticed I was a girl, and I heard him yell, "Hey, sweetie!" I ignored him, and that must have pissed him off because he yelled, "Bitch!" I started sprinting to my building when I heard the sound of him running up behind me. The building I lived in at the time had been built a long time ago, and everything was outdated, including the security system. After 10 p.m., the doors would lock automatically, and you would have to put a key in the lock and turn it for the doors to open, and it would take forever. I finally got the door open and had just shut it before he got there and was yanking on the handle and screaming at me. My skin was crawling for a few days after that. Last week I had this memory flooding back into my mind. I was a child, under 7 years old at the time. We went to Mexico to visit my dad's side of the family. He had grown up in San Luis, like in the middle of nowhere, by some mountain. I just remember there only being sand or dirt, no grass, and a bunch of cacti everywhere. Very desert looking. Anyway, when we got there, it was already late, so we went to sleep. We didn't all fit on the bed, so me and the other kids laid on a cot on the cement floor. Everyone else had already fallen asleep, but I was little and in an unfamiliar place, so I was still up and I couldn't sleep, and I was staring at the bottom of the door because there was some open space I could see outside, and it scared me. Then I started to see a bright, blinding white light, and there was a strong wind and dirt going everywhere, and the door opens and the light is so bright I could barely open my eyes to see, but I looked up to see two gray figures with big black eyes standing at the doorway. I got scared and I hurried up and put my head back down, closed my eyes, and I could feel them moving around at the top of my head, but I couldn't feel anything. It was so weird, I just kept my eyes closed, and the light started to fade away, and the wind started to die back down, so I opened my eyes again. The door was closed and they were gone. As a grown-up, I thought maybe it was just a dream, but it couldn't have been, because I remembered the next day when I woke up during the day, I kept hearing something rolling around in my head. So I kept shaking my head and I could hear something in there. I even remember telling my mom to put her ear to my head and shaking it around and asking if she could hear it too. She just kept saying, "No, I can't hear anything, go play with the others." I'm 28 now, and I told my dad, and he believed me, which was crazy to me because he's so serious and strict, but he believed me, and he said that his dad used to see them out there too, all the time. He said that they had huge black eyes, and that over there they used to look like balls or orbs of light. This made me think of that story with the soldiers who shot down a UFO, and 3 gray aliens with big eyes emerged and merged into a shape of light and turned the soldiers into limestone. It just stood out because both were gray aliens with big eyes that could turn into a ball of light. This is a long one here, but please stick with me. Last year, a friend and I went on a long road trip to New Mexico. We camped most of the way, and our first night we got to camp, we spent in the Jefferson National Forest at a campsite in West Virginia. We had found some pamphlets for campsites at a gas station, and we drove out to a place called White Rocks Campground, which was like a 25-plus mile drive up a dirt road into the mountains. We were really in the boonies. On our way in, we saw no cars except for one truck that was behind us for maybe 15 minutes, but then turned down another road. We passed a huge coal factory with a sign that had said, 62 days since an on-site incident. The only people we saw on our drive were standing on the side of the dirt road, huddled around a plastic bin that was on fire. It was all so odd, but we were so excited about camping and being on this trip, we were just laughing about how weird it was instead of not being worried about having A, no cell phone reception, or B, being so deep into the mountains. We finally get to the campground, and it is completely empty. Not a single car or person to be seen, and this campground had about 30 sites. We ended up driving around all of them, trying to spot anyone, but when we realized it was just us, we picked a random site and decided to just stick it out. We got out of the car and stood there and just listened. The silence was startling. I love being in the woods. I've never felt scared or intimidated to be out there, but there was such a different feeling this time. There were no bird sounds. It was just thick, silent woods. This was straight up Blair Witch. It was getting dark quick, and we decided to start a fire and put up the tent to try to get comfortable. My friend was in charge of the tent, and I was putting together the fire. While we were trying to go about our business, we would both stop and listen. My friend made the point that if anyone was going to approach us, at least there were crunchy leaves everywhere for us to hear it coming. See where this might be going? I thought we were just freaking ourselves out, but it really felt like something was watching us. It was actually the first time in my life I've understood what that feeling is. I had goosebumps. I wanted to leave, but I kept my cool for my friend. It turned out she was also initially freaking out, but trying to keep it cool as well. Finally, the fire is started, the tent is up and sleeping bags ready, and the sun had completely set. Sitting around the fire together, the darkness seemed to close in, so close to us that it felt suffocating. My friend brought out a book to read aloud and make us feel more comfortable. While she was reading, I grabbed my headlamp and would occasionally turn it on and look around me. I had had this feeling since we pulled into the campsite that someone was out there, in those woods. It was pitch black, and our fire was a beacon. My friend and I decided, fuck it, let's go to bed. We'll just go to sleep quick, then pack up in the morning and GTFO. That was our thought process. We put out the fire and decided to grab the one knife we had on us that was still in the car and keep it beside me in the tent. After getting into our sleeping bags, my friend pulls out her cell phone to see if she had any reception. Nothing still. She tried to dial her boyfriend just in case, and I remember saying out loud, "We have no reception out here, it won't work." We laid there in silence watching her phone trying to dial out, but it discontinued. And if that was not the perfect fucking cue, suddenly about maybe 20 feet off to the left of our tent, there were footsteps. These weren't footsteps that quietly built up. These were footsteps like someone had been standing behind the tree near our tent and started walking towards us. Those crunchy leaves were doing their job. We fucking froze. Just stared at each other, eyes wide. The footsteps continued to walk towards the tent, then turned to go behind for maybe a couple of yards, and then they stopped. Silence again. These were heavy-booted footprints, with the same pattern that would be a person walking, not a bear or a deer. My friend grabbed my knife that was laying by my bag and grabbed her headlamp too. She unzips the tent and goes out and stands in front of the tent, knife out, looking around the area. She's a goddamn warrior. It was maybe 45 seconds of silence as we listened for more footsteps or voices. I could see the light from my friend's headlamp dashing around the trees, but there was nothing there. She stuck her head back into the tent and said, "We're getting the fuck out of here." And then we in record time packed up everything of ours in probably 10 minutes and flew out of there. I'm amazed thinking back on it, how we didn't lose our heads. We kept our cool while packing, but still internally screaming in terror. We only had our headlamps on, and the whole time we were packing up I kept thinking about how somebody would come up behind us and grab us and pull us into the darkness, and we would be completely helpless if they did. It didn't feel like it was really happening. Maybe that's why we were almost completely calm while packing. Like there's no way this is actually happening on our first night camping. We must just be freaking ourselves out. I still felt like we were being watched though, but we spat out of there once done. Now here is where it's all confirmed. As we pulled out of the campsite, there were two black dirty trucks pulled off to the side of the road, almost hidden in the trees but still clearly visible. They had definitely not been there when we pulled in either, and the closest residential homes were maybe 15 miles away. We didn't see anyone around them, but we didn't stop to look. We got to a motel and stayed a night there and told the story to the motel owner, who was amazingly sweet and comforting, and even gave us some cash when we left the next morning for us to use at another motel if we needed. I promised that man I would give him a good review. I will remember every detail of that night for the rest of my life. The feeling like we were being watched, hearing the footsteps so close to us suddenly, the black trucks. If anyone out there is a good writer, I would love to have someone put this into writing for me, but I'm a terrible writer and this post itself is probably god-awful. Don't go to White Rocks Campground. I was working in a summer camp, and one day when we were on minimal staff, I happened to be the only person in camp. Cell phone reception was terrible up in the mountains, so I had gone to one of the cabins to use a landline and chat after work. Heading back to my cabin at the end of twilight, I get to the flagpole and there's a large black bear. It's heading past the swimming pool, making a beeline for the dumpster. I stop in my tracks, thinking, oh crap, a bear. The bear stops and looks at me, and I could swear it was thinking, oh crap, a human. So the two of us face off for a few seconds, Either my flashlight made its eyes sting, or the bear realized my scent was all over the place. It made a right turn and ambled up the slope into the wilderness. That bear still returned on a regular basis to tip over the dumpster in hopes of getting a snack, which never succeeded because we used bear bars. So each morning, one of the chores was to lift up the dumpster and see where the tracks had come from. This scared the shit out of the kids. I ended up with the most badass reputation at camp because every little kid soon found out that I had faced a bear alone. No kid talked back to me. The one occasion where they did try, another kid stopped it by exclaiming, "That's the bear lady." I can't say I was sorry that reputation happened. Discipline was easier, especially when people noticed that when I changed cabins, the bear changed its route through the camp to avoid me. After it retreated once, its instinct thought of me as dominant, so it didn't want another conflict. All because I had stood there like an idiot holding a flashlight at a bear. Better decision than flying into panic, I guess, as things turned out. In 2016, I hiked from New Jersey to Virginia on the Appalachian Trail. I was on the part of the trail known as the roller coaster not far from Harper's Ferry. I hit heavy rain, and the trail became a stream, and all of my rain gear decided to give out. Everything I had was soaked. I had to spend the next day waiting for my gear to dry out at the nearest shelter. Around noon, I can see someone walking intersecting to the trail. I can tell he's not a hiker, being he had no bag and was wearing jeans. He told me his name was Steve. He was asking me if I knew a Chris or a Jim. Being that no one uses regular names on the trail, there would be no way to identify them even if they were real people. Steve said he had walked from DC about 80 miles and was told to meet Chris and Jim for further instructions. He said he had information, and the NSA was after him. I figured that the guy was having a mental break or something, and felt sorry that I couldn't help him. Not too far off was a free hiker hostel, maybe about a 4-hour walk. The hostel was just a shelter that was enclosed with a wood-burning stove, but next to it was a house that a ridge runner, someone who does trail maintenance, lived at. I directed him towards that. After all my stuff had dried, I headed to a hostel and got there early evening. As I'm walking up, I can see the ridge runner and Steve arguing. The ridge runner is yelling at Steve, telling him to take a trail to a road to leave this area. If he did not, the ridge runner would call the police for trespassing. At the shelter, I saw familiar people who filled me in on what had happened. At every shelter is a trail log. The log is a journal that keeps track of people who pass through and notes about what's happening on the trail. It's also a way to pass messages to people you might know behind you. Steve got a hold of the log and started looking for a message for him. He thought he had to decode the messages to find instructions for him. Steve started to write random things and crossing things out through the log. This action pissed off people who were already wary of Steve because of appearance of not looking like a fellow hiker. Steve also argued with a few people before this and made a fire to burn some paper he was carrying. They notified the ridge runner. People were pretty upset about Steve, so I never told them that I ran into him previously. I never saw Steve again and still think that he was a person with mental health issues having an episode. However, I do imagine the scenario where he was telling the truth and what his story was. I personally was not, but it was in my parents' house and the house I'm living in now. It was during the day, and we have a back window that is just a bit too close to the ground. The windows are all newish, but a window lock only does so much. A few people decided to break into our house through this window. They came in and stole what they could, which was not a ton of stuff, but enough. They stole our mom's jewelry, our Wii, some cash that was for emergencies, and a few other random things, including a change jar. We have ornate iron doors on both of our front doors, and while trying to get out, they grabbed every key that they could find, but still had to go out through the back window again. Those door keys are on our keychains that we kept on our person. Luckily, nothing was damaged or vandalized, and our dog, who was pushing 10 at the time, was also safe. We're actually not sure how they got past him, but they did, and he was okay. My mom came home first after feeling like something was wrong in her day. They left the door ajar because they couldn't get out. My mom grabbed the dog after seeing this and went to the neighbors. The police believed that they rushed out the back door after seeing my mom's car turn the corner. They ended up being tweakers, so thank God she didn't walk in on them. Not everything was recovered, but they were arrested eventually and all served time. We now have a security system that we're all hyper-vigilant about, and there are bars like the security doors we have on the windows that they got through. I think the worst thing that happened was what was taken from my mother. She lost a lot of trust in the world. Both of my parents were raised in this town and have seen it go from 5,000 to 30,000, and it's jaded her quite a bit. She also lost her sense of attachment to this house, which is also unfortunate. My parents have never had huge incomes, but this house was their first, and both my sister and I were raised in it. It was purchased directly after I was born, but now they can't wait to get rid of it. I had a stalker for over 10 years. This happened in the late 90s. I, Catherine, and my friend Rose met him together. My stalker was a guy Rose and I met on a bus one day coming home from my volunteer work after school. We were on the bus going home, laughing and talking as normal, and this guy just randomly sits by us and starts talking. He tells us his name and we laugh, thinking he said his name was Gay. Yeah, stupid teenage girls. He corrected us and said his name was Jay. We talked a bit more and innocently gave him our names, and he asked for our number, but I said no. He was like 7 years older and kinda strange the more we talked to him. He got annoyed, but whatever, right? So we thought that was that. A few days, maybe a week later, me and my same friend run into Jay while switching buses downtown. I was going to her house like I did a few times a week when we run into him. He asked for me to hang out and watch him play hockey that night. I said no, I was going to my friend's. He got weirdly annoyed and kept trying and badgering me, telling me about how much fun it would be and trying to get me away from my friend. He really didn't want her to come to this hockey game either. Just wanted it to be us, me and him. So weird. Our bus finally came and we got out of there fast. Over the next few weeks, I kept running into him downtown. It was like he knew my schedule, and every time I tried to be nice, but get away as fast as I could. And every time he would get annoyed because I wouldn't hang out. A few weeks pass, and I'm in school, and in walks Jay. I was so mad and frustrated that I snapped on him. Why was he here, and how did he know what school I went to? Did he follow me on the city bus? He tried saying that he was there to see his friends, but he wasn't with anyone. Just like some 25-year-old guy wandering around a high school? I doubt it. After that, I would randomly see him on my bus, and he would always try to sit across from me and watch. He would still ask for us to hang out, and I would still say no. As time went on, he would still find me on the bus and sit across from me with who I guessed was his girlfriend, or some girl he was trying to make me jealous with. He would look at me while making out with her. He would do everything he could to make me feel uncomfortable. I would either turn up my music and do my best to ignore him, or move to another spot. Nothing ever seemed to deter him, though. He never did anything bad to call the police, but he knew it was wrong, and he knew it bothered me, and he knew I would have a panic attack, and I'm sure he got off on that. As the years went on, I would see less and less of him. He would randomly pop up and make me uncomfortable. He started standing really close to me and trying to talk. I would have a panic attack and do my best to ignore him. I would still walk away and would just get more pushy. Every time I would run into him, I would text my friend that was there when we first ran into him and get her to calm me down. It's now 2023, so 24-ish years since this all started, and I haven't seen him in at least maybe 8+ years, and I'm just praying that I never have to see him again. I'm 43 now, so he must be going on 50, but I'm still scared to run into him. I had thought that I had seen him a few times and panicked, but it ended up not being him. I just hope I never have to see him again. I will never forget. Summer before 7th grade, sometime in July. It was a Wednesday night, maybe early Thursday morning. The evening before, my family had watched the old school show Unsolved Mysteries. I awoke in the night, lying on my right side, awake, but my eyes still shut, completely silent. None of us ran fans back then to aid in sleep. I was awake and basically waiting to fall asleep again. However, I decided to open my eyes. On the right side of my bed, right there, was a being, seemingly fixated on a plush bear that I had kept in the bed with me. And this being fit all of the descriptions I'd ever heard about or watched on television. Shorter, pale gray skin, and those awful eyes, huge, black, and slanted, staring at my bear right by my bed. Honestly, I couldn't put into words how I felt right at that moment. I was only just about 12 at that time. At some point, I pulled my covers over my head and felt an awful rushing through my body of super warm, then cool, and then warm again. Only later in my life did I understand that I was most likely feeling shock. I couldn't scream. I felt frozen. Too scared to scream, maybe? What if I did scream? My mother and stepfather and 2 brothers would hear me. What the heck would they do if they came into the room and saw this thing? What would it do? Is it going to kill me? Abduct me? What if it already had and they're just returning me? All of these thoughts plus a million more just racing through my young mind. Ugh, awful just recounting all of it and writing it here. Again, how could I ever forget something traumatic like this? So being such a brave 11-year-old, and after what felt like 12 hours, I decided to try and scare it. I decided I would thrash my legs up and down from under my covers as hard as I could. I know, horrifying. I was so petrified though, so I did this and remained under my covers just waiting. Nothing happened. So I stayed under the covers. This had to be at least close to going on 2 hours from when I first opened my eyes and saw this thing. As I laid wide awake, I heard a noise. To this day, I still cannot explain exactly how it sounded. The sound felt as if it surrounded me and was coming from outside. It was a crisp, clean sounding sound. Maybe mechanical, but maybe not, lasting only about 2 seconds. A sound that I definitely had never heard before and definitely have not heard since. As soon as I heard this sound, something in my mind told me, oh, they're gone. As crazy as it sounds, I firmly believe the sound was their transportation leaving. Needless to say, I didn't sleep for the rest of the night or early morning. It took me so long to confide in my family about this terribly scary incident. Of course, they didn't believe me. However, now, from time to time, my mother will mention it and suggest that maybe that's why I suffer from insomnia now. Very well could be. This is my first post here in Reddit. Feel free to share any thoughts. Also my first time sharing this story publicly. It would be reassuring to hear any other stories or similar happenings. When I first got my dog, I was obsessed with taking her out on little hike journeys through the woods across the street from my house. She was a husky and German shepherd mix, and all black, so when it got dark it became a bit harder to see her, but I didn't mind. One night, I decided to stay out and walk with her a bit longer despite it being so dark. I can't see anything in front of me, and I have to use the flashlight on my phone just to avoid logs and thick, fallen branches. Everything is fine until she disappears from the circle of light, venturing beyond what is visible to me. I wasn't all that worried. Usually, if I felt the need to call her back, I'd just clap my hands and she'd come running to my side, so I continued my walk. I could still hear her steps crunching in the distance, but when I got cold, I was immediately ready to go home. I don't do well with cold temperatures, so I started clapping my hands. She returns as usual, but as soon as I hook her leash on, there's another clapping somewhere off in the distance. No one moved a single muscle, neither of us. But she had her attention dead set in one direction. My flashlight didn't light the space far enough for me to see, but I could tell she had spotted the intruder. The clap came again, and this time her hackles raised, and I took several steps to leave, but she wouldn't move. My throat was dry and my heart was beating so hard I could feel it thumping all the way to the tips of my toes. By the fourth tug, I was practically choking her. I think I was on the verge of shitting myself, to be honest, so when she snapped her attention to me and bolted, I almost sobbed with relief. I don't think I could have lived with myself if I was forced to leave her there, nor do I think I would have had the heart to. We would have just died together. No sooner than another round of clap sound. We're sprinting through the woods like the ground is about to collapse beneath our feet. It was the longest run I've ever experienced in my life, and my stamina was absolute shit back then, so I was winded after mere seconds, and my chest burned from an upcoming asthma attack. I made it home in record time though, and when I burst through the door, my family looked at me as if I had lost my fucking mind, but I couldn't breathe in enough air to talk. I'd been taken off the asthma pump years ago due to the complete lack of problems. Doctors believed I was almost asthma-free, so it took me 45 minutes for my breathing to even out enough to get out a few words. I didn't walk her in the woods at night anymore. As a matter of fact, I didn't walk her at all without someone else with me. Next time, I might actually shit myself, so I'd like to avoid a next time altogether. P.S. Turns out it was a homeless man camped out there. He was known to harass people and was later arrested for sexual assault. I went on a mountain hike in Transylvania with a group of friends from school, and way up, after maybe 12 or 14 kilometers of trekking, we saw a house. It was in the middle of nowhere. It had a barn with a few animals, a couple of cows, chickens, etc. As we get closer, we see a few people, a guy and 5 to 6 women. I'm not sure if there were more inside. The dude comes to greet us, barely speaking the language, and we had a hard time understanding what he was trying to say. They lived without electricity, gas, or anything. This was in the early 90s, so there's no internet, mobile phones to worry about. At least for most people, that is. Anyway, they all looked weird, kinda dumb expressions on their face. We can barely understand each other. They asked us who's the president now, and if we want some milk. They look at our clothes and shoes weirdly, curious, like who knows when was the last time they had human contact. Or maybe there were more of those crazies around these parts, I don't know. Not sure to this day what was going on, to be honest. It's not typical in the region, so we kinda just freaked out, especially because the dude looked a bit disturbed, and we were way too young to be messing around with that. We were looking around to see if there's any more of them, thinking there must be a village nearby, and paranoia was getting to us. What was also weird is that all the women kept their distance, and they never got close to us, like he was guarding them or checking us out if it was safe for them. One of my friends kept saying we don't want their milk and we needed to go because it was getting dark. We walked calmly for a while, and then when we thought we were out of their sight, bolted like crazy out of there. Needless to say, we camped after a few hours, and we always had one person awake to keep watch. We told people that were living in the villages near that area about the mountain people, and they didn't believe us. They said nobody lives there, up in the mountains. I was always an extremely small and sickly child. I looked young for my age, and my family and I lived out of town about 8 miles out, and our little community was next to a highway. The school bus would drop me off 2 blocks away from home. One day, I noticed a red truck following slowly behind me. So slow that I figured that they were just looking for a house or something. I ignored it and walked to the end of my house. That was the end of that. Consistently, this truck would follow slowly behind me. After a couple days of this, I walked into my house. I was always the first one home, and I looked out the window. Inside was an older man and a black lab. He was staring at me, idling inside his truck. Then he just pulled away. I decided enough was enough. I told my parents. Of course, my sister was quick to jump in that I was lying, but my mom thankfully believed me. She drove me to the bus stop the next morning. The red truck was there, across the street at a gas station, pointing toward the bus. I got on the bus and my mom decided to drive around the truck. She described the scene. The man was disheveled and dirty, hunched over in his seat just staring at the bus. His license plates were caked in mud, so she couldn't make them out though. It freaked her out so much she called the police and the school. I went to school and was quickly pulled into the office. The man had been spotted at the school, waiting in his truck. That day I rode the bus home, and this time the truck was parked alongside the street. I would have to walk past this man's driver's side door to get home. I debated, considering running for it. Apparently this man was getting desperate now that he was spotted. A police car showed up and I talked to the policeman. Then they went to go talk to the man themselves. He quickly pulled away from the curb and took off down the highway. I never saw him again, and I don't believe he was ever caught. Because of this experience, I'm extremely guarded and paranoid with my own daughter, and soon her sibling as well. The world is a terrifying place these days, and children go missing so easily. I don't like to think about if I had been grabbed. I wouldn't be here typing this probably. My kids wouldn't exist. I was lucky. Many children aren't. So, stranger with ill intentions, let's not meet. When I was 10, my parents and I went to visit my grandmother for spring break. My cousin also came to visit, and we decided we wanted to go to the YMCA for the day. My grandmother dropped us off, and she said she would come pick us up in about 4 hours. On that day, the YMCA was pretty empty. There were a couple of adults in the exercise room, but that's about it. We went to the basketball court, and after about 2 hours of playing tag and shooting baskets, we were bored. I've never been the biggest fan of swimming, but this YMCA had a pretty cool pool, so we changed into our bathing suits and headed in there. The pool was completely empty except for the lifeguard. We played a bunch of games and swam laps, but after about an hour, there wasn't much left to do, and there was no one except us to hang out with to keep things interesting. So we decided to play a game of seeing how long we could hold our breath underwater. We stood in the shallow end near the clock on the wall so we could time ourselves. Instead of fully submerging, we would just stick our heads face down into the water. We did this a couple of times and I was winning, and on our last round I felt a tap on my shoulder. I figured it was my cousin giving up and telling me that I had won, but instead, it was the lifeguard who told me to knock it off or she was going to have to ask us to leave the pool. Since we were tired of being in the pool anyway, we figured we would get out, get dressed, and go back to the basketball court until my grandmother came and picked us up. We only had an hour left anyway, and the water was freezing. As we got out though, the lifeguard stopped us. She asked if we wanted to go into the sauna to warm up and dry off first. The sign on the sauna said 18 years or older, so of course we were super excited that she allowed us to do that. She walked us to the sauna and unlocked the door. The door was glass and the interior was made entirely out of wood. Inside, above the door, there was a clock, probably to help make sure you were not in there for an unsafe amount of time. The lifeguard stand was adjacent to the sauna, but if you looked out the door, you could clearly see it. She followed us in and went over to the thermometer encased in plastic and unlocked it so she could crank up the heat. I figured that she must have to turn it on each time, so I didn't really think much of it. Both my cousins and I were very short girls, and so we couldn't see the temperature that was printed on the thermometer knob, but I know she was turning up the heat. Then she left and shut the door behind her. I thought I saw her lock the door too, but I thought to myself, why would she lock the door when we might want to get out? I checked the clock and decided we should get out in about 10 or 15 minutes. It was already pretty warm in the sauna, but now the room was blazing. It felt really nice because I was cold from the pool, but about after 15 minutes, it was starting to get a little bit too hot and my cousin agreed that we should just get out and leave and get dressed. I went to turn the knob on the door, but it wasn't budging. I thought maybe it was jammed, so I shook it, but it still wasn't opening, and then I let my cousin try. She couldn't get it open either. We figured the lifeguard would be back in a couple of minutes, so we just sat back down and waited. The room was now getting hotter, and I really wanted to leave. I got up and started banging on the door and shaking and twisting the knob, trying to get the lifeguard's attention. My cousin got up and joined me. We started screaming at the top of our lungs for her to let us out, but she just stared straight ahead. I don't think that there was any way that she couldn't have noticed or heard two little girls banging and kicking the door and screaming. Now we had been in there about 25 minutes. It was so hot in the sauna that it hurt to breathe. It felt like my lungs were on fire and my eyes and skin were burning. We sat back down to put our towels over our heads because they were still a little damp and it made it easier to breathe. I was so worried about my cousin as she is a couple of years younger than me. I looked at the clock and I saw that we had been in there for 35 minutes now. I got up and walked to the door again, and saw the lifeguard still just staring straight ahead. Again, I tried to get her attention by screaming that we wanted out and banging on the door as hard as I could, but still nothing. I was starting to get pretty dizzy, so I went to go sit back down, but the wooden seats of the sauna burned my skin. My towel was completely dry, so I put it underneath me to sit on. My hair was also dry, but I wrapped it around my face to cover my nose, and I squinted my eyes so that they didn't burn as bad, but I could still watch if anyone walked past the door. It helped a little bit. My cousin was laying face down with the towel over her head, not moving or saying anything, so I nudged her to make sure that she was okay. She was, but I could tell that we really needed to get out of there soon, because she seemed to be a bit disoriented. It had been 45 minutes now, and I was extremely nauseous. There was no way that the lifeguard would forget we were in there, and I thought she would have come back soon, but there was the little voice in my head telling me that maybe she purposely locked us in there. Finally, a man walked past the door toward the pool, but for some reason, I just couldn't get up. My whole body was on fire and I felt so dizzy. Luckily, this man wasn't going to the pool. He wanted to be let into the sauna and came back with the lifeguard. I saw them walking this way and I immediately jumped up to grab my cousin. I knew now that for sure she had locked us in there because she pulled out her keys to unlock the door and let the man in. I didn't want to take any chances of us being trapped in there any longer, so as the man was trying to walk in, I was trying to shove our way out. As we were going out, the lifeguard started trying to shut the door and push us back in with it. The man was clearly confused about what was going on and said, I think they want out. The lifeguard let out a sigh and opened the door fully, and we ran away as fast as we could into the changing room. We only had about 10 minutes now before my grandmother was supposed to come pick us up. We were both so shaken by what had just happened that we didn't say anything to each other as we got dressed or on the car ride home. When we finally got back to the house, my parents were making us dinner and I told them the story of what had just happened. They thought I must have been exaggerating and they didn't believe me. I truly think that this woman was trying to let us cook alive in there. The only bit of doubt that I have is what would have happened if we actually died. She obviously would have gotten the blame, but what was her end game? I'm 21 now, but I think about this interaction all the time, and when I'm in small spaces or I get too warm, I still have panic attacks. No one truly believes this story, and I get it, it's pretty absurd. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask for opinions, but do you think that this could have been some crazy misunderstanding? Or do you think that she really just left us in there to die? And why? In my youth, I did a lot of things that I'm not very proud of today, but I wanted to see other parts of the world, and I knew that I did not have the discipline to be in the Navy, so I got jobs on various ships, working from one place to the next. I liked being out on the ocean quite a bit, but I also really liked visiting different places. However, when I was in Japan, I lost my job on one of the ships. I didn't have much money at the time, and nowhere to really stay in Japan. While I was stranded in Osaka, I was able to get a job on a ship. I wasn't really happy about it though. I mean, the ship was sort of seedy. I don't want to tell you too much about what was going on, but I will let you know that it was a smuggling ship. The conditions on the ship were much different than the other ships I had worked on. The crew were the closest things to pirates that I could have imagined lived in that period of time. But the scariest person on the ship was the captain. He was a surly man who had only one arm. He had a scraggly beard and it almost seemed like he never changed his clothing. I also think that he probably had read Treasure Island one too many times. He was very no-nonsense. He barked orders at people and didn't really seem to care too much for the people who worked for him. I mean, I guess in a way it made sense. The man was already deeply entrenched in a very illegal business, so I guess he was pretty much a god on his own ship. So, the most frightening thing that ever happened to me in my life happened when I was working on that ship. It was a time that made me realize exactly what sort of dangerous situation we were in, and not from the law or any government, from that man. 2 of the crew members had to make a repair on the ship. They were carrying a piece of sheet metal across the deck and carrying it in a very awkward manner, over their heads as opposed by the side. I was about to go over to them and offer some help, but before I had the chance to, though, the guy who was carrying it in the front slipped. He lost his grip on the piece of sheet metal and fell forward onto the deck. The guy in the back then naturally stumbled as well and lost his grip. The piece of sheet metal then slid forward and sliced into the neck of the crew member in the front, halfway decapitating him. The second crewman jumped back from the sheet metal, and his nearly decapitated partner. He began screaming as other crewmen came up to the scene. The captain then made his way on deck, obviously alerted by the commotion going on. He walked up to the 2 crewmen and looked down at them. The nearly decapitated man wasn't dead, though. He was convulsing and bleeding all over the place. The captain reached into his jacket and pulled out his revolver. He then shot the almost headless man twice, putting him out of his misery. When this happened, I immediately thought that the captain was being merciful. Could I possibly have been wrong about him? But while this thought was going through my head, something happened that brought me back to my original opinion of him. He took the gun, shot and killed the crew member who was carrying the back of the piece of sheet metal too. The man fell down dead. The captain made us clean up the bodies and take up the sheet metal to finish the repair. The entire rest of the trip to Hong Kong, I was terrified. I mean, to think that this man was heartless enough to kill someone for making a mistake, I was walking on eggshells the entire time. When we got to the port, I decided I'd rather be stranded and homeless in Hong Kong than go back to that ship. I didn't feel safe until it left port. On Monday the 3rd of September 2018 at approximately 3 a.m., I experienced the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. I had been out all evening with friends and I got home around 12:30 in the morning. I was quite tipsy and had a couple more drinks when I got in and had a game of darts. My 15-year-old son and his 2 friends were also at my place too. They were in the living room listening to music. My back garden leads onto farmers' fields, and over the years I've heard stories of strange lights in the sky and one of a cigar-shaped UFO hovering a couple of fields away. I am a believer, but I have never once thought that I would have been the one that was in close contact with an alien, or whatever this may have been the other night. I was playing darts and my back door was open when through the corner of my eye I noticed something pass by. The light was about 6 feet tall and went straight into the living room. I thought nothing of it until about a minute later the kids asked whether I came back on my own, which I said I did, and I had already been back a couple of hours, and I said if somebody was with me they would have known already. It was then they said somebody is in the hallway. My living room has a door to the hallway with 2 glass panels in it. They said a tall shadow moved past the hallway. I searched the house upstairs and downstairs and could not find anything, by which time my son's friends who were staying the night were so freaked out a taxi was ordered and picked them up. After they left, I returned back to the kitchen and was just frozen in my tracks by kitchen utensils that just sat out in the air like somebody or something was holding them, but nothing could be seen. Whatever it was, they then put and dropped the utensils onto the kitchen surface, and as I made my way into the living room thinking, what the fuck just happened, my radio came on. I turned it off and everything seemed to return back to normal, like whatever it was had exited back out of my kitchen door into the garden where it had come from. Do not ask me what it was that I saw because I don't really know. I saw the light initially come past me from my kitchen into the living room. The kids see a figure in the hallway of the house, but nothing else. Could it be some sort of cloaking device? I don't know. But what I and the kids do know is that something entered the house and it wasn't human. If I'm feeling brave enough tomorrow, I'm thinking of staying up with my back door open and seeing if something else happens, but this time armed with a camera. I don't know, I have yet to decide, especially if I'm on my own. Like I said earlier, I'm a believer, and there's a huge part of me that wants to experience this again, but there's also a part of me that's slightly shitting myself about the unexpected, or what I could encounter. For any of you who have ever seen the movie Inception, directed by Christopher Nolan with Leonardo DiCaprio acting as the central character, you'll have no difficulty at all relating to my dream. However, for those of you who have not had the pleasure of watching this movie, I'll have to provide a quick summary of these parts that pertain to this particular dream of mine. Essentially, the movie is about being able to go into dreams of other people. One of the complications of this is, however, increasing confusion as to tell which is the real world and what is a dream world. I won't ruin the movie as a whole for you, but I can tell you that this becomes quite convoluted. With that said, my dream involves a similar distortion of reality and dream. The other day, I was taking a long and luxurious nap. At least I was trying to do so. Every few minutes, one of the people I live with, there are 3 in total, would do something obnoxiously loud and either wake me up or simply prevent me from falling asleep. If the disturbance continued for more than a few seconds, then I would proceed to get out of bed and nicely ask the perpetrator to try to be a bit more quiet. However, no matter how much I politely pleaded or tried to block out the various sleep-depriving noises, they continued. Eventually, my alarm went off and I was forced to get up. Needless to say, I was a bit frustrated that my nap had been ruined, so I confronted my roommates later about all the lack of consideration. They had no idea what I was talking about. As it turns out of the dozens of rude awakenings and starts that I had experienced, the only one that was real was the last one right before my alarm clock went off. The seamlessness of which my dream had flowed into reality, and the detail of that dream had me completely convinced that it was real. In fact, 2 days later, I'm still pinching myself every couple of minutes to try to make sure that what I'm experiencing is reality and not just another realistic dream. It's honestly very disconcerting to not know reality from a dream, and as I've found, can lead to some awkward encounters. Maybe there's some foolproof method to see if you're dreaming or not, but I haven't found it yet. Without it, I fear my life may dissolve into a replica of Nolan's Inception, which those of you who have seen it know will be more than a little bit strange. In my dream, I had just awoken from my sleep with the sudden urge to pee. It was still very early in the morning because upon checking my phone, I saw that it was only about 5 a.m. and the sun hadn't even risen yet. So I make my way down the dorm hallway and find that all the doors were closed, a sight that I had never come across before. Never before have I seen such emptiness, nor have I heard such a chilling silence. I find this rather eerie, so I move quickly to the bathroom door. I slide the door open, and I remember distinctly how loud the door screeched. Why haven't I ever noticed the sound it made before? It was at this moment that I realized I've been watching too many horror movies. But despite my fears and suspicions, there was no greater motivation than for me to go pee. So I make my way to the stalls, looking to myself in the mirror to reassure myself that no ghosts or demons would suddenly appear behind me like they do in the movies. I also have this deathly fear that once I turn away and look back at the mirror, some demon would pop out at the second glance. It's because of this fear that I never take my eyes off the mirror, not even while peeing. Unfortunately, with all my attention placed on the mirror, I completely neglect the open window near the stall closest to the wall. And the second I turned my head to inspect the open window, a child's head popped out and screamed. I remember his face distinctly. He had black hair, his eyes were completely white, and his face a grayish blue. He had no scars, but his shriek was piercingly loud and high, and he was clawing for me like I was his victim. And then I woke up. While driving from California to Mississippi, we got caught in a huge desert storm somewhere in Arizona, or possibly New Mexico, I can't remember. There was a lot of rain and wind, but it started off normally enough. After about 5 minutes though, it started getting crazy. The dirt and sand was so dry that all of the water coming down was kicking it up more than soaking it. So after a few minutes, both sides of the road were completely hidden by dust going up about 30 feet, and then above us was just rain, with the freeway cutting through it. It looked like Moses parting the sea, except it was a freeway parting a giant dust cloud. So that was kind of neat, but then it got really intense. Every time lightning flashed, you could see into the dust clouds, and there were multiple tornadoes or dust devils on each side of us. Deciding to take shelter, we pulled into a motel that was ahead of us and ran into the lobby along with about 4 other people who had come off the road. Just as we were getting into the lobby, the storm really took off, and we started getting hail too. One guy actually slipped in the parking lot and started bleeding everywhere, and me and my husband had to dash outside to literally drag him into the building. Then us, the guy, the others from the road, and about 6 people from the hotel, including the staff, just huddled in the lobby watching the security camera feed from outside on the desk computer. One by one, the cameras were getting taken out by hail or wind, until eventually it was all just static and dust outside the windows. This was like something from a disaster movie, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. When I was 17, I had a boyfriend who was in the army. We didn't live on base, but in a tiny neighboring town nearby. He had some beef with a skinhead gang who had some members that were also in the army. One night, while we were sleeping, they knocked on our door. It was about 2 a.m., and we had no peephole or window near the door, so I opened it with the chain on. As soon as I did, 5 guys rushed the door and broke the chain. They all had baseball bats. The lights in the living room only stayed on for about 10 seconds because they began smashing my lamps, the overhead light on the fan, and the kitchen and bedroom lights with their bats. I've never almost pissed my pants until then. I was so scared and my legs turned to rubber. Strangely, after they broke the chain, but before they smashed the lights, my vision got really dark, like the lights were dimming down. This was the first time it ever happened, but to this day, if something startles me, my vision goes almost black before snapping back to normal. So, these guys grab my boyfriend and are holding him down on the couch. 2 guys holding him down while the others take swings at his torso with their bats. I have no clue what to do, so I try to tackle them by taking a running jump. It's not really effective. I'm 17 and short, and these guys are like 25 and huge. My feet are bloody and cut up from running through broken glass, and I'm only wearing a t-shirt and underwear. We had 1 phone in that house, and it was in the bedroom, and I somehow felt like these guys weren't going to let me at it. I ended up running out of the house with no shoes, bloody feet, and glass digging in deeper every step. I looked for the town's only cop. This is in Nolanville, Texas, with a population of only about 2,000. I ended up at the post office a few blocks over. There's a payphone, so I tried calling 911. It rang and I was immediately put on hold. While I was waiting, the cop found me. He handcuffed me and put me in the cruiser because I didn't have any pants on. I tried to explain that my house had been broken into and my boyfriend was being assaulted, but the cop insisted on running my social security number to make sure everything, quote, added up. While I was in the back of the police car, I see the 5 guys drive past us in a pickup truck. After everything checked out okay with my record, the cop drove me home, blowing off my break-in story completely. My door was wide open, only the porch light lit, and my boyfriend was still on the couch, curled up in a ball. He declined to go to the hospital. We later found out that he had 2 broken ribs. The cop called a backup unit from another neighboring town and then urged us to name the attackers, but my boyfriend wouldn't. We've never been fond of local law enforcement. Not much ever came of it, except I have a little PTSD from it, and we bought a shotgun to keep beside the front door from then on. Traveling in South America by myself as a 22-year-old woman. I arrived in Santiago, Chile by bus really late at night, like around 10 p.m. Shortly after I got off the bus, a guy comes up to me from the general area of the taxi stand and asks if I need a cab ride. I say yes. We start walking to his cab and it's really far away, like at least 5 blocks. I start to feel kind of uneasy, but I'm also in the middle of this big, unfamiliar city and just try to reassure myself that it's fine. I double check that his cab has all the normal brand markings when we finally get to it, and sit up front with my bag. That was more out of habit, as it's common to do this in Ubers in South America. I give him the address of the hostel I booked, and we small talk in Spanish for a few minutes of the ride. And then there's a bit of an unnatural pause, which he breaks by looking over at me and saying very calmly, "Are you scared?" Of course that really freaked me out, but I just tried to stay calm. I just laugh a bit and say, no, I'm good. Just tired and it's late. And he goes, well, you seemed pretty scared back there when we were walking. You know, there's a lot of bad people around here. Sometimes they pretend to be taxis. You never know who to trust. I've heard of women being sold after taking a bad taxi. Are you traveling here alone? He said that all while we were still driving through the middle of the city. It's dark and it's late, and now I'm painfully aware literally no one knows where I am. I was going to message my family with an update when I got to the hostel. They don't know I'm in Santiago. They think I'm still on the coast. Of course I don't say that and tell them that I'm always very careful, and actually my group of friends know I'm on the way and are waiting for me at the hostel. I see a stoplight coming up and was literally thinking that as soon as the car slowed down, I was going to make a break for it and just jump out of the car. Probably the most scared I've ever been in my life. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I see this guy reaching down for something under his seat, and my brain just goes, gun, 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 it's going to be a gun. Instead, he pulls out a pamphlet, and then he goes, but you know, there's always one thing we can trust, right? The Lord. Do you believe in God? And then proceeded to try and convert me for the remainder of the ride. It turned out to be harmless, but in the moment, that random religious cab driver scared the absolute shit out of me. I was probably about 14 or so on a camping trip with my scout troop out in the middle of nowhere. We literally hiked into the woods for about 40 miles and set up camp. No phones, no way of contacting the outside, just us and some of our parents fishing and hiking. Anyways, second night into the trip, my dad, myself, and 2 other parents are sitting around the campfire, talking and getting into the subject of UFOs. We start talking about different stories we'd seen on TV shows and such. Right in the middle of a story, my friend's dad points up at the sky and goes, "Holy shit, what's that?" We thought he was joking around for a good minute till he goes, "Seriously, turn around, there's more." We all turn around finally and see 3 massive, and I mean fucking massive, fireballs screaming down from the sky towards the earth. They look like they're going in slow motion, or maybe time just seemed to slow down, but it took forever for them to disappear behind the tree line. Naturally, we all freaked out and started talking about what it could be, but there was no way of actually finding out for at least 3 more days. The hike out of the woods was the worst. Just walking quietly, contemplating what could be waiting, and what the world might be like if our worst fears happened while we were in there. It turns out a Russian satellite had broken up and fallen to Earth that night, and it was seen for miles and miles. It was still the creepiest 3 days of my life. I was in a 7-Eleven, and this guy kept smiling at me across the coffee counter. Okay, no big deal. Happens sometimes. He starts talking to me, says he thinks he knows a friend of mine. Now that I think about it, it was a generic name like Matt or Chris, and I was young and stupid. So I gave him my number and told him to text me sometime. He texted me before I even got home, not even 10 minutes. Something along the lines of, "You're pretty, I can't stop thinking about you, blah blah, we should hang out." So young and stupid me says, "Sure, I have to go to Borders tomorrow, do you want to come along?" After that day, he starts texting me all the time, even if I don't respond. Random things, that could also be, "I want to get to know you" things, so I didn't think anything of it. After a week or so of this, and realizing he was in no way my type, I started blowing him off. I never met up with him again because I felt something was off with this guy. I told him I met someone, and he started being weird as fuck, telling me he's in love with me. He can't stop thinking about me, all this weird and obsessive stuff. I tell him to leave me alone and to stop texting me. He's crazy and can't love me if he doesn't even know me, and that he's freaking me out. A few days later, he texts me that he's sorry and wants to hang out. I tell him I was out and busy, even though I was at home with a friend. He says, "Okay, I'll wait." I'm like, what the fuck? Wait? My friend and I walk through my house to the kitchen, passing the bay window, and I see this guy parked outside my house. I never told him where I lived, never told him my last name, and even so, the house is under my mother's name, which is completely different than mine. I tell my friend, and she tells me to text him and say something along the lines of, "My friend is at my house. Are you parked in front of it? You're creeping her out. Leave now." He tells me okay, he's leaving, and that he's sorry. We watch from the window as the dude backs up my dead-end street until he's blocked by trees, parks and just sits there. I text him again. "Really? She watched you. She can still see you. Leave or I'm calling the cops." He backs to the end of my street and starts telling me, "It's a public street, there's nothing you can do. Just talk to me." We stayed in the house and called a bunch of guy friends. I texted Creepo and told him if he won't leave, our friends will make him leave. He finally goes, but keeps texting me every day. Finally, my current fiance, at the time we had just started dating, tells him if he doesn't stop, he'll beat the crap out of him. I block his number, and he stops. A few months later, he starts texting me from a new number. He ended up changing his number 4 times throughout all of this to get around me blocking him. "I still love you." Another weird stuff out of nowhere. I don't respond, and he stops. A few months after that, I'm pregnant, and my fiance and I had been engaged for 6 months. He pops up out of nowhere, and I go ballistic. I call the cops, I let them know everything, and I file a report. I inform the creep of all of this and tell him if he ever contacts me again, I will take it as a threat against me and my son and my family, and he will regret it. My fiance then takes his number and threatens him as well. It's almost been 2 years now with no contact. Thank God. Here's a little background to the story. When I was in 6th grade, I was unfortunate enough to get Burkitt's lymphoma. Chemo is the usual treatment, and along with that, part of the chemo is to get spinal taps to protect and test the spinal cord. It's important to note that I was also a freakishly large 6th grader and just under 6 feet tall and over 200 pounds. So the events went down like this. On a particular spinal tap, I was resisting the anesthesia they had given me. I attribute this to me being huge and the children's hospital just not having to deal with kids this large usually. They had to up the dosage. Not a problem. I got knocked out fine and the procedure went as planned. Fast forward to the next time I needed to get one. Before they put me under, the doctor had mentioned that it was her first time doing one solo and that she was really excited. Uh-oh. She read my chart, pumped me full of anesthesia, and did the procedure. The problem is this. When the doctor looked at how much knockout juice they gave me the last time, She looked at the total amount they gave me and gave it to me at once instead of spreading it out over the hour or however long the first tap went. The next thing I remember is being very groggy and just wanting to go back to sleep. But the nurse, doctor, anesthesiologist, and my mom were all trying to get me to stay awake. I was pissed and just wanted to take a nap, but they were having none of it. I found out later that my heart slowed way down. My blood pressure had dropped significantly, and apparently I was about as close to dead as you can get without being dead. The doctor apologized over and over to me and my mother. And that's how I got unlimited ice cream at the hospital. This happened in January of 2019. My stepdad had been in our family's life for 30 years before he was diagnosed with cancer. He never had any biological children, but he had me and my sister, and we couldn't have asked for a better stepdad or granddad for our children. I was with him when he was diagnosed and was with him for all of his treatments too. From the very beginning, there was no question of who would take care of him. It was going to be me. He and my mother were split up at the time, and it just seemed natural that I would be the one to do it because of how close we were. And honestly, I considered it an honor. Unfortunately, his prognosis was not very good, and they gave him less than a year to live. He barely made it 6 months after his diagnosis. He was in the hospital the last 6 days of his life. He had a DNR, and as hard as it was, I didn't argue with him about it. 2 days before he passed, he was in and out of consciousness and was barely able to talk. His last night, he was able to communicate that he really wanted me to go home and check on the dogs. This was just about 3 in the morning. I told him that I would do that and that I would be right back. He gave me a small smile and nodded. It took 20 minutes for me to get home, and 10 minutes after walking through the door, the hospital called and said that he had passed. I felt so guilty for leaving until I thought, he knew there was already someone with the dogs, but he insisted that I check in on them. Perhaps he didn't want me there at the time? I don't know. I still don't know. Now, what I do know is the morning after he passed, I had a missed call from his phone that had been in my purse the whole time he was in the hospital. The call was made at 3:47 a.m., and the voicemail that he left said, "Thank you for everything, sweetheart. I love you." That message was left in my stepdad's perfect, loving voice, not the raspy, out-of-breath, strained voice he had moments before he died. Some people have said that it may have been an old message that I had just received that morning, but either way, I thought it was amazing. This was just a couple of weeks ago. I was camping with my sister in a state park, and for privacy we had to pick a spot away from the road and near a bit of drop in the terrain that was separated from our site by a couple of downed trees. I was having problems getting to sleep because it was cold and I had a headache. This was later in the season than we normally would have camped, and my sleeping bag was only rated to 40 degrees. It was in the mid-30s. It was about 3 a.m., and I was trying to get warm and find a position that wouldn't aggravate my headache. I heard something moving outside. There had been a bit of wind earlier in the evening, and things had been dropping from the trees. However, the wind was dead quiet now. I could hear every leaf crunch, so I knew there was something out there. My mind was racing and my body was shaking, from cold and fear. Was it a squirrel? No, they weren't nocturnal. Was it a bear? I didn't hear anything breathing. Then I heard the scratching. I was trying to be very still, because whatever it was very close. I didn't want to alert it to my presence. It wasn't easy since I was shaking so hard. More leaf crunches and more scratching. Then I heard the lid being pried off the tub we had outside. I knew that it was a raccoon. Now confident that it wasn't a bear, I banged on the side of the tent several times to scare it off. My sister bolted awake as I heard the tub lid tumble and more leaf crunches as it took off. After I explained to my sister what had happened, I gathered the courage to venture out to check the damage. I replaced the tub lid and found an empty hot dog bun wrapper, missing the 2 buns. There were also small holes in the garbage bag we had hanging up in a tree, but no spillage since it was double-bagged. As I was surveying the area for any other damage, I could hear leaves rustling down below. I shined my flashlight down the hill to see if I could see the bandit. That's when I saw a man in a black beanie, walking down the hill in the pitch black with no flashlight about 35 feet from me. I was too scared to do anything but return to the tent and try to slow my racing heart down. Back in the 80s, I was on a long barefoot hike in the Cumberland Mountains with my friend Scott. He rode me there on the back of his Ducati, and then we scaled a canyon, climbed a mountain, and watched the sunset. On the night hike back down at the top of Rainbow Falls, we saw across the creek, Middle Creek, a glowworm glowing by a cliff. We crossed Middle Creek straight to it and checked it out. A few seconds later, Scott saw the UFO, and then I saw it as well. He freaked out, and I tried to calm him down, but when the UFO moved towards us, we both screamed like chimpanzees. I remember being so freaked. It got to about 30 feet away and was glowing white like a tube light. It was about 10 feet wide, shaped like Saturn. We were stuck in place, screaming wildly. Then a front porch swing appeared on a flat rock, and a down-angled spotlight across Middle Creek. It was like morphine. We completely calmed down and were saying, "Oh, it's just a front porch swing. It's just a swing." I went from being the most freaked out that I'd probably ever been to completely calm in 1 second. I remember stepping into the creek and helping Scott down so he could sit on the swing. At that point, my memory splits. The next thing I know, we're making the dangerous night climb down the cliffs around the falls, knowing nothing of a UFO. Only about 6 months later did I start having flashbacks to what had happened, but of course I told no one. 2 years after that, I ended up telling my friend Sheldon. He said he knew someone with the same story. He introduced me to Joe, and Joe said he was on Middle Creek at night with a friend, and they saw a glowworm off the trail. They went to it and then saw a strobe burst, and when they got back to their car, it was hours later than it should have been. He said later that he started having flashbacks as well, but his memories took him on to the craft and included sperm extraction. If I hadn't met Joe and heard the same story, same creek, same year, he would have never have read this because I wouldn't have believed it. My parents used to have a friend from high school who they have since told me they all thought was a little strange. We'll call him Rick. My mom said that he was a really nice guy, not red flag weird, just a bit odd. They had vague knowledge of abuse in his family, but at the time, abuse wasn't something people really talked about. It was considered, quote, personal family business, so I guess they just chalked his oddness up to childhood trauma or something. Their group of friends were all pretty close, enough so that it wasn't weird when Rick would show up at our house just to hang out. My mom told me that sometimes if my dad wasn't home when he stopped by, he would just hang out with her and little baby me until he got back. The year they all graduated high school, a woman attending the university in our city went missing, and about a month later her body was found. The police reported that the woman's body had probably been there a couple of weeks by the time it was found. Her killer was never caught. A few years later, when I was a month old, another female student of the university went missing. Our local police department still has her case open because she was never found. She was pronounced dead after being missing for about 10 years, at the request of her family. Around the time that she had gone missing, I think there began to be some suspicions surrounding Rick with their social circle. No actual evidence that he may have been involved or anything, just more of a feeling they got that something was going on with him, and they just found it was a bit eerie seeing how it was at the same time this woman was missing. He had previously asked my dad if he could store a truck topper in the barn, and my mom told me that she once went to look around out there just to be sure there wasn't anything weird. She wasn't looking for anything specific, but she just felt the need to inspect the area. She didn't find anything strange or out of place, though. 18 months after that, a third woman was abducted. After being taken to a house in a tiny town outside of a city and chained to a bed, she was then taken to the bridge over the river, hands and possibly feet still bound, and thrown in. She somehow swam to the riverbank and was able to call the police. She identified her abductor to the police along with the house she was taken to. It was Rick. The police went to his house to arrest him, and as they were climbing the stairs, he shot and killed himself. During the investigation into the 2 prior disappearances, they discovered that he had taken off a week of work during the times that each of the 2 women had gone missing. Solo female traveler here who's done my fair share of world travel. I was in Athens a couple years ago and went to go read in a park. I'd been traveling for about 3 months at the time and had just gotten off a massive trek in a different country and came to Greece to relax and enjoy. I had been a few times before, so no need to go to all the historical sites in a rush. A day in the park in the sun sounded perfect. Anyway, I was getting settled into a bench and got my book out to read. About a half hour later, I get that feeling that someone is watching me. I look up and see an older guy, maybe about 55 to 65, standing about 20 yards away just staring at me. He was like half in the foliage, too. There was also a little hill, so I couldn't see his full figure, just his face and upper chest through all the trees. He looked pretty harmless, but I did think it was weird, so I got up and cut through the park to head back to my hostel. He ended up following me. I assumed he didn't mean to follow me, per se, that this was just an awkward but innocent thing. Kinda like when you say goodbye to someone too soon and then you still walk in the same direction with them a few feet more. I rationalized and assumed that he too had to leave the park at the exact same time as myself in the same direction. I was wrong. I take a turn to lose him that I now note was a bad idea. This took me to a more secluded part of the park. He ends up following me again. Now I notice he's really staring at me. I pick up my pace, but I don't start running because generally I've learned showing fear just makes things so much worse. I also break off a stick from a tree just in case he gets closer so I can have a very lame weapon. At this point he's still about 10 yards away and always kind of hidden behind a bush. And then that's when I notice that the guy's got his hand down his pants. This guy followed me around the park for probably 10 minutes, jacking off before I finally found a crowded area and sat down next to a bunch of women and later joined a tour group. It's not super terrifying, but just the weird image of him staring at me and perving on me kinda gives me the creeps to this day.
My story actually involves an ex-boyfriend. The stalking started after the breakup, but the entire relationship was fucked up. We had been friends for a few years when we started dating my junior year of high school. After we started dating, he completely became a different person. Or maybe let the true him shine through. He'd always grab my phone and look through my text messages and call logs. He wanted to be together all the time, no matter what, even if I was studying. He had already graduated high school and worked full-time at this point. I'd have random crazy girls calling me, telling me they were going to beat me up or they were going to, quote, fuck my man. He'd be insanely jealous, and when we'd fight, he'd get so mad he'd throw his phone across the room or across the street. The whole relationship was crazy, and I tried to end it at least 6 or 7 times over the 1.5 year span of it all. Every time we'd break up, he'd go batshit crazy and do the I'm going to kill myself bit. He'd call and call and call and want to talk and talk and talk until eventually I would say, if I agree to get back together with you, will you back off? I know, not healthy, but I had shit to do, like sports, school, and a job, and didn't have time to deal with it. It was easier just to agree to get back together. One time, I broke up with him, and he told me he had been having headaches, so he went to the doctor that day, and found out that he had a brain aneurysm, and only had 8 months to live. We had 2 friends die in car accidents on the same day, exactly 1 year apart from each other. So when I realized that 8 months from then would be the same month as our friends' deaths, I was completely freaked out, and we got back together because I honestly believed we had some curse against our friends and that exact date. So here's where it gets really crazy. My senior year, I had no idea how to get out of this relationship. So I started looking into out-of-state colleges, figuring there was no way he'd follow me. He must have seen the brochure from the college I was interested in, because suddenly he wanted to go to that college. He even went as far as taking the SATs. I knew my plan wasn't going to work. He'd follow me wherever I went. So what did I do? I joined the fucking army. That'll show him. Try following me in there, right? Next thing I know, he's meeting with a fucking recruiter. Of course, the likelihood of him being stationed where I was is very slim, but I didn't know that at the time. I was young and scared. I realized the army was a dumb decision, and I wrote the letter to Commissioner, whoever is the head honcho of recruitments. I explained that I had lied on my physical, as the recruiters tell you to do, and sent a copy of all my medical records. I was let out shortly after that. I don't remember how it finally happened, but we actually broke up. I changed my phone number and cut off connection with all our shared friends. Yay! The end of crazy, free at last. Or so I thought. For the next few months after the breakup, he'd randomly show up where I was. The movie theater, the tennis courts, restaurants that we never went to before. He'd want to talk, but I'd always say I had to leave immediately. He'd get furious if he saw me with another guy, no matter who the guy was. It could have been my cousin, and he still would have flipped his shit. I still have no idea how he knew where I was going. Once I left for college, it was about 90 minutes away. I thought it'd be over for sure. I heard he had come up to the college a few times to see other friends, but I'd stay in my dorm those nights, afraid that I'd see him if I went out. During my freshman year of college, one of our close friends from the same friend group killed himself. I came home to attend the funeral. My ex was pretty distraught since that was his third friend of ours to die in 3 years. I had no choice but to be nice to him. I mean, it was a funeral for our good friend. After the funeral, everyone was going over to a friend's house just to spend time together. I didn't want to go, but my friends convinced me anyway. While at the house, the ex starts talking to me. I act polite, but try to avoid him. Naturally, this doesn't work. He's right next to me all night, trying to kiss me, put his arm around me, whatever he could get. Somewhere, this translates into him thinking we're back together. I tell him I'm leaving. He freaks out, and he gets my number somehow from someone else at the party. He starts texting and calling and texting and calling all the time. This continued for 5 years. 5 years. I moved out of state now, and I don't talk to anyone from back then anymore. Finally, the phone calls stopped. I still get weird whenever I go back to my hometown. I'm constantly surveying the area, scared that I'm going to see him again. And if I happen to be with my significant other, I won't even venture into any part of the city that I think there's a chance he could be in. I once had a classmate. Let's call him Bob. Bob was in a glass closet. He would reaffirm his straightness by repeatedly hitting on all the girls in class. One day, I suggested he explore and embrace his sexuality, instead of hiding and running from it. He decided to prove to everyone how straight he was by dating me, to prove me wrong. The day after that, in chemistry class, Bob excitedly told me he was now my lab partner. "It's chemistry," he exclaimed. I tolerated it. I tolerated Bob spewing unfunny science-ish jokes and trying to edge closer to me. I tolerated him finding me in between classes to give me gifts of fortune cookies. I figured he would just tire and drop the whole thing. I was wrong. One afternoon, a bit after I got home from school, the doorbell rang. I looked outside, and it was Bob. This was in the era when internet was dial-up and few people had it. The time when we still paid money to remove our name and address from phone book listings. The only way he could have learned where I lived was to follow me. When I turned away without answering the door, he began to bang on the door and scream my name. I ended up having to chase him off with a baseball bat. The next day, I went to school and told the administrators what had happened. Turns out, this isn't the first time Bob had done this to a girl. He had stalked some half a dozen other girls and begged for dates. I'm not sure what happened afterward, and if he was put into counseling or punished or what. All I know was Bob stopped going to school and pretty much nobody spoke of him again. I went on a Tinder date some time ago while I was adjusting to a new city I had just moved to. I didn't really know anybody there, so I used some online dating apps to see the dating scene around town. I landed one from a girl that seemed just like an artsy hippie type of girl. We had a few exchanges through the Tinder app, and then decided to meet up for a drink. I picked her up at her house, and she greeted me at the door and gave me a hug. She said the name of the local bar she wanted to go to for us to chat and get to know each other better. I told her I would drive and proceeded to my car. The first red flag I noticed was when I walked to my car and opened the door. She had just followed me to the driver's side and was standing behind me staring. I looked at her blankly for about 15 seconds and asked her if she was going to get in. She said, "Sure, I would love to," and went the long way to the passenger side around the back of the car. Since I had just met the girl, I figured she had just smoked some weed or something, as I had kind of got that vibe she was a bit of a stoner. As I was driving to the bar, she talked in a very low voice, almost as if she was trying to whisper. I'm not hard of hearing or anything, but I had to ask her to repeat herself several times just so I could make out the full sentences she was saying. When we got to the bar, I made sure we got a seat closer to the back, away from most people, just so I could have a little quiet in order to hear her. The conversations honestly carried on as normal from this point, and it was actually a fun time for the time being. We talked about different things we were both interested in, and she did bring up that she occasionally used recreational weed and a few other tripping substances, like shrooms and such. I'm not much of a fan of these, but at least it made me relax a little in the back of my mind to think she was just high off marijuana, and that rationally explains some of the out-there behavior. Granted, I had a few drinks at this point, so I was honestly not thinking straight. I asked her if she wanted to go to my place after drinks, and she agreed. When we got to my place, we had a few more drinks. Then she started talking about her jewelry. This is where it gets weird. She told me her jewelry was her big secret, and it defined her. When I asked her why it was so important, she said, I'm actually Anastasia, and I was never killed in Russia. My jewelry is a link to my past. It was hard for me to take that serious at this point with how much I drank, so I kind of challenged that statement using a little bit of what I knew about the history. At this point, she freaked out and started yelling at the top of her lungs about how I don't respect ancestors and history. Then she got quiet and tiptoed right up to me and grabbed me by the neck. She then brought my face eye to eye with hers while still holding my neck. She says at this point, I am a shaman and I will curse you. My ancestors have destroyed many people and you do not respect that. You are from oppressive ancestors and they will be punished. Then she put her hand in a whiskey glass and made a cross on my face and kissed my forehead. At this point, I started to sober up a little. I talked her into calming down, telling her I was only joking. Then she slowly started getting back to normal. Then she started talking about her cat fetish. She tells me she has a list of people who she tames to act as cats. I am not about judging people on their fetishes, so I listen in. She then tells me all the things she does to them and starts acting like a cat in my living room. If she had not yelled at me earlier on, I might have almost been turned on by it. My red flags in my head were tingling like crazy at this point, so I just listened and tried not to set her off. She noticed sage on my kitchen counter and asked me to let her light it and bless the house. Side note, I used to sage to make my house smell better occasionally. It's kind of a ritual I like to do, but it's mine and mine own, something I take very personally and like to do myself. I tell her no, she can't light it and it's my thing to do on my own. Then she freaks out again, telling me I am a horrible human being and screaming all over the place. I tell her I can take her home now, and she runs to the door and goes outside. As I get outside, she is screaming at the top of her lungs that I am a horrible person and I should go die. I tell her she can walk herself home then, and then I go back to my place and lock the door. She then starts banging on the door hard in about 10 minutes saying she left her phone in there. I grab her phone off the kitchen counter and open the door to hand it to her. She tries to barge inside and I block her with my forearm. She then acts like she was about to punch me. I just hold my ground and I tell her she is not coming in. She screams she wanted the whiskey bottle we were drinking from. I told her hell no, because I paid for that damn thing. I slam the door at this point and lock it. I hear her bang on the door for a minute. I then hear her footsteps going down the stairs. I waited about an hour and then went walking outside to see if she was still hanging around. I didn't see her anywhere, nor did I ever see her again after that. I know this is probably not the scariest encounter ever, but for the next few nights I was creeped out always walking around the area I lived to make sure she wasn't hanging around. I honestly hope she's okay wherever she is, but I hope to never see her again.
So, my dad died 5 years ago. It was a freak car accident while he and my older brother were driving home from some sports event they had gone to. My dad was larger than life in every sense of the word. He was 6 feet 8 inches tall, covered in tattoos, and had this laugh that I swear you could hear across the country.
He and his twin brother, they were identical, played so many pranks on us while growing up that we sort of just got used to it. That has not changed. Only now, dear Dad has the final laugh. The night of his funeral, my uncle and I were sitting together in the backyard. My uncle was telling stories about Dad and some of their wild teenage years, and I remember so badly wanting to hug my dad. All of a sudden, my uncle and I hear the unmistakable sound of my dad laughing, followed by the back door slamming shut. My uncle and I stared at each other, wide-eyed, and then burst into laughter ourselves, because yeah, that's my dad for you. The door, in case you were wondering, turned out to be locked, from the inside. My uncle and I were the only ones home at the time outside of my Rottweiler Beast, who could not lock deadbolts, for your information, and it took an hour for us to find the spare key. He's continued to prank us over the years. Our keys go missing, your phone will start blaring his favorite song at 3 a.m. out of nowhere, or you'll wake up to the sound of my dog growling that distinctive rotty rumble that he only ever used while playing with my dad. His laughter is always heard, as well as the scent of Old Spice, his favorite cologne. We miss him every day, but he always manages to remind us that he gets the last laugh nowadays. I was 11 and living in the States. My parents and I lived in a nice house in a nice neighborhood. One day, my dad noticed a lawn chair had been dragged through from the outer back garden to the front of my parents' window. The ceiling of the window had almost completely been removed. Basically, someone had meticulously taken the time to take the ceiling off the window in order to pop it out. It turns out that the week prior, a neighbor's house had been broken into, so we chalked it up to someone trying to steal our shit. Over the next month, things like this kept happening until eventually my mother was being driven so crazy by the idea of someone being this desperate and not getting caught that she ended up staying in the guest room near the front of the house with a golf club handy. The night we caught the fucker is still so vivid. I was up late watching cartoons, as a lot of kids did when they were my age. When my dog started growling so low and so deep, I started to freak the fuck out. I never heard something so menacing before, and I instantly knew that something was wrong. Every hair on my body stood up. He was staring straight ahead at my window where the blinds were drawn, but it was as if he could see someone right through them. Next thing I know, I hear my mom scream at the top of her lungs, "Caught you now, fucker!" As any smart 11-year-old would, I ran out of the room as quick as lightning to see my mother busting out the front door and chasing this asshole down our little suburban street with a golf club. Obviously, the guy was too quick and got away. The police were called, and within 20 minutes, the guy was in the back of the police cruiser. My mom was called out to identify him, as she confirmed he was the right guy. The officer who had entered his name into whatever system they used turned to his colleague and said, "Registered sex offender on parole." I was old enough to know what that meant. The next day, my mom did her research and found this guy's name and history. It turns out he was in jail for previously a 12-year-old girl. The guy wasn't just trying to steal our possessions, he was a sick fucking child molester. She later spoke to a friend who lived 3 streets away from us. It turns out she'd been given a piece of paper that said he moved into their vicinity. The entire experience is quite surreal to me. All those what-ifs hung around for a while, but we didn't let the bad vibes get to us too much knowing this guy had been thrown back in jail. My family has around 360 acres in northern Oklahoma that has been in our family since the land rush. Growing up, the family would meet there for Thanksgiving and Christmas, but as the family expanded, it was quickly outgrown. Nowadays, I'm about the only person that goes there, and I usually go there regularly to train with my firearms. I went there earlier this year, actually, and had an experience that shook me so badly that I haven't spoken about it until recently, and will never go back there alone again. I arrived around 2 p.m. and set up my targets, but something felt off. I use an electronic headset for hearing protection that also amplifies ambient noise, and I noticed that everything seemed to just stop. No wind, no bugs, no birds, nothing. Just complete and total silence, which is very unusual for that area. I run my normal drills, and as the sun starts to set, things just get stranger. There are odd smells, like a dirty litter box, body odor, that started coming around, and I noticed that the coyotes were crossing the field west of me, almost as if they were consciously avoiding entering the woods nearby. Then I started hearing interference coming over my headset, and what sounded like disembodied voices speaking in an undiscernible language that I couldn't hear with the naked ear. Now I'm starting to worry. I start gathering my things, and I hear what sounds like a woman's blood-curdling screams coming from the woods. I've heard mountain lions and bobcats squaring off, which we do have on the property, but this sound was neither of those things. Around the same time, I got what I can only describe as a nauseating, omnidirectional feeling of being watched, shortly followed by very distinct footsteps trudging through the foliage in the tree line, approximately 30 yards from my position. I've been an avid hunter since childhood and familiar with noises in the woods, and the cadence of the footsteps were indicative of a large, bipedal creature, oddly human-like. Very concerning, considering I'm in the middle of a large swath of property that's 25 miles from the nearest populated area. I then pull my phone out to take video, and I start scanning the tree line with my flashlight. Standing behind a tree at the edge of the tree line was a tall, black silhouette, with spindly limbs and a pale face, looking directly at me. I managed to capture a great still image of it from the video that I will try to find and attach. I quickly grabbed my range bag and made a run towards my truck. I get about 50 yards from the truck, and the light post on our property, one that's been hooked up to the county power line and has never turned off in 20 years, cuts off suddenly. Now I'm blindly running in the direction I believe my truck is in while I hit the unlock button on my fob to find the lights. I get in my truck quickly, speed off, and as I'm watching in the rear view, the light post turns back on. I apologize for the long post, but I'm finally ready to get this out into the open for interpretation. I tend to think of myself as a rational person that doesn't necessarily believe in the woo kind of stuff, although my mother described me as being sensitive and somewhat gravitated towards energies as a child, hence why I found paranormal to ask. I was doing everything I could to rationalize or come up with a reasonable explanation for the things I was experiencing, but I have no explanation. The kind of fear this experience put into me was unlike any fear I had ever felt before. I was in college at the time, and it was late at night. The day before Thanksgiving, I believe, or at least around that time. I had had class earlier in the day and packed, then headed off on a 10-hour drive to the western edge of Nebraska. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning, and I was on the final stretch of the trip when driving down a totally deserted highway. There were only 2 lanes with no shoulder, so the speed limit was 55. I was really tired, and having not seen anyone for at least an hour, I kept kicking up my speed to 80. I was just flying down the road. As I crested a hill, I spotted a headlight atop a couple hills down. I didn't think much of it, and reduced my speed a bit and got ready to turn off the brights over the next hill. But I didn't see any more headlights. I figured they must have turned off onto a gravel road or something. It could have been for any number of reasons. They lived that way, or maybe coming home after a night at the bar and didn't want to risk getting pulled over on the highway. But at first, I didn't think it was that weird. Until boom, a black car hauled ass past me in the direction that car had been heading, with their headlights off completely. I still wasn't too freaked out until I saw bleak lights and then the headlights behind me. I fucking hauled ass. I called my grandparents as soon as I noticed the person was gaining on me. I gave them a heads up, and my grandpa said he'd be at the end of their half-mile driveway with his shotgun and rifle waiting for me. I still had another 10 miles to go until the nearest town, then about 20 miles on gravel to get to their house. I knew the roads reasonably well, but not well enough to get off the main drag and zigzag across country roads. I was doing 90, and so was this person, but they kept their distance. I got to the town and just hauled ass through it. I didn't stop for the 2 stop signs or the 1 stoplight. At that point, I was hoping to get pulled over. As I got about a mile from my grandparents' house, my grandpa turned on his headlights and spotlight on his truck and was driving towards me. That's when the person turned back around. I always wonder what the fuck they were doing. Like, were they trying to just fuck with me? Or did they want something? I guess I'll never know. I was on I-70 in Colorado going towards Utah. I pulled over at a gas station at about 8 p.m. I was fueling up and I noticed a couple of attractive women pumping gas. On the other side was a man that looked like he was in his late 40s, just staring at these young women without notice of anything else going on around him. I walked inside to go grab some food for the next few hours of driving. When I come out, I see both the younger women's car and the older man's truck are gone. I decided to hang out at the gas station for the next hour to catch a little sleep before hitting the road again. After driving for a few hours, I was speeding heavily. I pulled over at yet another gas station. The young women are there getting gas and eating some food on a picnic table. It looked like they had been there for a while. I didn't see any sign of the man in the truck, but I can't say I was looking very hard for him. Well, here's where it all got creepy as hell. I can't say I didn't stare at them a bit. I mean, they were really good-looking women. As I'm watching them leave, I see in the next parking lot over some headlights turn on, and it's the same man as before. He leaves when the women leave once again. Okay, that's a bit weird, but could just be a coincidence as there weren't many places to pull over. I leave a few minutes later and catch up to them. Now, this guy is riding their ass with his high beams on. I decided to slow down and stay a distance behind the truck. 10 minutes or so later, the women pull over again to most likely get this guy off their ass. With a sigh of relief, the truck keeps going and I continue on my way. About 1 mile down the road, the guy just pulls off the side of the highway, so I pull off a mile or so down the road again. Sure enough, the women drive by, and the guy is still following them. At this point, we are out in the middle of nowhere, and too many coincidences have happened. I called the cops to alert them, and about 15 minutes later, the cops pulled the guy over. I could have just seen too many horror movies that started like this and overreacted, but you never know. Better safe than sorry. I woke up in the middle of the night and there was this man sitting on the edge of my bed. He told me to join him or I would face the consequences. I didn't know what that meant. I had this dream when I was about 10, so of course I said I wouldn't join him. He suddenly got very angry and started yelling, so I dove under my covers. When I was brave enough to peek out, he was gone. So I went to tell my parents. I walked down the hall, but it wasn't them. It was two completely random people sitting in my parents' bed. They told me to join them, as the man had, but I was terrified. Somehow, I knew at this point I was in a dream, and I had decided I needed to wake up. I ran back to my bed and closed my eyes hundreds of times. I woke up. Now the door to my bedroom was slightly ajar, and I could see my younger brother walking down the hallway. A light was on from the bathroom, and all I could see was the back of his head, and it looked exactly like him. So I ran to give him a hug. I was so relieved. But the boy turned around, and it wasn't my brother. So I tried again, and again, and again to wake up. It never was my actual family. It never was anyone I knew. It was so much worse than it sounds, especially since every time I, quote, woke up, it was a different stage of the night, or a different bedroom sometimes. When I actually did wake up for real, I went to my parents' room again and saw that it was them there. I cried because I was so happy that it was over.
I lived in Moore, Oklahoma. Yes, that Moore, Oklahoma. I was 13, I think, when a twister came uncomfortably close to me. The black clouds of the thunderstorm turned a lovely spring day into total darkness within minutes. The violent rain began pounding in sheets. Wind battered the storm doors. I thought for a minute that someone was knocking. The rain worsened. I looked out the storm window in my bedroom, and it looked as if someone was spraying it with a garden hose. On the television in the living room was famed meteorologist Gary England reporting that the tornado watch was now a tornado warning, meaning that we had gone from conditions being good to create a tornado to guess what? A tornado is actually staring right at you. Then came his speech. All y'all get to your storm shelters. If you don't got a storm shelter, gather your family into the room central to your house, maybe a bathroom. Get your loved ones into a tub. Y'all be safe out there and God bless. Damn, Gary was good. For a second, I actually believed that he genuinely cared for the safety and well-being of every one of his viewers. And then the horns started. Those damn horns. Every Saturday at noon, they would wail those air raid sirens to make sure they functioned. This was not Saturday at noon, and the sound of the sirens meant something much, much worse. If you can hear the sirens, you're in the possible path of a tornado that has currently touched down and is fucking up the lives of a lot of people. The sound of those air raid sirens still give me a panic attack when I hear them. Mom and Dad get a call from the neighbor saying his storm shelter has more than enough room for all of us, so we are rushed to the mudroom and suited up in our rain boots and slickers. Dad unlocks the storm door and opens it up, but the wind rips it from his grasp and slams it open, nearly shattering it. We are corralled over to our neighbor's backyard, where he is waving us to rush into the shelter so he can button it up. I look around at the terrifying storm surrounding us. The wind is ferocious. It was tearing at the leaves in the trees and sending whole branches soaring through the air like they were floating down a stream. The cloud cover above us doesn't look right, though. The shapes and patterns are unlike anything I'd seen in a normal thunderstorm. It was as if they were rolling. My observations are interrupted by my mother yanking my arm towards the shelter entrance. It's buried deep underground. The stairs leading down to the underground shelter are menacing and foreboding. I sit on a bench in the shelter, surrounded by a handful of neighbors huddling around a transistor radio tuned into the weather station. Our neighbor is having difficulty closing the storm hatch to the shelter, and water is pouring in. He is cursing, so my dad jumps up to help him force it closed. I remember it being eerie in the concrete underground sarcophagus. You can hear a muted soundtrack of the thunderstorm raging above, though. The wind begins to scream like a tea kettle boiling on a stove. I leaned against the cold concrete walls of the shelter and can feel an ever so faint rumbling, like as if a freight train is passing nearby. Then came an immense crashing sound. The neighbor curses and says it's probably the aluminum shed in his backyard collapsing. Time begins to slow to a crawl, and it feels as if we are in the shelter for days. The smaller children begin to get fussy and cry, and the adults are holding hands and praying. After what had to be hours, an inaudible cracking came over the radio, and the adults prepare to exit the storm shelter to have a look. The neighbor and my dad are both cursing and forcing the storm hatch open, but apparently the neighbor's shed had collapsed and debris were blocking the exit. The hatch is blunt forced open, and we eventually get the okay to exit the shelter, and I exit to a war zone. Every shingle on roofs are sheared off. Most of the trees are either uprooted or snapped in two. Anything that wasn't firmly affixed to the solid foundation is now gone somewhere else. We were 2 miles away from the F5 tornado that touched down. We were extremely lucky. When I was about 9 or 10, I was invited to a classmate's birthday party at some swimming baths. All of us were about the same age. It was a small class of about 20 kids, and I'm pretty sure everyone was invited. Just to clarify, I'm a boy. Anyway, I kind of got separated from everyone, and it was just me and this girl alone. I wasn't particularly close friends with her, but I did know her as she was in my class. To describe the location we were in, it was in a tunnel that connected the main wave pool to a lazy river. There wasn't really anybody else there, just me and her, when suddenly she lunged at me without warning. She grabbed my head and held it underwater. I was a pretty skinny kid, and she was bigger than me, and a bit of a tomboy. As about 20 seconds went by, I continued to furiously try and kick myself free, but she wasn't letting go. Fight or flight and mass panic took over, and I eventually fought my way free. I was coughing and spluttering water as I emerged. I remembered looking at her and being just in shock. I think I began to ask why she did that when she lunged at me again. She again held my head underwater for what felt like a lifetime before I finally fought my way free again. Both times I genuinely thought I was going to drown, and she didn't let up. I had to fight my way free. I couldn't swim at this time, but the water in the lazy river and tunnel was just about chest high. I began to backpedal away from her. She was giggling as if she thought it was funny, and had this kind of crazed look and grin on her face. I couldn't just climb out to escape, as it was a tunnel, so I had to try and get out of there. As I was backpedaling, she was following me, and I made sure to keep my distance so she didn't lunge again, but she was gaining on me. I actually managed to reason with her as I was so scared of her, I was babbling at her. I tried to distract her by suggesting we go down a water slide together. It worked as I could see her thinking about it, and she stopped chasing me. I managed to exit the tunnel in water, and she slowly followed me, but seemed a bit unsure. I immediately felt more safe as I was out of the water and could see other people about as we headed towards the slides. I kept talking all the way up about how fun the slides were, etc., but she didn't really speak at all and had this really strange look on her face the full time. Anyway, after we went down the slides, I caught up with my friends and just stuck with them the rest of the time, as I was a bit shook up. I never told the parents or my friends about it, as I was a bit embarrassed to admit a girl had tried to drown me and was worried I'd get teased. Anyway, fast forward to adulthood, this girl turned out to be a lesbian. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but she got with her partner, who had 2 or 3 kids from her previous relationship with a guy. It turns out that they would torture the kids together, and eventually they killed one of them. She is currently serving a life sentence in prison. I told my friends about the swimming pool incident after hearing about her crimes, and I'm pretty sure they think I was just bullshitting, as none of them took me seriously. Maybe it was because I kind of lightheartedly said I was almost her victim number 1. However, nonetheless, it is a bit crazy to think back, as she obviously was a genuine psychopath. And if I had never fought her off of me to try and escape, and then convinced her to go down the slide, I genuinely believe that she could have killed me. My mom had recently been making a lot of brownies. On this day, she made a particular batch that was greater than any of the brownies she had ever made before. We ate a few, but for some reason didn't finish them, and we left them out on the kitchen stove. My mom, my sister, and I all went to sleep later that night while my dad was out at a meeting. My mom, knowing my dad would be home in just a few minutes, didn't think she needed to lock the doors before she went to sleep. Now, we're all asleep and my dad pulls into the driveway. The very first thing that he notices is that our garage door is open, and his bike is standing outside. Then he turns and looks into the house. Standing in our kitchen is a man. My dad doesn't realize what's going on. At first, he assumes that one of his friends had come over, wanted to borrow his bike, but was waiting for him to come home so he could ask him. Then, the man inside our house sprints out the back door. My dad starts to chase him, but stops. He knows we're inside, and he wants to make sure that we're all okay first. So now, we're all gathered downstairs, and we notice something. The intruder walked into our house, and the first thing he would have seen is the kitchen table. On the kitchen table were 3 wallets, all untouched. Then we look over and see the plate of brownies, completely destroyed. The man who had broken into our house skipped over all the valuables and went straight for the brownies. At that time, I was more disappointed by the fact that we didn't get to finish the brownies than scared that we had been kind of robbed. Obviously, my mom and dad were pretty freaked out, and they bought an alarm system for the house. My dad didn't sleep for a few days, but other than that, the only thing we lost were some really good brownies.
My boyfriend and I were backpacking through rural Tasmania a few years ago. While on a bus, we were discussing our plans for the next 2 weeks. The girl in the seat in front of us turns around and offers us a place to stay in her town. We declined as we were headed somewhere else first, but she gave us her mobile number and said that she and her partner would love to have us. A few days later, we decided to take them up on their offer. I call her and she says they're happy to host us. So far, so good. They meet us at the train station and immediately something feels off. It's really difficult to explain, but it's that primal feeling you get in your guts that tells you that something isn't right. We ignored our guts and followed them instead. They lead us straight out of town. We ask them where we're going, and they say that they live on the outskirts, in the woods. This town is creepy as fuck. It's an old mining town that had been largely abandoned, and as we walk the 15-odd minutes to their home, the houses get shittier, sparser, with boarded-up windows, overgrown gardens, and no people in sight. Eventually, we reach the house at the very end of the town, and it's their house. We go in. Set up in the middle of the living room is a single mattress with a sheet hanging around it. They show us around the house, except for one door which always stayed closed. When I asked what was behind it, they pretended not to hear me. Our room has a made bed, chest of drawers, and looks like a normal room. It seems weird that they sleep on mattresses in the living room when they have a guest room. We go back into the living room and look around. Knives. Lots and lots of knives. My boyfriend asks if they go hunting. No. The partner hands one of the knives to my boyfriend and asks him to open it. It's a massive fucking Bowie knife and what looks like blood stained around the edges of the blade. My boyfriend laughs awkwardly and sets it down. They have a tattoo gun, quote-unquote, to practice. My boyfriend asks if they have any tattoos. No. There's a small axe at the door. I ask if they collect wood. No. Suddenly, the guy says he wants to go to the shops. We quickly agree because we're creeped out and want to get back into the town. The four of us leave and they start walking in the opposite direction of the town. I say that the town is back the other way. The guy says this way would be more interesting because it goes up through the trees. He says that they have never been up to the mountain before, but he knows the area and it would take the same amount of time. I tell my boyfriend that I'm freaking out, but he thinks it's okay, so we follow them into the trees. The path goes up into the mountain, and now we're going in the total opposite direction of the town. The girl turns around to her partner and whispers, "So where was the place again?" My boyfriend and I freeze. I say I want to take the road back to town and start walking. When the four of us arrive in the one shop in town, no one recognizes the couple, and this is a really small town. We make an excuse that we want to go look at the sights and that we'll catch up with them later, and instead book a hotel room and freak out. I did some snooping in the area, and their house had an extra room behind the mystery door and a basement. The path that we were taking led straight out of town and up into the mountain. There was no way it could loop back into town. So yeah, pretty sure we were narrowly avoided being murdered. Or maybe they were just massive weirdos. To be honest, the creepiest thing was the fact that there was no drug paraphernalia at all. The state of the house and the weird behavior would have been understandable if they were intoxicated, but that wasn't the case. In Auburn, Alabama in 2008. It was Halloween and we Googled haunted houses. I can't remember what the website looked like or if there even was one, but it was like a 45-minute drive away. I know that it wasn't like a big attraction, and we figured it was someone's land and would be like a local deal. We drive out there at like 10 p.m. This was before iPhones and GPS, so we had MapQuest directions printed out. We ended up going down a pretty country road for a while with no streetlights, then turned down a legit dirt road that went through the woods. It was pitch black at this point. We went down that road for like 10 minutes and finally saw an old house with a sign by the driveway that was handwritten and said, "Haunted House." No other cars or lights or people anywhere. We pulled in the driveway and sat there for a second like, alright, this is already sort of fucked up. We should just leave. All of a sudden, an old pickup truck turned on about 15 feet in front of us, facing us, light shining down in our faces. It started driving towards us, and we backed out and peeled out immediately. It followed us, like almost bumping our rear end, right on our tail down this pitch-black dirt road in the middle of the Alabama woods. We were flipping our shit at this point. It was like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre or The Hills Have Eyes stuff. He stayed on our tail, blinding us and almost bumping us all the way back home until we got off our exit and finally let us go. We have no idea who was driving. I always think what would have happened if we got out of the car when we were in that driveway. I was on a barquentine sailing vessel a few years back off the coast of Puerto Rico in the middle of a nasty storm. We were dousing our sails when things began to look calm for a second. People were going to rack out when we suddenly heard a meaty smack against the side of the ship. Somebody had fallen from the rigging and hit their leg on the gunwale, and then into the water they went. Swells were only 5 to 7 feet, but well enough to conceal a man overboard. The night was also pitch black, except for on occasion there was this bright blue lightning. Every few minutes it would give just enough illumination to see past the rain and wind. It was so hard to see where this guy was, even with the binoculars, man overboard modules, or whatever else we could throw that floats and lights up. An emergency small boat was sent out to bring him in, but couldn't find him either. As 12 minutes had passed without laying eyes on him, it wasn't looking good. Just a split second later, the lightning gives off the biggest spark and crack of thunder all night. The whole area was lit like a floodlight, with the light that shined above us, and there was our missing man. When the light was gone, the boat and the man overboard called out to each other. He got out of the water safely. I don't know if this incident qualifies as supernatural or divine intervention, but without that final burst of lightning, we would have never found our man out there. The night could have ended a lot grimmer, but he left that disaster with only a broken femur. Still, I think it's amazing the man tread water with a broken leg for 12 minutes in the middle of a storm. I'll never forget that. For as long as I've known my wife, she's mentioned growing up in a haunted house. I always assumed she was joking because she always brought it up in quite a lighthearted way and never went into much detail. It was a big old house, and I figured she was talking about weird old house noises. The house belonged to her great aunt, who raised my wife for most of her childhood. Her great aunt recently passed away, and her great aunt's daughter, who my wife calls her aunt, though technically she's her second cousin or something, now owns the house. After my wife's great aunt passed, we went to stay in the house for 4 nights to attend the funeral and spend time with my wife's family, as we live in another state. When we got there, my wife and her aunt were chatting and mentioned that they had thought my wife's great aunt might join the ghosts already haunting the house. I still didn't consider that they might be serious. The first night we spent there, I woke up in the middle of the night and noticed someone standing in the corner of the room beside the door. Thinking it was my wife, I asked what she was doing. This woke up my wife, who was actually sleeping beside me. I said I thought I saw someone in the room with us, but it must just be my eyes playing tricks on me. She said, "The person in the corner next to the door? Yeah, don't worry about it." I almost pissed myself. I thought there was some creep in the room and my wife was too sleepy to process it. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but when my phone lit up the room, I saw there was no one there. There wasn't even a weird shape that I might have mistaken for a person. The door was closed, so it wasn't like there could have been someone there who left the room in the moments I was looking away to grab my phone. My wife told me it was common to see shadowy people in the night, but I shouldn't worry because they don't do anything. She fell back asleep right after that, but I just lay there awake the whole night, wondering what the hell had just happened. The next morning I asked my wife about it, and she said she wasn't kidding about the house being haunted. People who spend the night in the house regularly see and hear ghosts, but they've never hurt anyone or caused any problems. I remained skeptical even after the next night, which had been after the funeral, and my wife and her aunt both reported they had been visited in their dreams by my wife's great aunt. So far, in my mind, everything was weird but explainable. The figure in the room could have been a strange trick of the light. My wife and her aunt had just attended the funeral of a loved one, and it made sense for both of them to dream about her that night. The third night, I was kept awake for hours by the constant sound of footsteps pacing around the house. My wife also heard them, but said it was normal and I shouldn't worry, and she fell asleep easily. A few times during the night, I got up to look around for the source of the noise. I even did a couple of laps of the outside of the house in case there was someone outside. I never saw anyone walking around. At one point I was in the lounge room and heard footsteps from the kitchen. I called out to ask if there was anyone there. My wife's aunt opened her bedroom door and said she could hear the footsteps too, and just like my wife, she told me it was normal and that there was no cause for concern. Then there was the sound of a drawer opening in the kitchen, which we both reacted to, and I went to check out and found the cutlery drawer open. My wife's aunt, who had come to the kitchen too, simply closed the drawer, commented with mild annoyance that the ghosts are always leaving things open, and went back to bed, leaving me to my existential crisis. I could not come up with a way to explain that away. We both heard the footsteps, both heard the drawer open at the same time, and there was no one there and no way out of the kitchen except for past us. I tried staying on the couch to try and catch the mystery walker, and there were multiple times I heard the footsteps pass through the lounge room, but I never saw anything. Eventually I gave up and went back to bed. Nothing really happened the final night, though we woke up to several cabinets open and no one remembering leaving them open. Though that could have been explainable by someone just forgetting, or even sleepwalking. Even so, the footsteps still bothered me, and the shadowy person from the first night and cabinets opened on the final night made me nervous in light of everything that happened on the third night. Up until now, I've always scoffed at the idea of the paranormal, but I just can't reconcile my experiences in that house with my skepticism. Talking to my wife's family revealed that everyone who stayed in the house believes it's haunted, because they've had at least one completely unexplainable experience there. They all report that the ghosts leave people alone for the most part, though some who have lived there for a long time as children, including my wife and her aunt, have described meeting people they thought were probably ghosts and having positive but strange interactions with them. Although I've never been face to face with an alien themselves, I've seen an alien ship before. In the summer of 2006, around 9 p.m., I was driving with an employee down a one-lane road in the northeast corner of New Jersey, in an area considered part of Mahwah, but in the middle of nowhere. We were delivering furniture, but we were a bit lost in a rural area of private, unnamed roads. I was looking for a place where I could turn around with the trailer I was pulling, when the forest around us suddenly got bright as if it were daytime. I stopped the van, very confused. We looked up and saw a triangle-shaped craft, maybe 50 feet up, moving very slowly, less than 20 miles per hour. The lights on the craft were definitely too small to light up the forest like that, but the light was definitely coming from the aircraft. The craft made a robotic sound as it lit up the inside of the cab of the van, simultaneously scanning me and my employee. I don't know how else to describe it, but we were definitely their focus for about 2 seconds, during which they scanned us for some sort of informational purpose, I guess. As soon as they lit up the cab, we both knew that they wanted to know more information about us. It didn't hurt, nor was there a physical feeling of the scan. Then the craft just zipped away, accelerating faster than would be possible for any Earth aircraft. When it went away, and my employee and I assured each other of what we both had just seen, I looked at my phone and saw 90 minutes of missed calls from the customer. The whole encounter with the alien craft from the moment the forest lit up to the time it zipped away lasted about maybe 15 seconds. We found her house and she was very angry since it was now very late. We unloaded her furniture and then just drove back to NYC in silence.
I've posted this before, but it didn't get much love, so here it is again. I was 13 at my grandfather's hunting camp. My uncle had just bought a new hunting camera and wanted to test it out, so he set it up out in the woods. I got the brilliant idea to go up in the woods with my 2 other cousins and moon it, so when he checked the card, instead of seeing wildlife, he would see some lovely butt cheeks. Hilarious to a 13-year-old's mind, and after some convincing, my other 2 cousins were in as well. But we had to go under the cover of darkness. So we set our alarms for 3 a.m. and pass out. By 3:15, we all sneak outside, throw on our headlamps and start walking. We know the camera is about a mile away. The trail goes over 2 pretty big hills, and the camera is in a valley on the other side of the second hill. We start walking as normal, and everything is good. The excitement starts building, and we're all pretty giddy that we're about to pull this glorious prank. After a few minutes of brisk walking, we get to the top of the second hill. My older cousin, who knows the area more than me, stops as he gets to the top. As I make my way to the top myself, I see why. Off in the distance, about 400 yards, is a spotlight. Its bluish-white color illuminates nearly half of the hill at its point. This thing was crazy bright. By this time, all 3 of us were looking at the light, and my older cousin tells us to turn off our headlamps. We stand there in silence. Me, being the 13-year-old pussy I was, started to get freaked out. Aliens is the first thing that comes to my mind, and I tell my oldest cousin we have to leave. I turn on my headlamp again and turn around about to head back to the campsite. As soon as I turn my headlamp back on, the super bright blue light starts to slowly turn and stops right on us. No bobbing or movement from the light besides just a slow, constant pan right over towards our direction, just inching as slowly as possible. At that point, I nope the fuck out, with my cousins right behind. I get inside and go straight to bed, pretty much freaking out. Flash forward to the next morning, all 3 of us go back to the same spot, and then proceeded to go down where we thought the light would have been, and there was nothing there. No boot marks, no light, no nothing. To this very day, I still have no idea what it was. At the airport when I landed, a cab came up and offered me a reasonable fare. I was loading my stuff in the car when an airport worker came over to me and warned me not to get in that cab because he will not take me to my hotel. I was like, what? She helped me get my stuff and told him she was watching him and he isn't getting another one. I asked her to explain. She was like, he kidnaps tourists, and that was it. She smiled and told me to call Lyft. A few days later, I ran into another dude at a farmer's market. This dude would not leave me alone. He followed me from booth to booth. He followed me to the beach, back to my hotel. He kept trying to talk to me and flirt. I was like, I'm fine, I just want to get some stuff, see you around. I was talking to a hotel worker because I made friends, and she asked me if I frequently traveled alone. I told her yeah, mostly because of the last-minute deals. At the time, I was a student, so I had a lot more time plus discount programs. He was hovering, listening to this. I went back to the farmer's market while she went back to work because another guest had come up. I was trying to stay in a very public area, starting to get nervous. This taffy vendor saw me, and saw what was happening and called me over. He told me about all of the flavors he had. Creepy stalker dude came over and asked me if I wanted to go for a walk. He says, "It's nice. My hotel has a very nice view and you should come check it out. I have some friends who would like to meet you." I said no, please leave me alone. And Taffy Man, my hero, was like, "You're ruining my sale, go away." The guy eventually backed off, but was still lingering out of earshot. Taffy Guy had called me over solely to get that guy to go away, and didn't expect me to buy any taffy. He said he wanted to make sure that I was safe, and if I wanted to try some I could, but he would let me know when the coast was clear. So I hung with the Taffy Guy for like an hour, and he told me it was safe. I bought like 8 bags and thanked him. When going to drop off the taffy at my room, lo and behold, my stalker had found me. I ran for it, locked the door, and waited for another hour or maybe 2 hours before I left my room and went to a restaurant and stayed there. I called my hotel for help, and they had someone escort me around. Going home, I again called Lyft. While I'm waiting outside my hotel for my Lyft, guess who is there? Stalker Man with the creepy cab guy. I run inside, find a hotel worker, tell her what's what. She calls my Lyft and tells them to a different spot so I can get out of there without being killed. Luckily I lived. I'm here to tell this story now. Shout out to her and the very, very cute Taffy Guy. I've changed some small details here and used a throwaway because I don't want this to ever get traced back to me. When this took place, I was a female in my 20s and was finishing my degree in the city, working as a casual receptionist at a firm. One of the employees, Nick, told me one day that one of his clients, who he said was a stand-up guy, thought I was very cute and wanted to see if I would be okay to give him my number. We went to dinner, and he was charming enough. He was in the medical field and was about 7 years older, but I didn't mind as my own parents had a similar age gap between them. We talked about my studies, and he told me that he thought my rather run-of-the-mill family life was amazing, because his life was so different. He was adopted as a baby, and his father was abusive. When he was 15, his mother left and he never saw her again after that. He was kicked out at 18 and ended up in a terrible car accident in his early 20s. For a long time, he stayed at a relative's house and worked to support himself. Yeah, heavy conversation on the first date, but all I felt was this overwhelming compassion for this poor human who had been through so much. He seemed nice, was smart, handsome, and though he was just a touch too serious, given his life, I figured that was understandable. We ended up dating, but by about the 3rd week, things started to feel a bit weird. He refused to introduce me to any of his friends because his last ex had left him for a friend. He also hated that I had male friends because of the same reason, and he would insist on reading any of the text I received or sent to them. I made excuses in my head for him like, people need to heal, or sometimes they need a crutch before they learn to trust again, or, well, it's not like I have anything to hide. He started being critical of the way I spoke or acted and dressed. He was also super insistent we moved in together, but I felt that it was way too soon. In arguments, sometimes, he would get a weird look in his eye, and that made me feel unsettled. And I once tried to break the tension by half joking, "You look like you want to hit me." To which he responded, "I wouldn't bother if it came to that, I would just kill you." I was so shocked I didn't even react to that until days later. Recounting it, red flags everywhere, but though it might have been hard to believe, I was actually convinced I was falling in love with him. Most of the time he was perfect, until he wasn't. But he would explain that was only because he had so many issues from his past, and I would believe him. Then one day, I told him what I thought was a funny story about a random guy in class who asked for my number. This guy had asked under the guise of getting notes for class he'd missed, but I only offered my college email address, explaining that I had a boyfriend. Hilariously, as soon as the class ended, I saw this guy annoyedly throwing the paper I wrote my email on in the bin on his way out of the lecture hall. I expected my boyfriend to laugh, but he ended up losing it. He accused me of leading the guy on, accused me of wanting to cheat. I was furious because I knew I had done nothing wrong. When he angrily threw a mug at the wall, which shattered, the whole argument came to an abrupt halt. I was scared and angry, so I grabbed my bag and bolted out of his apartment. I thought he would stop me, but he didn't. I went home and cried about it to my cousin, who I was living with, and assumed it was over. Days pass and I hear nothing from him, and within those days I started questioning everything. Suddenly, it was clear as day that this relationship was toxic and very unhealthy. Even if he did have a tough past, it wasn't my job to fix it, and it wasn't an excuse for the way he treated me. I was starting to accept that this was just a horrible near miss and get over it when he texted me again, groveling apologies and how much he missed me, and I made the mistake of responding. He called and I picked up, but it was because I wanted to tell him I still thought it wasn't going to work out. He cried, yelled at me, asked me how I could do this to him when I knew that everyone he loved in his life had abandoned him before, and how could I do the same? He told me he would never be able to love again and that it was all my fault. I had broken him. He told me that he had given me everything, but I was leaving over such a small argument. Then he apologized and told me he was trying to change and to give him another chance. I was bawling my eyes out. I felt like the worst human in the world, but I held tight to saying that it was best we moved on and that I was sorry. He ended the call by telling me that I had ruined his life. Nothing happened for a while, except for texts here and there where he would apologize, tell me he missed me, explain that he had realized that he made so many mistakes, etc., etc. I would tell my cousin about him, and she would firmly tell me not to respond. She was sure it would stop eventually. One day I finished my work as usual and headed to the station. It was a busy day and the streets were scattered with other people. As I walked, I had a weird urge to turn and look behind me, and when I did, I saw my ex. There was a little distance between me and him, but when I saw him, our eyes locked. He looked different, a bit out of it, and I thought maybe he was drunk. I decided that I would deal with him at the train station, as it was always crowded, and I wanted to talk to him only in a place where there were lots of people. I figured the yelling and crying would not be as intense that way. When I reached the station, I stopped and waited for him to catch up to me. He stopped about 2 feet away, and I expected him to start apologizing again. But he said nothing. He just stared at me. Awkward seconds pass, and I said, "Look." But that's all I got out because his arm moved slightly as he took his hand half out of his pocket, and I saw he was holding a very small knife. I froze and vaguely remembered thinking that I wanted to run, but it was like my brain and body shut down. I can only describe it as if there was a fog in my brain, and I just couldn't move for what felt like ages. I just stared at him, and I still remember how his eyes just looked so blank. I don't know how long that lasted, but then without saying anything, he turned and left. Nobody else had noticed. I remember numbly getting on the train. I started second-guessing that it even happened. Hindsight tells me I was in shock. As soon as I got home, though, I burst into tears. My cousin calmed me down and helped me call the police. In the end, the security cameras weren't placed in a spot that they could clearly show that he had a weapon, so the police couldn't do much. Thankfully, I didn't see my ex again. I ended up quitting my job, changing my number, and eventually moved away to another city. To my ex, let's never ever meet again. Actually, to the guy who asked for my number in class, thank you. You might have saved my life, and definitely changed it.
Alright, first off, I want to apologize if my English is a bit broken, as I'm not a native speaker, but let's move forward. When I was a kid, my mom worked as a teacher, and she was very close to a coworker of hers who had a son around my age, and of whom I, as well, was very close. When my mom or her friend would head out for the night, the other would take care of both of us kids, and basically, it meant I spent half my time over there, and my friend spent half of his time at my house, which was perfect and fun for both of us. We lived in different cities, but since that kind of system had been going on pretty much since forever, I grew up knowing my friend's city just as well as mine. His mom was well aware of that, so that being said, whenever we were going on a walk in their area, she'd let us wander around because she knew we'd always find our way back to her. My mom, though, was more cautious and always kept an eye on us, as she'd walk behind us to make sure she was always able to see us. I just wish her friend would have done the same. One day, I had to be around 6 or 7. We were going on a walk with my friend Marcus and his mom Katie. It was a very sunny day, and I was wearing a dress with embroidered flowers, and I had my blonde long hair down. I often heard I was a pretty kid, even from strangers in the street, and besides making me and my parents somewhat uncomfortable, nothing bad ever happened. During that walk, Katie was walking ahead of us, and I was chatting and just fooling around with Marcus, when he suddenly remembered something urgent to tell his mom. As urgent as something can be for an 8-year-old boy. He ran up to her and left me strolling behind for a couple minutes, just as it already had happened 100 times prior. That time, though, we were circling around a big camping site, and we walked by the white vans and camping cars. One of those vans had its back doors open, and there was a man, probably in his late 40s, smoking a cigarette and leaning on his vehicle. He locked eyes with me as I was approaching, then saw that Katie and Marcus weren't paying much attention to me as they were already a couple meters ahead. Then he proceeded to pull me by my arm close to him, and so I found myself with my body touching his, so weirded out that I didn't even say a word, although I knew Katie would have heard me if I called for help. He leaned toward me as he was obviously much taller than I was, muttering something I didn't get, and he winked at me and kissed me on the lips, and then pulled me into the open doors of his van. At this point, if he had pushed me just a little, I would have fell into the truck. I was just too scared to even lift a finger, and even though I didn't understand everything that was going on, I knew it wasn't okay. He put his hands on the doors as to close the vehicle, and I felt my heart sink. At that exact moment, some other man jogged towards us, in his 40s as well, waving hello to me and saying something along the lines of, "I lost sight of you for a bit." I was so scared. He had a very friendly look on his face and was staring at me with great insistence and with a huge reassuring smile, and the van man awkwardly laughed and yanked me out of the way of the car, slamming the doors shut. I ran to Katie as I heard the van go off and just acted as if nothing had happened. To this day, I never told that story to anyone, not to Katie or Marcus, not to my mom, nobody. I'm 22 years old today. So, to the friendly guy who obviously didn't lose sight of me or whatever, but just probably saw everything and wanted to interfere, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. To the pedophile who surely would have abducted me and who was strangely okay with kissing a kid in public in broad daylight, I'm not even in the mood to add anything to what happened, but everyone thinks the same thing as I do, and I wish you hell. And let's not ever meet again. Although I think I'd be too old for you anyway. My aunt has this crazy story of this time she saw a UFO right above her house, and it had a glow with a sort of breathing and vibration effect that she said you could feel heavily. She went and took pictures, and in the pictures the UFO still had the glowing and breathing effect. She sent it to her friends and family, and people were freaking out. A couple of days later, though, the UFO in the picture is 100% gone from everyone's phone. I've struggled with the idea of sharing my experience, mostly because I don't know if it actually happened or if it was just a dream. One night, in the summer, when I was about 10 or 11, I was awake in the middle of the night and I could hear the horses running around the pasture as if something had happened. I decided to get up and go check on things. At that time, my family had a massive old barn and we lived in the middle of nowhere. I walked through the door of the barn and found a very large man, as white as snow, climbing into the hayloft. I remember being startled but not scared. He turned around and looked at me, and slowly lowered himself back down. He took a few steps towards me before he knelt down and put out his hand, like one would do with a stray animal. As I looked at him, I felt like he looked sad and tired, and not at all like he was going to do me any harm. I decided to take his hand and walk him towards our kids' hangout space, which was just a space in the barn where we had some old couches, a few toys, and a radio. As soon as he saw the radio, he became more animated, ran towards it, and started messing around with it. That went on for a bit, and I kept asking him what he needed the radio for. He never said a word, not one word. He wouldn't give me a name, so I started calling him Radio. After some time, he set the radio down and sat down on the couch. I brought over my favorite horse book and started thumbing through the pages, showing him all of my favorite horse breeds. Eventually, he gently took the book from me and closed it as if to say, "I'm done." I got up to put the book away, and he laid down on the couch. I remember him being so large that his head was on the armrest, while his legs hung over the other armrest, at the knee. He was pure white, and I don't recall any hair. His eyes were jet black, but they weren't huge or angular. If anything, they slanted downward and were beady. After he fell asleep, I decided to go back in the house and go to bed, but I put a blanket over him before I went back in. I woke up in the morning, and the whole experience came flooding back to me. My feet were dirty as if I had been outside during the night. I grabbed some snacks and ran out to the barn. I ran to our hangout space and found everything as I would have expected it. The blanket was on the floor, the book was sitting on the table, and the radio was out of place. But he was gone. It's important to know that I had a habit of sleepwalking at this time in my life, so it's very possible that this was all just a dream. At first I thought he was just a very, very, very strange person, and I hoped he found safety. The memory never left me, and by the time I was a teen, I had decided that I dreamed the whole thing and let it go. Then Prometheus came out, and I agreed to go see it with friends. When the tall white alien came on screen, I nearly jumped out of my seat. It wasn't an exact likeness, but it was like seeing a ghost. At the time, I knew absolutely nothing about aliens, and the only one I had ever heard of was the classic little green men. Nonetheless, I forced myself to let it go and moved on. As time passed, I started wondering how I could imagine a being that I've never heard of. Could that really have happened? Could radio be real? I was visiting a friend who lives in a community with a main road that leads back into the mountains and an abandoned mining town nearby. I was parked with my friend on that road right at the point where it turned from a well-lit, regular suburban road into a dark, winding mountain road. There was a gate right behind our car, and you could see the reflective sign illuminated from the brake lights of the car. We're just talking and drinking coffee, and generally not feeling too out of place or anything. We were parked under the last street light before darkness on a road perpendicular to that gate. Out of nowhere, my friend looks in the rearview mirror, and his eyes go wide. He slams on the gas, and we speed off. He's breathing hard and obviously scared. I'm screaming at him to tell me what the fuck just happened, and he says this. By chance, he pressed the brake lights, which illuminated more of the dark surroundings than the normal running lights of the back of his car. This caused him to notice that when he glanced in the rearview mirror, a full-grown man in what he described as large boots and a dirty, dark, thick jacket and dirty pants was in a full-on sprint towards our car, and so my friend sped out of there as quick as he could. There were always stories of what goes down in that abandoned mining town. A lot of movies are filmed there, and people can visit the town, and a ranger lives there. Some people say occult shit goes on there. People have been found murdered and robbed down along that road. And evidence of cult practices also happen every once in a while, according to the people who live there. When my friend was telling me what he had seen, all I could think of was that guy grabbing us, robbing us, and murdering us. He would throw our bodies in the thick foliage that covers so much of the surrounding area and be on his way. Just as I was finished thinking that thought, I looked over and my door was unlocked. I'll start this by saying I'm a 29-year-old female from a small town in northern Tennessee. The kind where everyone knows everyone, and the kind where you have to drive 30 minutes to an hour to a job that pays a living wage. So, when my dad started his new job around 9 years ago, he found out he was working at the same place as a friend he knew growing up, Barry. I'll also tell you that I was bullied a lot growing up, so I took compliments as a joke, mostly. So, when I first met Barry, he would compliment me and tell me how pretty I was. I was 20 at the time, and I always thanked him for the kind words, even if I didn't believe them. As time went on, the complaints got more intense. He would say that he loved to be with a woman of my size. I always laughed it off and never said anything. This went on at company picnics and holiday parties I went to my dad with for about 4 years. Then I got a job with the same company, in the same department as Barry. Things were okay for the 3 months he trained me. He still complimented me daily, and I thanked him for the compliments. After my training, though, I went to the night shift and only saw him for the 30 minutes of overlap per shift. Then, 7 months into the job, my boyfriend and I broke up. Barry was sympathetic at first, then became a different person. His compliments became more focused on my body and not my face. He would stare at certain body parts while speaking to me and cock his head to the side while standing behind me if I bent down to pick something up. As a woman in a prominently male work environment, I was used to being stared at, but this was excessive. When I became single, he would ask me about my sexual history, my preferences in the bedroom, if I'd be with a man of his age, or a man of his size, which was about 5 foot, and he was over 300 pounds. He'd become frustrated when I told him no. Declining everything he asked me never stopped him, though. He just upped his game. He started talking about me and my body to other people at work and asking them questions about me, or trying to get them to ask me questions he wanted answers to. He did this numerous times to my best friend, who we'll call Jay for privacy reasons. Well, luckily for me, Jay just so happened to have a massive crush on me. He never did anything Barry asked of him, and he always told me everything Barry said or asked. This continued on for about another 8 months, and then Barry came to the night shift, so my 30 minutes with him became 8 hours. He would start telling me all about his sexual history, unprompted. The questions, comments, and staring never stopped. To give you all a small example, this man asked me if he had won the lottery, would I sleep with him for money. I said no, of course. He offered me $1,000 one time to have sex with him, and I still said no. I told him there was no amount of money in the world that would make me sleep with him. He got mad at that. He asked for nude pictures, which I still said no to. He'd asked Jay to try to sleep with me and take pictures and videos, and he'd also say no. This all led to me being consistently stressed out and always looking over my shoulder to see if he was staring at me when I had to bend over to pick something up or if I had to reach for something. I'm a very petite woman, and all my work clothes at the time were about 2 sizes too large, so you couldn't see my body shape at all. I did that to try to make him stop staring, though, but it didn't matter. He still did. I stopped talking to him completely. I stopped being in his vicinity, but he continued to pursue. His comments were just to other people in the building, mainly Jay. It came to a breaking point one week when my supervisor told me that my department had to work one weekend, alone. Just Barry and myself on our shift. I ended up begging him not to make me come in. I told him I would call out and take a point, or whatever I had to do. I told him how scared I was to be alone with that man. I ended up saying no man should be alone in a building this size with a woman, period. He actually listened and canceled the overtime. He made sure I was never alone with Barry without a third person around either. I finally broke down and told HR about it all, but that turned out to be a waste of time. It continued for 6 more months, but thankfully I was on medical leave for surgery for 2 of those months. Then, in November of last year, the right person on my shift heard me crying and complaining to Jay about everything before going home one night, and they complained to HR on my behalf. HR finally opened an investigation. They asked me a ton of questions, and my answers filled up 2 notebook pages front and back of just the comments and questions from him over 3 years. They asked Jay a ton of questions too, as well as a few other people who had worked around us, and 3 days later, he was finally let go for harassment. He threatened me the day that they put him on suspension for the investigation, and he was banned from the company property unless he wanted to be arrested. I filed a no-contact order against him, and I haven't heard from him in over a year. Jay finally told me that Barry had admitted to him at one point shortly before he was let go that if he ever got me alone, he was going to rape me and do ungodly things to me and just leave my body somewhere. So I'm extremely grateful to my supervisor for not letting that happen to me. I had to type this out twice to get my thoughts in order, but the thing that bothers me the most about it all is that Barry had a daughter, a year younger than me, and she had nothing to do with him when I knew him. I can't help but wonder what abuse he possibly put her through growing up. It has been over a year since this all came to an end. I'm no longer scared at work, I'm no longer on edge or stressed out, and I'm not living in those baggy-ass clothes anymore. But as long as Barry is living and breathing in my hometown, I will not live there. And he's made a lot of enemies in that small town because of this. That happens in small towns when your parents know everyone, including the sheriff. Oh, and about Jay, his massive crush paid off and we're now dating. I've never felt safer with anyone in my life. So Barry, the pervert who made my work life hell for 3 years, let's never meet again. And to any other girl or woman who is being harassed at work, do not be afraid to speak up.
I promise you it's worth it to tell someone. "15 years ago, I was on a 4-person dive. There were 2 novices, me with 80-ish dives, and the dive leader. We swam in a diamond shape, me bringing up the rear. But one of the novices was all over the place with a camera, burning through his air and swimming up a storm as it were. He lost grip on this shiny new camera and it zipped upwards, got caught in his snorkel, but he couldn't see it. So he kicked out hard for the surface, thinking, I assumed, to chase down his camera, and went right by me upwards. I grabbed his fin and hauled him down. I signaled to him to stop and calm down. I untangled his camera and handed it to him. Only he didn't move. Instead, his regulator fell out of his mouth, his eyes wide, but unresponsive. I stuffed his reg back in, and unsure what to do, looked for the dive master, but he was gone. For whatever reason, I couldn't reach my tank banger while holding on to the diver and his leg. I started to panic, so I decided to take him up quickly. He had epilepsy. I found this out at about 20 meters on our way up as he started to fit. He got caught up in my gear and kicked my inflator hose from my BCD, and I started venting air. I honestly don't remember much of the next minutes, but I do remember letting him go and watching him slipping below me as air bubbles from my inflator hose rushed upward. The next thing I do remember is this constant beeping noise from my wrist. It was a cheap dive computer, but it had a depth alarm, which roused me from my panic as I dipped past 35 meters. My inflator was back in my BCD and I still had air, but there was no one else around. I started swimming up slowly, in shock I think, when suddenly the dive leader went past me in a blast of current. He grabbed me as he went and hauled me up topside. I was relieved to see he had the epileptic novice diver in tow too. On the boat, they called up a rescue boat to come out and meet us. He was in decompression for a couple of days I think, but he was fine. I know this because 4 days later they caught him about to dive again at a different resort. I got air trapped in the pipe between my ear and throat, which was painful and gave us a scare, but ultimately I was fine. It all started normally. I was walking around my tiny hometown with my cousin, and we visited some friends and went swimming. Then my mom and a few other people picked us up for a trip. As we started driving, the scenery was like an oil painting of desert mountains and sunset. When we arrived at our destination, it was dark. I stood with them all, looking down from a ridge and into a valley filled with pale, square houses. They were plain and looked relatively normal, if not unnervingly uniform. There was a restaurant with its lights on in the midst of the houses, so we decided to go for dinner. I lingered a little longer and for some reason could see some of the roofs of the houses, one in particular. I thought it was strange before that I couldn't see any of the people, but now in the center of this house was a little boy in a black monk-like robe with a black band across his mouth. It didn't even look like tape. It was just as if there was nothing there. Emptiness. He was wriggling. I grew unsettled and ran after my family into the valley for dinner. At the restaurant, it was filled with these black-draped people, all with black across their mouths. More emptiness. And it was silent. At the counter, I asked the chef which chicken was better, and he responded by glaring and throwing hot oil on me. One of the young men seated at the table got up and tried to yell at the chef through his covered mouth, but guards immediately came in and took him outside. I could hear the gunshots. That's when my group ran for our vehicle. When we got there, though, a man dressed in white with black across his mouth was trying to steal our car. In panic mode, I tackled him to the ground. The guards picked him up, and immediately I realized what I had done and started crying, telling him I was sorry. He ended up ripping the black from his face and was bloody and raw, and told me that it was better this way. And that's when I woke up. Okay, so I know this might be met with a ton of speculation, as this topic usually overwhelmingly receives. However, it's a true and raw experience that I've only reiterated to a few of my closest friends and husband. It was the summer of 2013. I was out with my friends about 10 miles from my home at their apartment and stayed up late with them until about 2 a.m. It's important to note that I had taken an afternoon nap the day leading up to these events from about 3 to 5 p.m., and we did not do anything other than smoke some weed and drink a little.
At the time, being 20, and after having started dabbling at 17, it wasn't anything out of the ordinary to have a few drinks or a few puffs. Basically, I had a hefty tolerance and I wasn't seeing shit. I was not out of my mind is what I'm trying to say. In fact, more towards the realm of sober than anything else when the following took place. I left my friend's house after napping on her couch from 2 a.m. to just before 5 a.m. I was totally sober and just wanted to get home to my comfort zone, so I drove, sober. My parents owned a home in a lake community, so when I drove in on a back entrance road, I immediately was stirred in my usual go with the motions to a large black and oval shape in the distance over the lake. The road I was on was a hill that connects down to a road that spans the circumference of the lake community. So when I turned down onto that road, I saw this ship, as I described it, hovering about 100 feet off the lake through the tree line. As I turned right onto this road, it began following me at speed along the road as I traveled it. My parents' road was a sharp right off of it, so I gunned it going about 60 in a 25 because I felt an immediate feeling of needing to get out of the area, and I remember repeatedly muttering, "I'm going home, this is not happening, you won't take me, I'm going home," in a panic. I just sensed a really ominous feeling, and that this thing was otherworldly. Let me be clear, I've never had an encounter or experience such as this before. I made it home with no issue, but I do remember after I repeated that about 3 to 5 times, the thing disappeared from sight and I just hauled it the last quarter-mile home and raced to my room. I remember looking out of my bedroom window, which had a slight view of the lake during the winter, and seeing no evidence of the thing that just essentially chased me. Ever since, I've had other instances of awareness. No one really believes me, but I'm as steadfast in the belief of as the sky is blue, grass is green, and personally God is real. Is there anyone else? It's a shame I'm forced to answer anonymously. The following picture shows Sirius A, but during my experience, Sirius A was very close to the horizon due to the time, longitude, and latitude of the night. I was in my bed. I found myself outside of my body, and I went through the door, finding myself in the courtyard looking southwest. I was 26 years old. It was in southwest of France in a town called Angoulême. First of all, they told me they came to my place because I was on the same longitude than the region of the African tribe the Dogons in Mali. So now you know it didn't happen in the US. However, I checked and it was not on the same longitude, but I guess there is a reason. The word, to tell, is not right, but it helps explain things. They didn't speak in any language. They injected things into my head. There were several channels. One channel was what I saw through my eyes. Another channel was ideas that they passed to me, and another one was the control to check to see if my body was okay. I traveled to a constellation called Canis Major. It was during the night, and in order to get there, we jumped to another dimension, and they warped the universe to reach the point. It was like taking a piece of paper with 2 points on it and folding it to get to 2 points closer. So I saw an effect like in a sci-fi movie, with a planet that got bigger, and it was close to Sirius B. Then the time started to speed up. Those memories are recorded in my mind at fast speed, just like when you speed up a movie on your video player. I don't want to do sessions to find it. I was extremely scared, and at the beginning I was so scared from what I saw that I thought I would die. I don't remember what the heads of the beings looked like, but I do remember their bodies. Their skin or clothes looked like blue plastic, and their body looked so fragile that it was strange how they could stand up on Earth at all. I wonder if my brain blacked out on their faces. I remember I talked a lot with them. It's inside my brain somewhere, but I don't want to look for those memories right now. I remember they could think extremely fast, so that when I finished a question, the answer was instant. I guess they could reflect on things 4 or 5 times faster than any human being could. I also forgot to say that I wonder whether they were made of flesh because they could be made of half-energy, half-tangible organs, but their uniforms were tangible. I remember they told me time could be stretched and slowed down, and it could not tick at the same pace depending on the location where you could find yourself in the universe. There is another thing I'm not sure about. It was an energy cloud. It was like a very powerful explosion. almost like a nuclear explosion frozen in time, or perhaps extremely slowed down, which allowed to provide a huge amount of controlled energy. The day after this experience, I went to an astronomy website and entered my longitude, latitude, date, and time of the previous night, and I was shocked because I saw the sky that I had seen the night before. That's how I determined I saw Canis Major with Sirius A and B. Then I checked where the Dogons were located in Mali, but it didn't match my latitude. But I remembered I told myself they have an incredibly powerful energy with no CO2 footprint and no nuclear waste. This energy is linked to their molecules. I'm sorry I don't remember more. I'm Cartesian, and I think all of this could have been created by my subconscious, but nevertheless, I've never had complex dreams in my life before now.
I was driving from Georgia to California to visit a friend. I didn't want to fly because I wanted to sightsee on the way. The hotel I booked on Expedia screamed run from the get-go, but I was exhausted and wanted to rest. I got my room key and checked in. I locked the door, and because I'm always on guard, I locked the bar on the door for extra safety. About 4 a.m. I was sleeping and heard someone trying to come into my room. They had opened the door but couldn't get past the little bar that was locked. I quickly got up, threw my clothes on, and went to the door to see what was going on. 2 guys outside the door with their hand on the slit of the door yelling at me. They kept saying, "Come here, pretty girl. Oh, a pretty face," or something like that. I called the front desk to see what was going on, and they said, "Oh, I didn't know that you were still here." I was beyond furious and went to the front desk with all of my stuff. The lady at the desk said I didn't have a reservation even though I had my papers saying I was checked in. I had my car decal stickers for parking there and the room key. She said that she rented the room out that I was in for the next month. Flabbergasted, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She looked up my information and said, "Oh, I see, you didn't book with us, but through Expedia. We don't partner with them." Still confused as to why in the world I was given a room, paid for it, and had issues being in it. She refused to call her manager at 5 a.m. by that point, so I waited until they got in at 9 a.m., demanded a refund, got it, and checked out. No matter how terrifying the ordeal seemed, I think it would have ended differently had I not locked the bar on the door. The super outbreak of April 3rd to 4th, 1974 remains one of the most outstanding severe convective weather episodes of record in the continental United States. I was almost 14 and we had a small horse farm just to the north and east of Xenia, Ohio. We lived in a brick post-Civil War era farmhouse, white painted board fencing around the house, 8 stalls, 2-story Amish built barn, and divided 20 acres in the back, same board fencing. My mother kept me home that day, and I remembered just wanting to get on my horse and ride, but Mom said she had a funny feeling and wanted me to stick close to home. So I ended up helping her with a few chores, fed the animals, and by the afternoon I was sitting on a big grassy lawn to the side of the house tossing a ball to my dog. It was oppressively hot and humid and very still. I remember Mom kept coming out onto the back porch and looking off to the west. She was making me nervous, but I didn't say anything, and neither did she. Later, I learned that she didn't want to scare me. As I was sitting there in the grass with my dog, I remembered that this shockingly cold little gust of air kind of swirled around me, lifting the little hairs on my arms with goosebumps. When I looked at my arm, I realized that the light had changed. I looked around in sort of wonder because the light was so clarified and vibrant, sort of a greenish amber in color. The blades of grass and leaves on the trees looked stunningly brilliant. As I was looking at this big maple tree, a sudden cold air swirl hit hard enough that the leaves on one side of the tree all turned up. 2 things happened at that moment. My mom came outside, and to the southwest we both saw a wall of dark greenish-black clouds. Then everything happened at once. She said, "Come with me and put the horses out, quick." So we ran to the barn and turned the horses out. Then she had me gallop my appy to the back gate and open it so they were basically just free. I galloped back to her and released him after removing his halter. Then we ran back to the house. At some point or another, she had opened the outside cellar doors, and I was able to call my dog to me as we ran down the cellar stairs. When I got into the cellar, I realized that she had prepared while I was outside playing. There were pillows, blankets, flashlights, milk jugs full of drinking water, and a cooler with snack food all tucked into the corner. This was kind of amazing to me as we didn't have any tornado warnings, and there were no sirens anywhere around Xenia at the time. But people in my family seemed to have great instincts, so maybe I wasn't as surprised as some would be. I was looking out the high cellar window, through which you could see the outside, up out the old window well. I saw it coming up through the back field. It was almost as wide at the base as it was at the top, and black as coal. It was twisting and hopping, so to speak. By that time, it was so damn loud that we couldn't hear each other even screaming. I knew it was going to hit the barn, and it did. Thankfully, it did one of those hops, so it just removed half of the roof. But by then, my mother and I were kind of wrapped around each other with blankets and pillows surrounding us. Regardless of that, I ended up with splinters of wood in my scalp, face, and upper arms from where the cellar windows sucked out and wood from the barn, along with a bunch of other chewed up pieces and God knows what came into the cellar. I even had mud and sawdust splinters in my mouth, piercing my tongue. I should have just kept that shut, but I couldn't help but scream until the air got sucked out of my lungs and I couldn't breathe for a while, let alone scream. I couldn't have heard it by then anyway. After a point, my ears felt like there were railroad spikes jammed into them. What was actually breathing was the house. I remember a flash of seeing the ceiling, which would be a kitchen floor kind of bowing upwards, bulging up. As it turned out, the kitchen floor lost most of the tiles, silverware, dishes, etc., but our hand towels were still hanging on the little cupboard door rack. Mom just ended up throwing them away anyway, because of the mud and other unmentionable things we found in the house afterward. We lost all of our windows and part of the roof, part of the 100-year-old barn roof, and some fencing, but we were still alive. We had a trench dug through parts of our fields, and some trees were completely knocked over, and some things, like horse tack and tools, were gone forever, never to be found. So, eventually I went to the hospital. Someone came to check in on us and took us there, and I got plucked, as I will forever refer it to. Ever see a video of a dog getting porcupine quills removed? Not quite that bad, but worse was getting iodine scrubbed to prevent gas pocket infection from where the splinters and abrasions were. I had abrasions on my legs, but I really have no idea how. You see, after a tornado has been down for a while, it has killed animals and people most likely, and the remainders of that and manure and ground up asphalt, and you name it, it's all mixed in. It can generate a pretty hellish infection. But anyway, I didn't feel so bad knowing my mother was getting the same treatment in the next cubby. And the horses ended up being okay, but the chickens weren't. But I still can't walk into a lumber yard or eat with a wooden spoon without feeling like I'm gagging. Okay, so bear with me. This happened when I was a kid and I double-checked the story with my family. So, this was in the mid-80s. I was about 7 at home with 2 of my older sisters, 8 and 11, and 2 cousins, 7 and 8-ish, all 5 girls. My sister, the 11-year-old, was in charge of babysitting us 4 younger girls. You have to picture what our house looked like to understand what happened. It was a 2-story box house with a flat roof and a small box front porch, also with a flat roof. I can't remember what we were doing, but we were all in the house. We kept hearing noises coming from the roof, like walking, and what sounded like rocks being dropped down the drain spouts. You know kids, we thought of a squirrel or something, but it kept happening. Then my older sister said something about how maybe someone climbed the huge tree beside the house and got onto the roof. We all ended up being scared because of what she said, and we knew that there was some roof access point in the bedroom that I shared with one of my sisters. What if he could get inside? My oldest sister told my other sister and one of our cousins to walk across the street to the corner store, across an empty gravel parking lot, and on the way back, look up and if they could see someone on the roof. So the girls walk halfway across the parking lot and being curious kids turned around, looked up and saw a guy in one of those totally 80s guys crop top football jerseys. Think like Johnny Depp in A Nightmare on Elm Street. He was crouched down on the roof. The girls came running home freaking out and told my older sister about the guy. My older sister, now freaking out too, first went to the neighbor's house to use their deck to see if she could see on the roof, but she couldn't see anything. She came home and then called the police. It felt like it took them ages to show up. When they got there, I don't think they believed a word we said. They thought a bunch of little kids are making up this story for attention. One cop drove down the road, up a hill about a block away to see if they could see anything, but the way the roof was, you couldn't see a person if they were laying. Then the cops tell us kids that we had to go upstairs and check everywhere to see if we found anyone. 5 little girls from the ages 7 to 11 sent upstairs, scared shitless, crying to look for this man, knowing about the roof access, and all crying not wanting to go, but they said we had to. To this day, I remembered how scared I was. I remember looking, but how well do little kids look, right? The cops didn't listen to us, didn't check out the house, inside or out, and just left. We were so scared to be left home with the guy out there, who knows where. We didn't know if he was just laying down on the roof or jumped down or somehow got in and was hiding. My mom finally got home a few hours later, and we told her what happened, and my mom explained to us that there was a lock on the roof access, and no one could get in, but she checked anyways. Then went to check outside. There were clear footprints in the dirt, dug in good from him jumping off, onto the porch and off into the lower flower bed. Oh, my mom was so steaming mad when she realized we told the truth and weren't believed by the police. We went to the police station the next day, and we were all separated and interviewed. We all told the same story. My mom went up on one side of the cops and down the other. We never found out who the guy was or why he was there. Did he know it was a house with 5 little girls home alone? Probably.
Many years ago, before kids, rescue animals, a mortgage, and a husband, I was a travel writer in Europe. I did most of my trips alone. This story is about the first time I visited Prague. I never been to Prague, and the trip was last minute, so I had little time to prepare. My travel partner had dumped me in another country, and I was determined to make the best out of the trip by visiting a place I'd never been. Upon arrival at the train station, I visited the accommodation office and asked for a hostel not far from the center. In my early 20s, winging it was part of the fun. These days, I'm far less adventurous. The hostel they sent me to was a sprawling, crumbling, slate gray Art Deco building on a nondescript street about a 10-minute walk to Stair Mezzo. The inside was probably beautiful at one time, but by the time I checked into it, it was full of a shabby, mismatched furniture and cheap stained carpet. Most of the light fixtures were broken, leaving everything but the lobby dark and gloomy. It smelled of standing water and dust. I found my room, a double for $12 per night, and made note of the fact that I had a roommate. She wasn't there, but on her side of the room there was a suitcase, dressed neatly folded across the back of a plastic chair, a scattering of makeup containers on the beat-up desk, and a stack of German fashion magazines on the bed. As I had no plans or goals on this impromptu trip, I spent the afternoon exploring Old Town Square, the Jewish Quarter, and Wenceslaus Square. I purchased some Czech crystals for my mom and painted eggs from a street vendor for myself. I also made reservations for a sunset dinner cruise for one. At around 6 p.m., I returned to my room to shower, change clothes, and unload my purchases. When I left my room about an hour later, there was no indication that my roommate had returned at any point during that day. After the cruise, I stopped at a tiny bar on Tinska and had a glass of wine. I had heard the horror stories about the dangers of Prague, but I felt no more trepidation than I did in any other large city. Sure, the cobblestone streets, fog rolling off the Vltava, backlit Gothic architecture, and winding alleys made me think of Jack the Ripper and Dracula, but in a good way. It was nearly midnight when I returned to my hostel, so I was surprised to find that my roommate still hadn't returned. That wasn't uncommon, though. Backpackers are a fickle lot. She could have gone on a short overnight trip, or just left her stuff behind, hooked up with a guy or girl, and was holed up at their place, or hanging out at another hostel. So I was surprised but not concerned. I took another shower before bed, however, and I was surprised to find that things in the room had changed up in my return. Her bed was neatly turned down, the magazines had moved to the nightstand, and the dress was gone. The strangest thing, though, was the addition of a pink silky nightgown spread across the bed. My bed. Maybe she thought she had the room to herself? I didn't see how, though. My shopping bags, clothes, and toiletries were in plain view. I gently moved the nightgown over to her bed and settled in for the night as I wrote into my journal. I assumed she was in the shower or somewhere nearby, so I expected her to return shortly. After about an hour, though, her side was still empty. I needed to use the restroom before I went to sleep, so I made one last trip down the hall. The building was unusually quiet. There weren't a lot of regular sounds of chatty backpackers, the clinking of glasses, or music that would normally leak through the halls. There was nothing. It was hushed, like a church after a congregation has left. I found myself practically tiptoeing back. My room was at the near end of the hall, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the corridor was darker than before. The few working lights were blinking as they struggled to stay lit, and it reminded me of a funhouse. A tightness began to fill my stomach, and I subconsciously quickened my steps. There wasn't a soul behind me, yet I kept glancing back over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone gaining momentum on me. The only sound was the soft thud of my flip-flops as they struck my soles. I was flooded with relief as I flung open my door, but it didn't last long. Everything was exactly as I left it, except for that silky nightgown, which was now back on my bed. Sleep came in fits and starts. I left the lamp on for a while, still convinced my roommate would be back, but the shadows it cast made the room even spookier. It was too dark with the light off. I'd finally slipped into a deep sleep when I suddenly heard the door open. A man stood in the darkened doorway, the hall light behind him showing just enough for me to see his contorted face. "I didn't mean to," he sobbed. "You have to help me." Too confused and disoriented to be scared, I sat up, scrubbed my eyes, and reached for the lamp switch. But once the room was lit, I saw that the door was closed. There was no man. I quickly bounded off the bed and went for the door. It was locked. Nobody could have entered it without a key, and the hallway? Empty. I passed the rest of the night fully clothed, sitting up in bed, and with the light on. Though I paid for 2 more nights, at 7 a.m. I gathered all my stuff and went down to the reception desk to check out. "By the way," I said to the 20-something receptionist, "my roommate never returned. I'm a little concerned." She picked up the room key, looked at it hard, frowned, and then glanced at her computer. "What room were you in again?" When I repeated it to her, she looked back at her screen. "Ma'am, that room's been empty for 3 weeks, and it's been clean since then. We only have 6 people in the whole building." The hostel has since been renovated and is now a luxury hotel. I realized that we didn't physically meet, but I thought it relevant since I seemed to have met someone. Someone entered and left my room. This happened to me back in 2013. I was 18 at the time. I was a healthy, normal woman by all accounts and lived in a suburb of South Florida. Just at that juncture in my life, I was moving up north to U of F, which is in Gainesville. Aside from the university, it's a very boring town. Mostly nothing up there. I had noticed that before moving there, and during my time there, once a month, always on the same night, I think the first Sunday of every month actually, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Without fail, I couldn't sleep and I would toss and turn all night. Sometimes after those nights, I would wake up with something strange on my body. Once, on my lower spine, right on the cord, I woke with a large red bump, perfectly centered. It wasn't itchy like a bug bite, and it was unlike a pimple. Another time, I awoke with a scar across my lower abdomen. It was long and unlike a scratch. It was brown, like a cauterized scar. But it left my body within a day or two like a scratch might have. On one such Sunday, my boyfriend happened to be spending the night. It was my parents' rule that he would sleep in a separate bedroom, but before he went off to his room, he laid next to me in my bed for a little while we talked. He was saying something when suddenly he went quiet and looked behind him. I asked what was the matter, but he shrugged it off. He went to his room and we both tried to sleep. However, like usual on these nights, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. A feeling of dread prevented me from sleeping. I got restless and decided to go sleep in the room with my boyfriend, hoping I might be able to relax with him there. But still I couldn't sleep, nearly dozing off, only to wake in a fright, which was so uncharacteristic. I gave up and went back to my own room until I suddenly gave in and fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I told my boyfriend that I couldn't sleep all night. I felt like something was coming to get me. He told me, at that moment, the previous night when he had suddenly fell silent mid-conversation, he thought he saw something outside of my window. He said for whatever reason, the first thing that came to his mind was aliens, and it froze him in fear. He also told me that shortly after I had returned to my room in the middle of the night, he was disturbed by a loud static noise and felt vibrations in the air. After a few months, those routine once-a-month sleepless nights stopped and never returned. I still don't know what it was all about, or if it was even anything at all, but that night put us both on edge. My boyfriend and I had been planning a camping trip in Canton, Oklahoma for October 27th and 28th of 2018. We got to our campsite late in the afternoon and started to set up like usual. Unload the truck, set up the tent, set up our chairs around the fire pit ring, and pile the firewood up. I was really excited for the fire later because we had brought a huge log that had one of those holes through the center and soaked with some sort of long burning solution. We got all of our comfy stuff tossed in the tent. We set up our lights and speaker, hung out around the fire ring, listened to music, and talked until the sun went down. Then, my boyfriend started a fire with the single giant log I was so excited about. As we were sitting in front of the fire, the sun completely down at this point, the speaker started to mess up. It was a weird, loud, glitchy static that happened several times, which I had never heard it do before. We figured that maybe it was because the internet was spotty, or maybe the speaker was too far from the phone it was connected to. So my boyfriend went to check it out on more than one occasion and couldn't figure out what the problem might be because we only had okay cell service. It started to creep me out, and maybe him as well, but he never said a thing even if it did. To change it up, we decided to just leave it alone and ignore the glitchy static and go open the Fritos and bean dip we brought and crack some glow sticks at the table. This is where everything ended. I dipped 1 to 2 Fritos in the bean dip, opened a pack of glow sticks, and sitting across from me at the picnic table, my boyfriend opened one of the glow stick packs that you make into glasses. He put the connector piece in his nose like it was an oxygen tube. I remember it so clearly. I remember laughing really hard and saying, "Oh my God, get those out of your nose." And the very next thing I remember was waking up in the tent. I was in a sleeping bag, nearly all the way zipped up, and my boyfriend next to me asking if I'd unzip the sleeping bag and share it with him because he was freezing. And then, that's when we both sort of snapped out of a sleepy daze and looked at each other so unbelievably confused and honestly really, really scared. So we sat there confused and sort of lost for words. So I said, "What the hell happened? Why are we in here? How? What the fuck?" I didn't know what to say or think, and my boyfriend looked just as confused and scared. He shook his head in confusion, and it was all over his face too. Just shock and scared. Then he said, "I don't know. I have no idea what the hell happened. I just woke up a few seconds before you. I was just lying here flat on my back, no pillows, blankets, nothing." Which for him is weird because he sleeps with millions of pillows. We sat there and talked through what all we had done and what we remembered. We remember the very exact same moment of him putting the connector on his nose like a breathing tube and laughing our asses off. I was really freaked out and kind of hesitant to leave the tent. I've never in my life felt so confused. So we laid back down and he wrapped his arms around me and we kept going over what had happened and how it was so weird that it didn't feel like we'd been sleeping on the ground all night. It's pretty typical to wake up from a night in a tent feeling a little achy. So after a while of talking and nothing making sense, I was ready to finally leave the tent. So I started looking around for my jeans and couldn't find them. So I said, "Where the hell are my jeans?" This is not unusual for me to only sleep in a t-shirt, but it didn't explain where they were. And all of a sudden, I had a really scary flash of the night that I could clearly remember. I was sitting at the picnic table while he was squatted in front of me, and I was panicked and crying hard and really scared. I was pulling giant stickers and thorn things from my jeans, and in this memory, my boyfriend was trying to calm me down and comfort me and saying, "It's okay, babe, you gotta grab them just like this." This very clear memory was like a slap in the face. It had to have been no more than a 15-second memory. So I tried to explain what just came to me to my boyfriend, and he said, "I don't remember that at all. Maybe it was a dream?" It made me a little irritated because it was so clear, and I knew for sure that it had happened. So he said he'd run out to the truck to grab my bag with the clothes in it. I looked out of the tent door flap and saw my shoes side by side set there, nice, not flung, to the side like I normally would do. But when I looked at my shoes, my right shoe's laces were covered in those giant thorn sticker things. So I yelled, "Babe, it did happen. It wasn't a dream." And I said again exactly what he said in my memory, and it came back to him too. He remembered exactly and clearly. When he came back to the tent, he had already looked even more freaked out and said, "Your jeans were folded nicely on your seat in the truck. You really need to come out here." So I got dressed and stepped out of the tent, and the first thing I noticed is everything was left exactly the same as I remembered it on the picnic table. There was a single Frito in the bean dip, the pile of glow sticks I never broke, still in place, and the pack my boyfriend opened with the little plastic connector piece he had put in his nose right on the table with the other parts. All of our firewood was burned. We had a lot of wood. It was really silent that morning. We walked to the bathroom, and in doing so, we noticed again that all of the surrounding lawns were beautifully manicured. So, where did the stickers come from? What the hell happened? How is this even possible? One thing my boyfriend noticed that was not normal for him was that he had no pain when he woke up. He was an 82nd Airborne Infantry paratrooper and wakes up with leg and back pain daily. So I guess that's the silver lining. Were we abducted? Running from something? Why can't we remember anything? We both believe in alien life, but aren't sure if this is what we think it is. Thoughts? I've always been so afraid of the dark, and even more so now, and I will never tent camp again. Neither of us have had any other memories come back to us, and I almost wonder if it's better that way. I'm not looking for answers, I just thought I'd finally share this here. The year 2001 marked the 60th anniversary of the sinking of the British HMS Hood and the German battleship the Bismarck. But 1941 was a faithful year for countless other ships that were lost at sea, including the SS Britannia, on which I happened to be a passenger. At the beginning of 1941, I was in Cornwall working in a small team providing power for a new station for cable and wireless being built in 2 tunnels in Porthcurno. It was there that I was offered an extremely well-paying job that involved aiding in the construction of Tehran University, all the way over in Iran. So in March of that year, I left the team to begin the journey that would take me from Britain to Bombay in India, and then on to Basra in Iraq for the land journey to the Iranian capital. I had no idea that I would never make it that far. My wife saw me off from Euston Station in London. As there was a war on, I did not say I was embarking for Liverpool, as this would have clued her into the perilous nature of the voyage and worried her immensely. But she told me later that she saw it on the side of the train as I left. The SS Britannia was used as a troop ship, and there were a lot of Navy, Army, and RAF personnel on board. But luckily for me, I was a first-class passenger. We sailed from Liverpool on the 11th of March 1941, bound for India, via Sierra Leone and South Africa. We had an anti-submarine escort consisting of 3 destroyers and an armed merchant cruiser. The destroyers were stationed one ahead and one each to port and starboard of the convoy. The armed merchant cruiser was a large passenger liner that acted as our rear guard. I jotted down details of my journey, including my expenses, in a small diary that I still have. The ship rolled quite a lot to start with, and I was seasick for a few days. But once the sea had calmed down a bit, I found the voyage much more pleasant. Then one day, I found that the Britannia had become separated from its armed escorts. They were nowhere to be seen. But we all figured we were safe, as we thought that we were sailing too fast for the U-boats to catch up and attack. It was a Tuesday morning, the 25th of March, 1941. I had just taken a morning bath and was lying on my bunk, trying to cool down. Never had I ventured outside of England before, and I must admit I was having a terrible time adjusting to the heat. Suddenly, a series of huge booming sounds shattered the tranquility of the morning at sea. I looked out my porthole, and splashes in the water were everywhere. Something was falling into the water around the ship. I threw some clothes on quickly and made my way over to the starboard side. That's when I heard the tannoy announcement. A voice echoed around the ship from the small, tiny speakers located on each deck. I'll never forget how terrified I was when I had heard we had come under attack from a German raiding vessel. My fellow passengers were panicking as the military personnel on board began to rush into action, screaming at us to take cover away from the outward-facing bulkheads. As we cowered under tables and prayed for our safety, we could hear the whistling of enemy shells as they flew over the ship. It was a sound I still hear in my nightmares. Our civilian liner had been reinforced with a small gun at the rear of the ship, and it brought us hope to hear them returning fire for a moment. But when the ship rocked under the force of a direct hit, our gun fired no more. We later heard that they had taken full force of the incoming shell, with the entire gun crew killed in an instant. I can remember one specific officer, Officer Rowanson, racing to and fro, carrying the wounded to the first aid post, with more and more blood staining his uniform with every trip he made. I thought very highly of that man. After another devastating hit from the German warship, there was another announcement over the ship's tannoy, ordering us to abandon ship. We found some of the lifeboats damaged when we arrived on deck, which was very worrying, but we still managed to find one intact boat on the starboard aft. I inflated my life jacket, threw my overcoat from the lifeboat, then climbed down and got in. In theory, it was supposed to be women first, followed by first-class passengers. In reality, it was every man for himself. There were too many people climbing down the ladder, and some of the crew were jumping overboard. We were forced to lower the lifeboat early to prevent it being dragged down with the sinking vessel, so many of the crew had to climb down the ropes to reach safety. Some slipped and scorched their hands, causing horrific blistering to their palms and fingers. 2 men were still climbing down the rope as we began to push the lifeboat away from the burning ship. The terror in their eyes was something I'll never forget. They must have thought that they were doomed. All the occupants of the lifeboat called out to them to jump into the water and swim to us. Thank God we waited for them, as one of the men was a Sri Lankan doctor by the name of Das Gupta. May God bless him, for he treated the injured as best as he could. As we rowed away from the burning wreck of the Britannia, we watched as the German raiding ship closed in for the kill. She was flying the swastika, and my heart burned with hatred as she fired shells below the waterline and sent the Britannia to the bottom of the ocean. After 2 days at sea, we found a waterlogged boat with 4 men in it. It suddenly tipped over and they managed to turn it over again and got back in. This happened 2 or 3 more times, and the commander finally agreed to take them on board. The days at sea did affect some people. After a few days, one man put on his overcoat and threw himself overboard. He had lost his mind from the stress of the whole affair. The commander did turn around and pick him up, but it was too late. His heavy clothing had dragged him down into the briny depths. We had sharks with us virtually all the time. They could smell the blood from the wounded and circled us with their fins protruding from the water. It was nerve-wracking. They swam right up next to the boat often, and sometimes I could see their dead eyes staring up at us as they did. It was horrible thinking that certain death was only a few feet away at any given moment. After a few days without washing or access to toilets, 1 or 2 people suggested that we have to swim. They put oars across to hold onto, and a couple at a time went over. We were told to be alert, and looking back, we must have been mad. I went in, but I didn't swim. As soon as I did so, we were scared by a pod of whales which had these great whacking fins. The sharks were the worst, but the sheer size of these whales was something to behold. They could have smashed our lifeboats to smithereens with one flick of their tails. I learned later that Officer Willinson was picked up off a raft by the Cabo de Hornos, a Spanish vessel, and he and a French baroness who was a passenger persuaded the captain to continue searching. On Saturday the 29th of March, we saw the Cabo de Hornos lit up and put up a flare that was spotted by a lookout. We rowed towards the ship, which in turn made for our original position. When we met up, the lifeboat was going up and down with the swell. We climbed the rope ladder, but we flopped when we got on the deck and had to be carried to tables. We really needed some water as it had been greatly rationed in the lifeboat. They then came around with sandwiches, but took them away when we had one each. It took a week or so to recover from that experience, which was the worst of the war for me. But I thank God every single day that I survived, as there were many poor souls who did not.
For 12 years, I've worked as an actor for a local haunted house attraction. It's a lot of fun, as I get to play a variety of horror characters and act out different scenes. While the tours we put on are certainly fake, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that isn't. I should start off by explaining that the building we do this out of is extremely old and was once an elementary school. We gutted the section of the building that was classrooms and constructed it to what we needed it to be. This is when we actually started having weird experiences.
There's plenty of activity that can be shrugged off, such as feeling watched or hearing footsteps running in areas that there is no one. And then there are the things that are not so easily disregarded. Such as one evening, a member was working on hooking up our sound system by himself. He had not even hooked up the large speakers yet when he started hearing a loud, deep growl that came booming through them. This terrified him so much he ran out of the building. It would not go back in even after lockup until another member came down in to go with him. He never worked alone in that building again. Other activity seems playful and childlike, such as hearing small giggles and whispering in the halls and in the rooms that are empty. Things being moved from where we last placed them, all that stuff. One year, I was in a rocking chair that I would jump out of as a group came through. The thing about the rocking chair is that it was more like a glider, and it was broken. I would have to use a lot of force to get the chair to rock backwards at all. It was right before showtime, and I was sitting in this broken chair getting mentally pumped for the night ahead. I was completely alone when I felt someone grab onto the back of the chair and harshly pull it backwards. I felt myself flying backwards with the chair and honestly thought I would flip out of it. Thankfully, this did not happen, and as soon as I stabled myself, I jerked to see who had done this. The room I was in was large, and no one could get out of this room without me seeing them run away in a split second. There was absolutely no one there, and I was suddenly covered in goosebumps. No one was even in the area around my room at the time. Later that same night, the lights were off. My strobe was on, and a group had just left my room when I noticed a small figure in the far right corner of the room. It looked like a small child crouching down looking my way, and I was immediately worried that a child had been left behind from the previous group. As I headed towards the figure to ask if they were okay, the strobe flashed and the figure was completely gone. This same year, but different night, I was again sitting in my chair waiting for the next group when someone or something growled right into my ear. It was so loud that it caused my ear to ring, and when I turned to see what it was, there was nothing there but an empty room. I changed rooms the next year and did not experience as much creepy phenomenon. There's not much history I've been able to find out about the building, but I'm so curious as to what could be causing all this weirdness. This is only a tiny bit of what has been experienced over the years working there, and I don't feel it will be stopping anytime soon. I was dating a girl for a while, and despite living and working on the opposite side of town, she'd always be near this one neighborhood coffee shop that I frequented, so I'd randomly run into her there and ask what brought her to that neck of the woods. She'd usually reply, grabbing some coffee, or, I had a hunch you'd be here and wanted to say hi. One day, she up and moves out of the state with zero warning. She tells me that we just aren't dating anymore. I was confused, but it was casual, so while it sucked, I just thought, oh, she probably had some family emergency or something and didn't want to tell me. A few weeks later on her Snapchat, I see that she's making absolute stacks in San Diego and is always wearing the same uniform in these pictures. I was a bit confused, but didn't think much of it. I started dating this other chick who frequented the aforementioned coffee shop, and after a month or two of dating, the first chick comes back and starts hanging out with her a bunch around the same neighborhood the coffee shop was in. A week later, both of them are moving to San Diego and want me to come with them, live with them, and work where they work. Something just felt extremely fishy, so I said no, and off they went. Eventually, a picture got posted with both of them in it, in front of a very strange but very instantly familiar building. The HQ of the Church of Scientology. The reason the original chick was always in that neighborhood is because Kitty Corner from the coffee shop was the local chapter of the Church of Scientology. She got pretty ingrained in the church and moved to San Diego to work for them, then came back to recruit gullible people to come back with her. And that's the story of how I lost 2 girlfriends to the Church of Scientology, and was none the wiser. I'm definitely glad I dodged that bullet.
I posted this story on a similar thread a while back. Some buddies and I went camping by the lake one night. At about 1:30 a.m., we heard some rustling in the bushes and just figured it was a rabbit or something. We went over to check it out and found nothing. But about 5 minutes later, a huge pickup truck that was lifted and blaring loud music drove by on a dirt road really, really slowly, shining a huge police-grade spotlight on me and my friends. The truck burned out and kept driving. So, my best friend and I decided to drive up the road and see if we spot anything unusual about the truck. We get to the main road, and there are probably 7 or 8 cop cars, lights flashing, and 2 or 3 ambulances. We stop to turn around, and, I swear, like a damn horror film, a cop pecks on my window with his flashlight out of nowhere. He asks what we're doing, and we told him we were camping and told him about the truck. He says, "Well, you boys might want to camp somewhere else. We had a homicide here and haven't located the suspect." My friend says, "So should we be scared?" Like a damn idiot. And the cop says, and I quote, "Well, I'm not scared, but there are 20 officers here and we all have guns." I said, "Yes, sir," and tore off back down the campsite. My best friend called the rest of our buddies and told them to pack up the gear, no questions asked, and that we had to get out. We literally threw 2 fully pitched tents in the back of one of our trucks and got the hell out of there. The cops located the killer about 30 minutes later at our campsite. Last summer, I road tripped across the US solo for 2 months. I left Crater Lake heading to California later than I'd planned, and was planning to camp wherever. My gas light had been on for 30 miles and there hadn't been any services, so I was getting a little nervous. I saw a sign for a campground and I figured I could talk to whoever was camping there to find out how far away gas was and maybe sleep there for the night. It was an old logging site, so the road there was super rough and very far from the main road. I pulled in and there was a mid to late 20s couple at the very first site. I said hello and asked if they knew the area. I got a sense of genuine friendliness from them, and they told me that the nearest gas station was only 2 miles away, but that it had closed for the night. The site next to them was open, and they suggested that I take it. I started setting up my tent and was using a rock to get my stakes into the ground when the guy showed up with his hand axe and offered to help. Creepy, but helpful. I asked if he drank and offered him a beer as a neighborly gesture. His wife or girlfriend came over and asked if I had any pills. Just some ibuprofen, but why don't you have some weed I picked up in Washington? They reminded me to pay for my site at the self-serve box, more than once. This seemed like a red flag, so I said I didn't have any cash. They said I could just write my credit card information down and put it in the box. 1,000 red flags. The woman wanted to introduce me to the neighbors, so she took me to an RV that looked like it had been parked there for multiple months. Cardboard over wheels, dirty, all that. And inside was a very drunk man, somewhere over 60, a woman who insisted on feeding me the tacos she was cooking, and a dog looking at me like maybe I had food in my pockets. The drunk man started a very long story that wound up being a joke, with the punchline being Jeffrey Dahmer cannibalism based at the moment that the older woman handed me a taco. I stated I had to check on something, got the fuck out of the trailer, tossed the taco to the dog that followed me, and proceeded to crack open a beer to put together a plan. These people were messed up, but I didn't feel like I was in immediate danger, like I had some time. I decided to shoot the breeze with the guy from the first couple, and the way he described it, they'd been camping for 2 weeks because money ran out. Pretty soon, I heard the old woman yelling at the man in the "that's it, I've had it" vein. I'd stated that I was thinking about heading over to the gas station to see if it was actually closed, just so I could get a few more miles done for the day. The old lady comes over to where Dude and I were standing and says, "He's really done it this time. Next ride into town that comes my way, I'm gonna take it." I sip my beer. The younger woman says to me, "I can ride with you to the gas station just so you find it." I take a much larger sip of my beer. I'm starting to get really uncomfortable from all of this. I make up some shit excuse to go back to my site and rip up my tarp, tent, and fly altogether, shove it in the back of my car and get the fuck out of there. I made it to the gas station, which was indeed closed, but had passed a charming B&B less than a mile before. I explained to the desk clerk that I had a very weird encounter at a campsite and would be sleeping in my car in the lot for the night. She wanted to sell me a room far outside my budget and wound up offering the use of the bathrooms and morning coffee. I filled up my tank in the morning and bid farewell to that place. I'm an over-the-road truck driver, and I drive across all of the lower 48 states. I see some unusual things from time to time, but nothing compares to what I encountered in Palestine, Arkansas in mid-June of 2011. I was on a long haul from Detroit, Michigan to Houston, Texas,
and this was day 3 of my trip, I was beginning to run out of driving hours for the day. I noticed a truck stop and gas station on the side of I-40, and I pulled off and decided to call it a night. I was running ahead of schedule, so I was going to have myself a long 14-hour break instead of the usual 10. Off the bat, I didn't like the area, but had no other choice. The bathrooms were unkempt, and it had enough graffiti on the walls to classify itself as an inner-city truck stop, even though I was practically in the middle of nowhere. It was also a small shop, and parking for only a dozen trucks. After washing up, I purchased a new work knife, some hot food, and headed out to my truck. I sat in the captain's chair and listened to the radio while I ate my dinner with my windows down, letting in the dry wind. The Mississippi River had just begun flooding, but there hadn't been any rain in over a week. The surrounding area was beginning to look a lot like Nevada more than Arkansas. I finished my meal and cleaned up a bit, then I slid out of the seat and onto the pavement as a gust of warm wind hit me. I strolled over to the dumpster, tossed my garbage inside, and began slowly walking back to my truck. I fished out a filterless cigarette and leaned against the bug-splattered side of my truck and lit it with my lighter. I enjoyed the smoke, and as I watched the sun set below the horizon, a few more trucks had backed into spots. I spotted one guy walking out of the store with a bottle of beer in his hand, looking around nervously as he quickly strode over to his truck. The life of a trucker. Something interesting and new every day, risking his job over one lousy beer. I climbed back into the cab of the truck, dropped back into the sleeper berth, changed into a pair of pajamas and laid down to get some rest. I didn't bother setting an alarm. I felt sleep creep over me and accepted it as I drifted off into dream world. I awoke with the cab of the truck rocking violently, knocking the bottle of water I had placed on my nightstand over onto the floor. I sat straight up, fully awake, and pressed the button on the truck's radio and alarm. It was shortly after 3 in the morning. I reached down and grabbed the bottle of water that had fallen, twisted the cap off, and took a few deep gulps before wondering what had rocked my truck so violently. Then I remembered the wind. I settled back down and got my heart rate back below 100 and laid my head down onto the pillow. The truck ended up rocking again, knocking my ashtray over that I had set in the cup holder and once again tossing my water bottle onto the floor. I flipped on the overhead light, slid on my shoes, and grabbed another cigarette from my pack. I opened the curtains, sat in the captain's chair, and shut off the sleeper light. I opened the door and noticed that it had cooled down considerably. I shut off the truck, pocketed the keys, and climbed down onto the pavement to look around. At this time of night, the truck stop only had lights on around the gas station pumps, and their light could not reach the truck parking area. I looked around a moment, lit my cigarette, and then I noticed something. The wind had stopped blowing. I wondered what had caused my truck to rock so violently. An earthquake, maybe? I knew that a few had been reported around Memphis, and I was probably close enough to have felt a tremor. But that rocking motion did not feel like an earthquake. It felt like the wind hitting the side of my truck with a very strong gust. Curiously and cautiously, I walked around the front of my truck to the passenger side and looked down the length of my trailer. I noticed movement, low to the ground, about 4 feet, not fast. I used my keys to unlock the passenger side door, jumped up and grabbed my large flashlight from an overhead storage compartment. I climbed back down and closed and locked the door. I clicked on the light and shined it down to the far side of my trailer. There was a young girl standing off into the field about 10 feet behind my truck, but when I looked harder, she wasn't there. Well, like I said earlier, truck drivers see something new every day. This was certainly new. I began to walk toward the rear of my truck, scanning the field with my flashlight for any trace of the girl I had just seen. When I reached the back, there was no trace. It must have been a trick of the eye. Heck, I haven't even fully awakened yet. I glanced over my shoulder, and there were no cars at the pumps, and the clerk definitely hadn't noticed me. I felt the call of the wild coming on and didn't feel much like walking into the store wearing my pajamas. I was in the middle of nowhere, and no one could see me, so I figured no harm, no foul. I stood at the rear of the trailer and did my business, looking around for that girl again, also hoping that she wasn't hiding behind something and watching me do this. I put everything away and walked to the driver's side of the truck again toward the cab. I took the last couple of puffs of my cigarette and flung it into the parking lot, used my keys to unlock the truck and popped the door open. Just as I planted my foot on the fairing, I heard a distinct giggle, a girl's giggle. I stepped back down and shined the flashlight around. Once again, there was nothing. "This is getting kind of creepy," I said aloud. "He heard me," a small girl's voice answered back. I jumped backward away from my truck. The voice had come from inside the cab. Something was wrong. I had the entire truck locked up while I was walking around. There was no way that someone could have gotten in without breaking a window. Preparing myself for what was going to be an uncomfortable encounter at the least, I took a step up onto the fairing and leaned my head into the truck. "Is anyone in here?" I asked. I hit the switch to turn on the sleeper berth light and climbed in. I put a knee on the seat and peered into the sleeper berth. "Good night," a soft voice said, which seemed to emanate from all around me. I flinched as I heard the word and felt a cold chill run through my body. I slid off the seat and stood up into the cab, bumping my temple off the overhead storage bins. I looked around the sleeper, but there was no one there. I turned around and shuffled into the cab to close the door when I saw the young girl standing outside my truck on the pavement, looking up at me with lifeless eyes. Those eyes, you see, weren't meant for a person. They were designed for a predator, and all of a sudden I felt like prey. I reached forward and slammed the door shut and flicked the lock. I quickly decided that I was not staying here for the rest of the night. I turned the key and heard my truck's motor rumble to life, along with the familiar, annoying buzzing that was my air pressure's gauge telling me that I didn't have enough air to release the brakes. I took a furtive glance out the window, and there she stood, still as a tree, looking up at me and smiling. I didn't want to get any closer to the window until I was ready to get my truck moving. This was wrong, and I didn't want any part of this. That girl wasn't human. At least not anymore she wasn't. It was almost as if she was something so inhuman that it would take the form of a human. It's hard for me to explain, and I feel sick just thinking about it. I heard the siren shut off and hit the valves to supply air to my brake system. As the system began to air up, the siren came on again. Screw this, I thought to myself. I have enough to get out of here. I disengaged the clutch, ground the truck into gear, and roared out of the parking lot like the devil himself was behind me, which, for all I knew, he was. I looked in my side mirror as I was about to start turning right and saw the girl washed in the red and amber glow of my running lights. She was just smiling at me and waving. I flew through my gears as quickly as they would let me as I got back onto the interstate. I drove for about 45 minutes, repeatedly hitting the switch to turn on my interior lights to look around the cab and the sleeper before finally spotting a larger truck stop at the next exit. After backing into one of the few remaining spots left, I shut off my lights and turned on the sleeper berth light as I walked into the back, then paused. At the other store, I had bought a souvenir. Nothing fancy, just a postcard with a picture of Arkansas on it. I also had bought a new knife. I had never even taken the knife out of the box and remembered putting the postcard into the drawer for safekeeping. The point of the blade had been driven directly into the spot on I-40 where I had originally stopped for the night. The blade had been driven in deep, pegging the postcard to my nightstand. It took me several minutes just to work the knife loose enough to withdraw it from the nightstand. Thankfully, when I turned the postcard over, no message had been left for me. To this day, I do not know what I saw. I hear other truckers talk of strange things that they have seen on interstates, U.S. highways, and state routes, but I've never mentioned my experience. I've always felt that just by mentioning her, I'd walk back out to my truck, and there she would be, sitting on my bunk and waiting for me. I threw that postcard away and tossed the knife into a dumpster. I got another postcard from Arkansas, just to keep the collection going. I've got 36 so far.
I went to a big city in Colombia, and the hostel had a rooftop hangout spot. I'm a man from the USA. People left one by one until it was just me and a girl from Europe. It was around 10:30 p.m. when I last remember checking. She was quite friendly, and the conversation was very surface-level casual, asking about the best restaurants in town or something like that. Now, I was not drunk or doing drugs. I only had 2 light beers, they were less than 3%, in about 2.5 hours. But the next thing I remember from the night was waking up in the early morning hours in a hotel hallway bathroom shower with a jacket on now. The lights were completely out, and I struggled to gather my senses as I crawled around utterly confused in pitch blackness until I felt a toilet and realized I was in a bathroom. It was my jacket, by the way, but it was previously in a suitcase in my room. I then went back to my room, shared with 3 other people by creaky wood bunk beds, to sleep more after that. The next day, when I asked, nobody noticed anything strange about my night. They all slept soundly the whole night, which is also strange given I apparently came in inebriated to some degree. Got a jacket out of a suitcase on the top bunk, left, then came back. I honestly didn't bring it up to the girl ever, because I truly don't believe she was the cause of anything. We both saw each other plenty after that around the hostel for another week. She was genuinely a kind person. I didn't feel physically hurt whatsoever, and nothing of mine was stolen. I had a smartphone and about $150 cash in my pocket. I've never gotten an explanation for the night though, and I've never been aware of any sleepwalking habit. When I was younger, I lived on an estate of houses that backed onto a huge field where many people walked their dogs. It was even used as a cut-through to the next neighborhood, which would take approximately 25 minutes to walk through. When I was about 13, my neighbor and I decided to camp out for the night in my back garden, which apart from a 6-foot wooden fence was completely open to the field, albeit with 20 trees around the fence. Seeing as we were into Action Man figures at the time, we decided we would make the tent a hideout. So we get together some branches and one of those army nets to put over the tent to make it seem a bit stealthier. We also put the tent in the corner of the back garden, which had a small roof over it, which made it very dark once the sun went down. We did the usual thing, ate loads of crisps and sweets before we decided to try to get some sleep in our well-hidden super dark tent. Around 4 a.m., I woke up to the sound of someone landing and then walking on small stones. I then realized that sound was coming from below the fence where my mom and dad had decorated with some gravel and flower pots. At first, I thought it was our cat, but it was far too loud to be such a small animal. I slowly sat up, trying not to make too much noise from my sleeping bag. Then I heard it again. I once again tried to make my way to the front of the tent silently and looked through the zipper. About 10 feet away from us, there were 2 guys dressed in all black, crouching under the windowsill of the kitchen talking to each other. I immediately froze and had no idea what to do. They proceeded to creep closer to us, looking for some more windows or maybe an entrance. Because we were in the corner of the garden, we were quite close to the path that led down the side of our house where there was a door into the adjoined garage. I heard them talking quite clearly now as they were less than 5 feet away from me and my friend who was still asleep. They were talking about being unseen and just taking whatever they could find in the garage instead of breaking into the house and disturbing anyone. I had no idea what to do, so I rang the house phone, which was pretty loud, and waited for someone to answer. It took a while for anyone to answer since it was very early in the morning. As soon as the phone rang, the 2 people bolted to the fence and hopped over. My dad then answered and I whispered for him to get outside as soon as possible with a bat or something. Nothing happened in the end, but I am glad that my friend slept silently. I was living in Huntsville, Alabama during the April 27, 2011 tornado outbreak. I remembered that bad weather had been expected that day, but I wasn't really prepared for when the tornado sirens started going off that morning around 6 a.m. I had a bad feeling. They had said the worst was to come later that day. Sirens early, before the daytime heating, gave things a chance to get nasty, which was worrisome. Power went off that afternoon, but we were fortunate enough to be able to watch the radar for where the worst was up until then. Large tornadoes missed us, just to the north and south. There were rumors that the nuclear power plant at Browns Ferry, about half an hour away, had been hit by a tornado, flew around after the power went out. That was sort of true. The auxiliary power lines into the station were damaged, and they had to perform an emergency shutdown. Several heavy storms with straight-line winds and lightning came through that day, each time worried it might contain another F5. I didn't sleep well that night, even though the worst had passed. The day afterward, we started learning how bad the damage was, and they were estimating up to a couple of weeks without power in some areas. I ended up staying in a hotel in Atlanta for a few days. I had been planning to go there anyway to escape after finals, just pulled the reservation up a week.
A little over 18 years ago, I had just gotten out of the military. I drove all the way from Louisiana to my hometown in Montana without incident. I spent a few days at home and then got back on the road because my new home destination was Boise, Idaho. It was February, so instead of going straight down the length of the state, I cut across the panhandle of Idaho into Washington. The highway going straight down through the state is really twisty and very dangerous in the winter. It was a Sunday, and it was very, very early in the morning. As cliché as this sounds, there was quite a bit of fog in the air. I had been driving for a while and I really had to use the bathroom. Now normally, given how I was just out in the middle of nowhere, I would normally just have pulled over on the side of the road and took a whiz, but since it was so foggy and hard to see, I thought it was safer to just wait until I hit the next small town. So I drove for maybe 5 more miles, and I started seeing signs for a town. I can't remember for the life of me the name of the town, but I think it was Linden, or Linder, or something like that. It was on I-90 going into Spokane Valley. So I head towards the sign, which was a right turn off the interstate, and it's a short drive up this road, and I reached the town. It was small, but I thought nothing of it since I was from a small town in Montana anyway. Now, here's where things start to get odd. There was not a single person to be found. There were cars and businesses, but not a single person to be found. No one walking the street, no one logging trucks or driving around. It was just still as the air. I stopped at a gas station. It was one of those one-and-all places that did car repair, tires, etc., but no one was at the counter. I thought, well, maybe it's just really early. So I went around to the side to see if the bathroom was locked, and it was, of course. As I made my way back around to the front of the building, I saw a delivery truck. It was one of those Coke Classic trucks, except it wasn't moving. Its headlights were on the hazard lights, and the passenger and driver's side doors were open, just sitting there in the middle of the street. Yes, I was getting a bad vibe, so I got back in the car and went back the way I came, and I got back to I-90 and thought again about just pissing on the side of the road, but honestly I was too afraid at that point. Once I reached Spokane, I looked on the map to where I was at that point. I didn't have GPS on my phone or anything like that yet, and I couldn't find it at all on the map. Not for the life of me. Even as I'm writing this now, I looked on Google Maps and nothing by the name of Linden or Linder had appeared on the map. I still to this day will never forget that feeling or just freaky displacement I felt there. When I did eventually get to Boise, I told my friend about it, and he thought I was just trying to rip off some Silent Hill or Resident Evil stuff, and honestly I can't blame people for saying that. But at the same time, that was the reason I wouldn't piss on the side of the road. I kept recalling the part in Resident Evil 1 where the hikers were killed by those murderous dogs. Ugh. Anyway, if you stuck around this long, thanks for reading. And if you know of a town on Highway 2 between Coeur d'Alene, Idaho and Spokane, Washington, people, let me know. This was quite a few years ago now, but me and my friend had this really cool spot to hang out in the woods. You had to walk in the middle of a creek for a kilometer and duck through some sharp bushes and thistles. The hike was really well rewarding though. The spot was about half an acre big. It was pure green grass on an incline with beautiful clear water ponds everywhere. There was tons of wildlife and the butterflies lived there, so there were always lots of those too. So my story begins on the way to this place. My friend Levi and I were walking along the river on the way to the spot. It was in the middle of a valley and nobody ever else went down there. Suddenly, Levi stopped moving and ducked into a bush. I did the same because I thought there must have been some large animal somewhere. I saw him staring up the hill, and so I looked up too. There were 2 people standing at the top of the hill, heaving back and forth a lifeless body. We watched as if they threw the lifeless corpse down the hill and it bounced off the trees and eventually got stuck on a tree at the bottom. Then they just took off. Me and him were terrified, and I was shaking so badly I couldn't speak, so we decided to verify it was a real body. Levi got about 4 feet away before screaming, "It has nostrils! It's real! Run!" So of course we take off running, and I glance back to see those 2 people run back to the top of the hill. Me and him ran 2 kilometers through thick bush and trees just to get away from them. The next day, we were with his parents driving to town, and we saw like 10 fire trucks at the school closest to the forest. Terrified, we told his parents, bawling our eyes out, worried that they were going to get murdered. His mom started laughing and said to us, "They were training for a search and rescue. That was a dummy that the firemen had to find." I never slept as good as I did that night. This occurred over 20 years ago, but is still fresh in my mind. My son was born early at 32 weeks. We were lucky, and he only had a few issues, and we were able to bring him home a month after he was born. He came home on oxygen and caffeine due to bradycardia. Once we were home, strange things began to happen. The cat refused to go into his room, and before he was born, I was forever removing said cat from his room. Our dog would sit at the bottom of the stairs and tilt his head as if he was listening to something. I would be changing his diaper and start talking as I thought his dad had just come into the room, only to turn around and find out I was alone. A friend had given him a peekaboo Big Bird toy that would say peekaboo when you covered and then uncovered its eyes. This toy would go off all the time, even after I put it into its box in the closet. I often felt I was not alone in that house. My parents had given us an Angel Care baby monitor as a gift. This had a pad that was placed under the mattress and an alarm that would sound if it did not detect any movement after a certain amount of time. As our son was tiny, only 5 pounds when he came home, this alarm would go off often. I would wake up, walk into his room, turn it off, and check on him. He was always fine, and I never felt that it was anything but the fact he was so tiny that the pad didn't pick up his breathing. During this time, I would often dream of a woman I found in his room. I never saw her directly, but would dream I saw the shadow of a woman with long hair standing and reaching into his crib. The dreams never scared me, but I did find them very odd, but comforting at the same time. I can't remember how long he had been home at this time, but it was at least a month. He was still on oxygen and still on caffeine. Our bed was to the left of our bedroom door, and I slept on the right-hand side next to the door, and my husband slept on the left-hand side. I was asleep and was woken up by being shaken roughly on the door side of the bed. I woke up and looked over at my husband and said, "Why are you shaking me?" only to realize he was completely asleep and on the wrong side to have shaken me. I immediately jumped up and ran to my son's room. I flipped the light on, something I had never done at this point, and heard a gasp from the crib. Often when babies spontaneously stop breathing, you just have to startle them to begin again. I truly believe that he had stopped breathing, and my turning on the light startled him into breathing again. After this episode, the dreams and strange occurrences with the pets and toy continued, until my son came off the oxygen and caffeine, that is. Once that happened, the odd occurrences just stopped. The pets stopped acting weird, and the Big Bird toy never went off on its own again. I believe that someone came home with him to keep him safe. The feeling I got from my dreams was it was a young woman, maybe in her early to mid-20s, and indigenous. I'm Canadian. I will always be grateful for them watching over him and shaking me awake that night so I could startle my son into breathing again. I left the store and it soon became obvious something was wrong with my car. I pulled into the Walmart parking lot I was by and, yep, flat tire on the front left side. My rather pregnant wife and 3-year-old daughter get out. It was really hot. I ended up getting the crappy scissor jack that came with the car, and I was about to get started when my brother-in-law stopped to see if we needed anything. So I said, maybe let your sister and niece sit in the car while I change the tire. I loosed the lug nuts, jacked the car up, pulled the lug nuts off, and the tire is a little stuck. I lay down partially under the car to pull on the tire. The next thing I hear is my brother-in-law shouting, "Look out!" So I just roll away from the car, and the very next thing I hear is crunching metal. The crappy jack had snapped in half, dropping the car all the way to the ground where my arm and shoulder have been like 1 second earlier. There was no damage done to me, but I had to walk the adrenaline rush off for the next few minutes after that. Fortunately, we had AAA, so they sent a guy to come fix it. The tow truck driver said he'd seen those cheap jacks snap a bunch of times before. So, if the only jack you have for your car is the crappy screw-type jack, please buy another one, please. I do not expect to come that close to getting injured and not have anything happen twice in one lifetime. I like the fog. I always have, but the fog that I like is the fog on land, not on the ocean. There's little more scary and confusing than a thick fog when you're out at sea. I have a boat that I like to take out on the ocean as often as I can. It's a small boat, but it's got a kitchen, small dining family room, and cots to sleep on. Very often, me and a couple of my friends will go out and spend some time on the ocean. Although I have always kept very close watch on the weather can always be unpredictable. We had been out for a couple of nights and I made a really foolish navigation error. I really hadn't realized it at the time because we were having some beer and I was just trying to relax. But one of my buddies noticed something and pointed it out to me. I turned and looked and was immediately alarmed. We were moving towards what appeared to be really thick fog, or more likely, it was also moving towards us, and very quickly. Now this is where my complete stupidity kicked in. I had never actually been through a fog on the ocean before. I actually like when it's foggy on land, like I said. There's something about the creepiness of the atmosphere, especially when it's really thick. My friends, being as stupid as I was, thought it would be quite the adventure to steer into the fog and see what it was like. I'd like to think that if we were all sober at the time, then perhaps we wouldn't have considered doing something so foolish. As we approached the major block of fog, we began seeing smaller rafts of fog rising off the ocean. It was really very eerie. The fog got thicker and thicker as we got more into the fog bank. Soon, we couldn't really see anything that well. We turned out all the lights, except for, of course, the starboard and port navigation lights, which don't turn off. It was drunken stupidity, but it was pretty cool too. It did end up getting a little less cool, however, when we got lost in that fog. I mean, I had my GPS, so I wouldn't be lost out on the ocean, but that didn't tell me how big the fog was and what we had to do in order to get out of it. As more time passed, even though we were still clearly intoxicated, the coolness of our expedition gave way to some nervousness. We tried turning some lights back on at one point, but if you know anything about fog, that doesn't help too much. After a while, we saw something in the fog. It was hard to make out, but there was definitely something there. I immediately thought that another boat was out there too, so I decided I should go and ring my foghorn. I went and did this several times to warn the other ship that I was there in case it didn't see me. I waited to see if I would get a response, but I didn't. So I blew the horn again in case they didn't hear us. After trying this for a few times and not getting any sound or any response at all, we thought about the possibility of the ship being adrift. We really thought about taking a closer look, but we were not drunk enough that we didn't consider the dangers of getting too close to an adrift boat. So we did our best to keep our distance, but tried to get close enough that we could hopefully see something. When we were passing the boat, one of my drunk buddies decided he wanted to try something stupid. He went into the cabin and came back with a golf ball. We had played golf before our trip. I knew what he was going to do immediately and tried to stop him. However, it didn't work as he took the golf ball and hurled it at the other boat. We all heard the clanging noise as the ball hit the hull. And then, lights came on in the boat. After moments, 3 men came onto the deck, all holding guns, and they aimed right at us. We needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. A few shots rang out, though, before I was able to get into the controls and pick things up. I thought we were going to get away easy since my boat was obviously much newer and a faster model than what they had. Plus, I really doubted they would come after us, but I was wrong. They did try to come after us. All I could figure to do at that point was to try to use the fog to our advantage. I turned the lights back out. It was dangerous navigating like before, but even more dangerous now that I was going much faster. But I had to do what I had to do, because I was convinced that those 3 men wanted to kill us. After about an hour, I was positive that we had lost them. However, I was too terrified to turn the lights back on right away. When I eventually did, I was very scared until we were able to get out of the fog. Sometimes something that might seem adventurous is just plain dumb. I remember waking up for no reason whatsoever. No loud noise, no touching on my body that makes me wake up, just complete silence. I sat up, just thinking to myself that maybe I was really thirsty, or I had to piss or something. But there was this feeling, it was just very odd. A feeling I've never had before. I can't even explain the feeling, but certain people know this exact feeling I'm talking about. If I had to put it into words, all I would say is pure dread. I felt as if time simply didn't exist.
I almost felt like the entire world just stopped. It even felt like my clock was frozen in time. I remember sitting up in a daze. As I sat up, I turned my head to the left of me, looking out of my bedroom doorway. As I peeked through, I saw a man standing there just staring back at me. He had to be around 7 feet tall, and I'm not even joking here. This man wasn't hollow looking at all. No ghostly look. He looked like a human, completely solid, just standing there staring at me. I remember seeing the details in the clothes and everything. He had on all black boots, kinda like Doc's, faded blue jeans, and a huge puffy jacket. Very odd, since it was the middle of summer, and even at night it can still be very warm in California. The jacket had a hood that was over his head. The odd thing is that I could not see his face at all. Even with the dim blue light lighting him up, his face was just black. No facial features or anything. Just a complete dark void where his face was supposed to be. As I sat there staring at him, I was just frozen. Not making a sound, I was washed over with this confusing feeling mixed with fear. I remember both of us just looking at each other for what seemed like minutes, but was most likely only about 30 seconds. As I was looking at him, I just felt terrified. I remember all of a sudden just knocking out. I was staring at him and then just slowly laid back down. Then nothing, just KO'd instantly. Complete darkness. When I was around 8 years old, approximately 1995, I went to visit a friend's house just up a path and through a court from my house, about a minute away. On the court is a set of flats which creates an archway that you have to walk through. As I walked back home and through that archway, I heard a low humming noise and look over my shoulder to see a typical film-like shaped spaceship. You know, the round disc-like shape with the dome on top, with circular lighting. The lights didn't shine as such, as it was daytime, but I can only now explain them as looking like LED lights, which is why they were so noticeable in the daylight. The UFO was small, no bigger than about 3 feet and 1.5 feet in height. I think it was coming for me. At this point, I'm so scared and I started running for home. I'm about 30 seconds away and the corner to the path is just coming up. I'm still trying to watch this thing chase me, and as I get to the corner, it's just behind me, and the low humming noise is deafening. I can feel it within me. I have to take my eyes off of it for a second to turn the corner, and as I do, the light, whether it was natural sunlight or the LED type lights, went really bright and it sounded like a jet plane thundering overhead. I look up. As I round the corner, it's above my head, so close the wind it created whipping up my hair. Then, just as it had suddenly appeared, it disappeared. There was no visual sign of it, but I heard that jet plane noise and low humming noise move further and further away from me. As I get home and tell my mom and dad, they don't believe me or say I must have been mistaken. They thought it was a bird or something, I guess. I told my friend the next day and she rolled on the floor laughing. I stopped telling people after that, but I can still remember it like it was yesterday, and I still can't shake the feeling that it was coming for me, even though it was so small. I don't think I would have fit inside of it. My wife, dog, and myself, second day of an 80-kilometer hike in northern Ontario. It was around Killarney Provincial Park. We set up camp on a point 750 meters into a lake. One way onto the point and one way off the point. We were hearing wolves since about 9 p.m. and we went to bed by 10 and the howls were getting closer and closer. Then one howled right from behind us on the trail down to the point. I got out of the tent and started making lots of noise trying to scare it off. This usually works for bears, whom we have had lots of encounters with. I didn't see anything there and didn't hear anything else either. I went back to bed and laid down, trying to act confident to not upset my wife. Then, when we both heard something outside of the tent, my dog was crazy quiet but shaking. I opened the tent to find a wolf staring at me from about 15 feet away. I grabbed the bear spray and took aim. I didn't use it, but I again started screaming at the wolf and took a few charges towards it. Again, this usually works when faced with a black bear if you have no escape. The wolf didn't seem to really care though that I was yelling at it. They kind of hung out for a few seconds, then kind of very casually walked into the tree line just far enough that I couldn't see it anymore. I built a fire between the tent and the bush, sat up, and kept my headlamp on all night. I had to listen to 3 or 4 wolves howl to each other all night about every 20 minutes. They were very close. The one I would estimate to be within 50 yards. I was sure they were going to come and grab my dog. At about 6 a.m., a bunch of them started howling all together way more than during the night, but it sounded like 8 to 10 wolves. We waited until about 8 a.m., then packed up and got the fuck out of there. We were 36 kilometers in, and it took us 2 days to hike in. We hiked out in 6.5 hours. About 1.5 hours into our hike out, the wolves started howling behind us again. They were still following us. On the hike out, we saw a bear with 2 cubs. This would usually concern us a bit, but we were just wanting to get the fuck out of there. My wife lost all of her toenails from the hike, and my poor dog got some serious anxiety about being in the tent. I was 18, and it was my first time traveling alone. I went to Argentina for 3 months. My first weekend, and I'm wandering around Buenos Aires. At the time, I knew enough Spanish to get by, and a man approaches me and asks me for directions in Spanish. I tell him that I'm not from here. He then asks if I'm a tourist. I say yes, and he seems delighted, quickly telling me that he is too. He offers up the idea to explore the city together. I, alone in the big city, agree. We start walking together, and he seems like a really nice guy. After about an hour, he says, "Tengo hambre," which means I'm hungry. I hadn't eaten since breakfast, and it's about 1, so we go out to a nice restaurant. He tells me I have to try the steaks and red wine. I'm not much of a wine fan, but he convinces me. We're there for about an hour, and the bill comes. It's 140 pesos. He pulls out 100 pesos. I try to pay for my half, but he only lets me pay 40 pesos. He tells me I can get the beers later. We continue on our little adventure and eventually come to a bar with outdoor seating. The waitress brings out a liter of beer, and we relax. Soon enough, another liter of beer comes out. We finish the second liter and leave the bar. And all of a sudden, I wake up 8 hours later, missing my debit card, iPod, cell phone, and travel guide. I had just moved into my first apartment and was in the process of actually moving in. The door that led into my apartment locks itself automatically when closed. So, I was going to the entrance of the apartment complex to get my mail while talking on the phone with my boyfriend. I returned to my apartment and sat on my bed while opening the mail while using the phone. I dropped the phone on the floor and it landed under the bed, so I had to lie on the floor and stretch for it. I saw something that caught my eye, though. There was someone under my bed. My eyes widened and I choked the urge to scream. The person under my bed was lying still with his back towards me and his head to his chest so I couldn't see his face. I don't think he was able to see me either. Trying to be rational while so many thoughts rushed through my head, I picked up my phone, said, "Sorry, I dropped my phone. I'm just gonna go take a shower and call you back." The bathroom was right next to my bed, so I hastily walked in. I quietly locked the door, turned the shower on, and jumped out of my window. My apartment was on the first floor. And then I proceeded to call the police. They told me to wait nearby, but to go across the street and see if anyone comes out of the door to the apartment complex. This was during summer and it was still light out. I placed myself across the street, hiding behind a car while watching my open bathroom window and the entry door. I called my boyfriend and he came to me just before the police did. I gave them my keys and they went inside. Only moments later, 2 cops come out holding a thin and tired-looking man. His eyes looked crazy, but he didn't try to get away. The policeman that had stood beside me and comforted me while the police searched through my house told me that the man stood outside my bathroom door with one of my kitchen knives waiting for me to come out. I was just a mess, shivering and crying. This man had somehow crept into my entry door while I was getting my mail and hid under my bed. The man that was trying to hurt me turned out to be a homeless person and was placed in a mental hospital. My boyfriend moved in with me the very next day.
I had a friend from high school who definitely fit into stalker territory. Basically, it was common knowledge that he had a thing for me. I kept rejecting him, first more subtly and then just downright. No, never. It's not going to happen, ever. I figure, whatever, we're in high school, he'll get over it. Eventually, I'm in my senior year of college. His sister goes to a university a bit south of mine, whereas his is a bit north. They ask if they can meet up at my place and stay the night, so we can all get together and visit again. I say that sounds fine, and things go pretty well. Eventually they both leave. My roommates have some of those magnetic letters they keep on the fridge, which I don't pay much attention to. But the morning after he left, my roommate is obviously reading something. She turns to ask me if I wrote this. I read it, and it turns out it's actually a ridiculously over-the-top love poem. I'm immediately horrified because I know exactly where this came from, and my roommates are laughing their asses off. A few days later, I get an email from the guy. He talks about the poem and how he woke up in the middle of the night and saw me reading it, and how hot that was or whatever. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck he could have seen me reading a poem I never saw until after he had left, when I remembered that his sister had dyed her hair the same color as mine. So without his glasses, he must have mistaken her for me. More time passes while I try to avoid the guy in the hopes that he gets the message I've been trying to impact on him for years now. I start looking for jobs abroad for when I graduate, and the guy sends me this email about how if I'm going to move abroad, we really need to get married so that he can justify following me to his parents, and how he's going to need me to support him when he does follow me because he has no desire to learn the language of the country I'm planning on going to. He figures this is a mutually beneficial arrangement, as eventually I'll be able to profit off the tax deductions one gets from being married. So even though he knows I'm not interested in him, this is clearly the most logical option for me, so I don't wind up dying sad and alone after paying full taxes for my whole life. It devolves into this ramble about how he hates characters in TV shows and books who do this whole, I just want the person I love to be happy, whoever that's with, because he thinks it's more logical for them to just kill that other person and narrow the love interest down. I reply to this email, completely pissed off and more creeped out than I had ever been in my life. He seems to get the message, apologizes, and I cut off ties as best as I can. He gets a girlfriend. I figured this is good. Maybe he's moving on. She adds me on Facebook and starts talking to me. She goes on about how the sex is amazing and I'm really missing out, and how I should just really sleep with this guy. I tell her I'm in no way interested, and she goes on about her other boyfriend back home and how all four of us could get married together on the same day. Completely repulsed, I block her. It's been 3 years since then, and now he's back in my hometown and moved in with the only 3 friends I have from high school. They seem to think he's finally over it, so I can only hope. I moved back to my hometown not too long ago and reconnected with an old friend. Her brother got out of prison around the same time. I went to visit her family and he was there. The visit goes great for the exception that her brother will not stop staring at me. I don't think too much about it. I'm accustomed to creepers and figure I've known this family since I was a teenager many moons ago. I think I'm creeped out over nothing. Fast forward a few months, same friend and I go to a show. We had a bit of car trouble before getting there, and the friend's brother happens to be there with his friends. He begins by making lewd comments to me and spends the entire night trying to get uncomfortably close to me. I end up using his sister as a human shield. After the show, I get separated from my friend due to the crowd. Her brother, however, finds me right away and insists that his sister told me to give me a ride since her car is acting wonky. I refuse, and he is trying to pull me towards his car, or a dark alley, who knows. I yell for him to let me go and grab the attention of some nearby good guys who come to my aid. When my friend finally finds me, I tell her what happened. She lets me know she never told him to give me a ride. 2 weeks later, I begin getting texts from her phone. Sexually suggestive texts. I love my friend, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to see me naked wrapped around her like some of the messages suggest. I called her mother's landline, and she asked me if I had seen her daughter's phone, as it's missing. I tell her I got some texts from it, and she says she will call me back. In the meantime, I figure out it's her brother, as he won't stop texting and finally calls. I'm your neighbor. I'm coming over and you better let me in. No thank you, sir. I call his mom back and let her know what is going on. I look out my window and there's his car parked across the street, and it's still running. He's just sitting there and I can see him talking on the phone. It looks like he is screaming. In the meantime, a police car happens to drive by, and he takes off as soon as possible. His mom calls me back and apologizes for her son's behavior and tells me he won't be bothering me ever again. And he hasn't.
Just a quick backstory. I've had a stalker for about 4 years. He was never aggressive or sent me proper threats, so stubborn as I am, I did my best to ignore him and not give him the satisfaction of showing him any fear. To be honest, after a while I also wasn't scared anymore since he almost never came close to see me. I know being stalked can affect people severely, even in a case like mine, and that's totally valid. But I guess I just got lucky and was never really psychologically affected by it. His stalking behavior mostly just consisted of sending me letters and gifts, such as photos of my own apartment building from the outside, things he dug out of my trash can, and so on. I called the police many times, but they weren't able to, or really tried to be honest, catch or identify him. About 3 weeks ago, I discovered the German version of subreddit IAMA and thought that people might want to know about what it's like to have a stalker. Since I barely use any social media aside from Reddit and have no personally identifying information here, I didn't think he'd ever see it. One person even asked, "Does he know you're putting him on blast on Reddit?" And I answered, maybe. Maybe it would make him angry. Maybe he'd be turned on. Don't know, don't care. Well, I know the real answer now. He did see it, and he did not like it. Like I said, he was never aggressive and never came close to me. The closest I know of was when he sent me a picture of myself, unlocking my apartment door, taken from the corner of the steps above. Sorry if that makes no sense. I don't know how else to explain it. But I consider myself a pretty vigilant person, and I'm thinking that he might have hid a camera there instead of being there to take the photo himself. I think I would have noticed him if he did. I don't know how he got wind of the AMA, but he did. The next week was quiet, no letters, and I didn't see him anywhere. Then he left me letters with printed out questions and my answers from the AMA. He also left me a long, hateful letter towards my boyfriend about an issue I had posted on the German version of AITA. His letters were never hateful like that before, though he never seemed happy with my boyfriend. He wrote about how I should share the spotlight with him since I got so much attention thanks to him. A few days later, I got a gift, but this time he didn't leave it in the mailbox or at my car like he usually did, no. This time he left it inside the apartment building right in front of my door. I didn't take it inside my apartment, but opened it outside. It was a pretty big box, which was also unusual, and it was taped shut. As I'm typing it out, I realized that wasn't a good idea at all, and could have ended badly for me. But luckily, he didn't send me a bomb or anything. He did, however, send me several zip ties, a roll of tape, the kind you use to tape off walls when painting, nothing you could use to restrain someone, a TV remote with most buttons picked off, a pack of Band-Aids with a few used ones, not actually, just made it look like they were recording to the police, and a framed picture of me. I could tell the picture was taken a few days ago, and my boyfriend was next to me but cut out of the photo. The frame was shattered, and the package was full of glass shards, clearly more than just what could have fallen out of the frame, and they were also intentionally put inside the crumpled newspaper that was stuffed in there to keep it all in place. I called the police right away and gave it to them. They were more concerned this time, finally, thanks, and told me they'd send patrol cars more frequently. He didn't show up or leave me any letters or gifts for about another week and a half. But 8 days ago it started again. I found letters in my mailbox where he wrote about how he wasted his time on me, how I haven't been appreciating his effort, how he was wrong about me being special. 5 days ago, I left my apartment in the morning and heard a crunch sound as I stepped on my doormat. He put broken glass under it in the night. I went off to work because I was in a hurry and was just going to make my boyfriend call the police, but then I found my car had also been vandalized. The sides were scratched, lights smashed, and the windshield had a phrase on it painted, "It's time soon. Miss my last name." I went back inside and called the cops myself. They found the same phrase on a note under the doormat. This time they really took me seriously, which might have been because I was just pissed off at this point, which I made very clear. If, for some reason, you're like me and just too stubborn to be afraid of a stalker like mine, then all of this, the letters, gifts, photos, even the damn glass under my doormat, are just really annoying and inconvenient. But my car was useless to me now, and the threat scared even me. I did, however, have a dash cam in my car, and it caught everything. The police took the footage as evidence, even though the dash cam footage wasn't of high quality, and I had given them photos of him that were just as good before, but they said it's not good enough. And they told me they'd look into it further and promised to send more patrol cars again. Then it was quiet for another 2 days. Until 2 days ago. Someone rang the doorbell at just after 4 a.m. My boyfriend and I got up, and we were both hesitant, but I saw blue lights outside, and just as I got up, I heard them shouting, "This is the police. Please open the door." They told us they were called by one of our downstairs neighbors, who came home from his night shift about an hour earlier and heard someone else enter the building after them before the door fell shut. My neighbors know of my situation, and I've asked them to make sure they don't let strangers into the building. This neighbor then went into his own apartment and looked through the peephole. We have motion-activated lights in the stairway, so he waited to see if they turned back on, and they did. Then he saw a middle-aged man walk upstairs. Above this neighbor are only me and my boyfriend, and a single mom with 3 kids who probably won't be getting any visitors at 3 a.m., so he called the police. They came and found my stalker 1/2 floor above me on the stairs. He should have been able to see the cop cars since there's a little window up there, and they had their lights on, but he either missed them or wanted to get caught. They found a pocket knife on him, and he confessed to being my stalker right away. He's finally caught. They got him. It took 4 years, a provocative Reddit post, and one very vigilant and caring neighbor, but he's finally done. For now, at least. He's facing several charges, and I've collected every single piece of evidence over the past 4 years. I don't know what kind of outcome I can expect, but for now I finally got some peace. Today, at 9:30 p.m., for the first time in over a year, I took out the trash by myself in the dark. My boyfriend always did it just to be safe, but today I had nothing to worry about. Me and my girlfriend at the time were traveling from New Zealand to my family back home in Sweden. We both decided to spend a bit more money to fly back through Paris instead of Amsterdam, just because we wanted to see the Eiffel Tower. It ended up costing us maybe an extra $50, and we got to see it on the landing and then take off, but never actually set foot in Paris proper because we were poor students. When we landed in Auckland, New Zealand, jet-lagged to shit, we turned on our phones and noticed that we have about 50 missed calls from our travel agent, which was odd. When we call her back, she sounds super relieved and out of breath. She tells us the flight she originally suggested to us, the one from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur, was shot down over Ukraine. My brain couldn't process that information at the time, but once I woke up the next day, it hit me like a ton of bricks. $50 made the difference between seeing the big steel thingy that has so many photos of it and being sent to Sweden in body bags piece by piece. Sometimes the absurdity of my existence comes over me, and this story always gives me goosebumps. One hell of a story to tell over beers, though. I almost got run over by a teenage girl while walking back to my house a few years ago. Actually, it was pretty stupid of me. I watched her before she pulled out into traffic. I had seen that she barely checked her left-hand side, and I knew she couldn't have seen me walking. I should have known better, but I decided that I had enough time to get by her. I get about halfway behind her SUV, and she floors it. Well, maybe she didn't floor it, but she definitely did not back out slowly. I had to brace myself against her back windshield and sprint my way around the car as she backed into the street. I don't know how I didn't end up under the car, to be honest. She caught up with me a few blocks later and apologized profusely. She was fairly shook. I was pretty shook up as well and a little angry. I told her that it was all right, but to just be a little more careful next time. In the end, I like to think it made her a much safer driver, since it seemed like she had just gotten her license. It made me a smarter driver and pedestrian as well.
I always check and double check before I pull out anywhere anymore. And when I'm walking, I'm much more aware of what cars are doing around me. This was definitely my closest call, though.
Every day I walk home from school with my friend because she lives only a little bit away from me, so our routes line up. At the start of the school year, we noticed there was a man usually looking at us from his window while we walked home from school. We found it a little weird, but ultimately didn't think much of it. A few months ago, after the heat of summer died down a bit, he started sitting out on his porch when we were walking by. Usually he would just smile at us. Sometimes I smiled back, but I usually just ignored him. One day, as I was walking by his house, he waved to me from where he was sitting. I stopped and waved back at him and told him to have a nice afternoon as I walked past. It felt a little weird because he didn't reply, but eventually I forgot about the whole thing. Once my mother was at work and I was alone at our house, I noticed him walking past my house several times through my window. I felt very creeped out and uncomfortable from it. I considered talking to my parents about it just in case, but I ultimately convinced myself he wasn't doing anything wrong, so it didn't really matter. Yesterday, I walked home from school alone because I stayed behind with some other kids outside the school for a few hours since we had art club that day, and I didn't want to walk home just to have to come back fairly soon after. I had just bought myself a nice pair of wired headphones a few weeks ago with the money I'd been saving up for a long time since I don't have a job. I was playing them over one ear as I was walking home. On the way home, there is a public lot with a stable on it that I like to cut through to get into my yard as quick as I can, rather than walking around the property. Sometimes people like to hang around it to meet up, but there wasn't anyone that I could see this time. As I rounded a corner on the stables, someone grabbed the back of my shirt. From the way they were grabbing it, I could see part of their hand. I jerked forward, and they grabbed the top part of my headphones. The wire was at the bottom part of my neck, and it got stuck for a moment. I remember feeling like if I couldn't get away now, something very bad was going to happen. The wire eventually snapped and I took off running as fast as I could, screaming. They let go of my shirt and I hopped the half-length fence to our property. I ran as fast as I could out onto the sidewalk in front of my house because I was worried that I would take too long on the walk if they were following me. By the time I actually got to the sidewalk point, I was crying and I felt like I was going to collapse because I was so scared. When I looked over my shoulder, I couldn't see anyone, but I kept running until I reached my friend's house in case whoever was there was still around. When I got there, I was in tears, and it took a bit to explain the situation because they couldn't understand me. They tried calling my mother, but she wouldn't pick up the phone. My friend's mom called the police, and they came to check things out. There was nobody at the stables, and they told me that it was most likely some kid trying to mess around with me, but they escorted me home to where my mother was, waiting for me always. I didn't tell them about the old man because I was worried they would think I was crazy considering he hadn't technically done anything, but there's something in my mind that keeps telling me that it was him who grabbed me at the stables. When I was walking home from school today, I brought a screwdriver with me in case I needed to defend myself. I also had my friend with me. My mother offered to pick me up from school, but I was worried that if I had shown how the encounter had affected me, then it would make things worse. I also made sure to avoid the stables from then on, and my friend made sure I made it to the door. The guy on his porch wasn't there today, and I'm still not fully sure if it was him or not. I feel terrible that my headphones broke, but I can't help but wonder what would have happened if they didn't. I was camping with two college friends way the hell out in the mountains of Trinity County in far northern California. It wasn't an established campsite, just a nice spot many miles down a dirt road off the main highway Route 299, which is largely isolated to begin with. There might not have been another soul for miles. This is a very rural and rugged area, and it's part of a region where a lot of weed is cultivated illegally, which can sometimes make it dangerous. We got to this spot late in the day, a nice little clearing along a stream, and set up camp. As we sat around the fire after dark, shooting the shit like usual, a large animal suddenly exploded out of the brush and seemed to stop right outside our fire circle. But then we didn't hear it leave. Not even a twig cracking. It was gone, though. We searched all around with our lights. It seemed very unusual to all of us that this animal would arrive so loudly. We listened to it approach for several oh shit seconds, but then make no discernible noise retreating. My one friend, who was sort of a local, said he thought it was a puma for that reason. A tad unnerving, but okay. We laughed it off, drank beer, and eventually crashed out, with one friend and I in a two-person tent and the other, the local who grew up in the backwoods, in a tiny single-person tent next to us. We fell fast asleep for at least a few hours. Out of nowhere, in the middle of the night, I woke the fuck up. There were several footsteps right outside of our tents. I don't know why, but I felt a very strong intuition not to call out to my friend in the other tent to check if it was him, even though him going out to take a piss would be the obvious explanation. I'd gone camping with these guys countless times. And then, the person walking called out, and I almost shat myself. It wasn't my friend. It was just some random guy. He circled our tents for the next 5 minutes calling, "Hello? Hello?" He said it over and over in a disconcerting, calm, and measured voice. Remember, this was in the middle of the night, way the fuck out in the middle of nowhere. I had this crazy gut feeling to stay absolutely silent and wait for an attack, which I did, knife in hand. My friend and my tent slept through it all. The weird guy left no sound of a vehicle or anything, and somehow dawn arrived. The next day, the first thing I did was ask my buddy in tent number 2 whether he heard that dude walking around, and he did. He had the same instinct as me. My other friend, who had been sleeping next to me, was obviously confused. He said, "What the fuck? Why didn't you wake me up? It's like, we'll help the guy out or kick his ass." I couldn't explain it, but the other friend backed me up right away. He said it was super creepy, and the way the guy was moving and speaking had a really weird vibe. This friend wasn't the type to get scared or the type you would expect not to confront someone in that situation. So my tent mate just let it be, and we all just basked for a few minutes in the WTF-ness of it all. One of the little mysteries of my life that I always look back on is what that guy wanted and what would have happened if we had responded or, burst out of our tents. It's not easy to burst out of a zipped up tent, and who knows, maybe in that case the little hung up saved our asses. I had an experience about 15 years ago which up until now I thought was supernatural in nature. It wasn't until I saw an episode of a TV show about aliens that described events that took place on an island in Brazil in the 1970s that I started to question the nature of my experience. People living on the island were attacked by glowing balls. My experience was very similar. Now, I believe that it was an alien encounter. I've never told anyone, ever, about this experience, but it was just too weird and hard to describe. I will do my best. Firstly, the reason I thought the experience was supernatural was because at the time I was participating in a healing group, and we were experimenting with multiple energy healing modalities in prayer. So I thought this was related to that activity. Anyway, late one night, I was awakened by a buzzing in my room. There were no lights in the room other than the glowing ball. It looked like a million tiny fireflies. The ball was measured about 1/3 of a meter or 18 inches in diameter. It was flying around my bedroom, bouncing off the walls in an irregular pattern. Then, suddenly, the ball came towards me, very quickly, and hit me directly in the chest. It hit me so hard that I fell back on the bed. The feeling I had was just like when your foot falls asleep. Pins and needles and very intense. My mind struggled between wondering whether I should relax and allow this to happen, or struggle and fight back. After about 5 minutes, I came to the decision, and the clear thought was, I want to live. It erupted in my consciousness. As soon as I had that thought, which somehow felt like it came physically out of my heart, the ball of light left me and the bedroom. I've never been visited by it again. Also, I was living near the sea, just like the Brazilians on the island affected by the attacking of balls of light. However, my experience was not harmful. Perhaps they've adjusted the strength of their alien X-rays. Seriously, I don't know what it was, but the experience was very real. I hope this has helped someone understand their experience better. I was walking through a thick cloud of smoke. I looked around me to find Native Americans smoking from their pipes, and I breathed the smoke into my lungs. As I walk, I come to a fire. It felt like a celebration or ceremony was about to take place, and there stood a great man with a long headdress of beautiful feathers. He handed me a small axe and showed me a pig lying on the ground. I could not understand him, but I knew what he wanted me to do, and I just couldn't do it. I didn't want to kill this pig.
I threw the axe across the fire, and it transformed into a sword and struck into the ground. I was ashamed. I walked over to the sword and grabbed the blade, but the chief walked over and took my arm to lead me to a teepee of all different colors nearby. I heard a man singing inside, and the chief left me there outside of the teepee. I remember being scared to go in. As I gathered the courage and made my way inside, he stopped singing and looked at me, and then the blood dripping from my hand. Others that were there began leaving, and he showed me the seat next to him, as if telling me to sit down. He poured earth into my wound, and then handed me a small brown leather bag. Inside was a necklace with a red rock. I left him, and the others were waiting outside. I went off by myself and stared at this necklace. After a while, I put it on and made my way back out to the fire. The chief saw me and my new necklace, and I had a sense that this should not be mine. The chief spoke, and everyone listened. They all got up and started to dance, moving the earth. I couldn't help it, but I started to dance too. I danced as hard as I could, not caring of anything else. It was getting really late, and they started to leave one by one. But I kept dancing and dancing until I fell to the ground in exhaustion. As I woke up, it was still dark. The fire was still strong, and I gazed across the fire to see the shaman sitting there staring at me. He gets up with grace and stands with his back to me. He turns around as if asking me to follow him, and walked away. I quickly followed behind. The sun was starting to come up by the time we reached the river, and then he spoke to me. And he could speak English. He told me that water is life. He explained that water had no great beauty or didn't smell like a flower, but yet the flowers and all the wonders of life depend on its presence. He jumped into the water and looked like a colorful fish swimming in the light. I jumped in after him, and as we came up for air, I was laughing. The water felt so good. He took some in his hands for me to drink, and it was the best water I'd ever tasted. We left the river and began walking through the grassy meadows nearby. He stopped to pick up some of the dirt and laid it in my hands. I let it run through my fingers, and I buried my feet in the dirt and laid down in it, burying my hands in as well. I realized there is a value in all things from this. I was just lying there with my hands and feet in this cool dirt. The shaman walked over and then shut my eyes, and that's when I woke up.
Not creepy in the sense that I was scared, but creepy in the sense that I wanted this motherfucker to get away from me. I was taking a red-eye from Miami to Buenos Aires. It's a pretty long flight. Like an idiot, I thought that a middle seat at the front of the plane would be more desirable than a window or aisle seat at the back of the plane. It wasn't. So there I was, in the middle seat of the plane with older gentlemen on both sides of me. The unspoken rules of the airplane are as follows. The aisle seat can extend their leg into the aisle, the window seat can lean against the side of the plane, and the middle seat gets both armrests. Those are the rules. I've been traveling for work for a long time, and those are just the rules. The guy in the window seat must not have known the rules, because he kept trying to push my arm off his armrest. I fought him for a little while, but eventually let him have the armrest and just tried to get some sleep. Things neither escalated nor de-escalated until about 30 minutes after we had taken off. A foul stench reached my nose, and I couldn't immediately identify its source. I briefly inspected my surroundings and discovered that my window seat neighbor had removed his shoes. Exposed and naked to the world, his greasy toes wiggled and shamelessly exuded an aroma that was a mix of sulfur, sausage gravy, and mold. To my absolute shock, he lifted his foot nearest me, slid it out from the space under the seat in front of him, and placed it in the adjacent space under the seat in front of me, the space my feet were actively occupying. In the following moments, I realized I had a decision to make as to the severity of the conflict I would instigate. I had immediately decided that conflict would be unavoidable, with the brashness of my rude neighbor's most recent offense. There was a scale of following actions that I could have taken. I could have nudged his leg and treated the scenario like an honest mistake, which it was not. I could have gone straight to yelling, which would have been most uncomfortable in the early stages of a red-eye flight. I opted for a multi-step approach. First, I, quote, accidentally stepped on his toes with my heel. He responded to this by pulling his leg up, clearly looking to readjust and place it back near where it was. I caught his knee as he pulled his leg up and firmly guided it back to the space he was allotted. No eye contact was made, but he grunted in displeasure of my actions. In anticipation of a retort, I remained ready to defend what little territory this American Airlines flight had loaned me for the evening. As in most scenarios regarding any scale of conflict, my heart beat quickly and my adrenaline surged for triple, maybe even quadruple, the amount of time the situation actually took place. After the incident, he appeared to abandon his invasion and spent the remainder of the flight impersonating a hibernating grizzly bear with sleep apnea. Between the adrenaline that remained in my system and his unnaturally loud, throaty snores, very little sleep was had. Fuck that guy. This happened years ago when I was barely 14. My middle school and the middle school of my best friend at the time organized a trip abroad to Great Britain, London to be exact. It was supposed to be a few days looking at London attractions, museums, and shops. It was fun, until it wasn't. For the day we were supposed to leave and go home, we were brought to some streets with some interesting shops, and we received free time for shopping. Then our teachers and guide had a brilliant idea. They told us that after the time for shopping ends, we have to meet at a different street than this. In retrospect, it was only 100 meters away, but they still shouldn't do something like that. Most of us have never been to London. We barely speak English, we don't have a map to the city, roaming services don't work correctly. It was just a bad idea. 90% of the students got lost. I got lost with my best friend because we went in a complete opposite direction. We were both confused about the directions we were given. We were walking along pavement and my friend was running ahead, and I was staying behind, too nervous to look around. We didn't look like we were together, because we were not interacting with each other. I guess that's why this happened. Like I said, my friend ran ahead and stopped to look around when I saw a black car approach me and match my speed. I started to feel like this was a scene from a movie. It was broad daylight, and there was a lot of people around and no one reacted. I was confused and didn't know what was happening. Then from a car stepped a man and said, "You're nice, come with me," and then tried to grab me. The car was still running, so I suppose someone was still in it. I was stunned. I did not believe it was real. At that moment, my friend ran to me from behind, grabbed me and dragged me away. We ran and tried to lose tail of the man or the car because it followed us. After some time, we stopped and my friend nervously cried, shaking me and screaming why I didn't move when the man tried to catch me. I explained my deer in headlights moment. We cooled down and managed to ask some people for help, and we finally were found by our teachers. We didn't tell anyone what had happened, as we were sure no one would believe us. After that, when we got back, I told my parents, and I never went on a trip organized by that school again. My mom considered all of that really unprofessional and irresponsible. This story takes place in 1977. The cast of characters includes my mom, my dad, my brother, and of course, the serial killer. My brother was little at the time. He had been at a friend's house. I don't remember what the occasion was, but my parents were picking him up. It was late at night, winter. My parents picked up my brother, loaded him in the car, and start driving home. As they are leaving the neighborhood to get to the main road, they see a man come out of the woods with a shotgun and get into his van on the side of the road. Now, the area I grew up in was suburban, but the folks can be rather redneck. Seeing someone come out of the woods with a shotgun is worrisome, but usually just means it was a poacher. My dad just keeps driving. The man gets into his car and follows my parents onto the main road. Still, nothing to really be worried about. They make a few turns on their way home, and it becomes increasingly obvious that the van was following them. They pull into the housing plan we lived in, which was mostly new construction. The van pulls into the plan behind them. At the time, our house was the only finished, occupied house on our little cul-de-sac. The street lights hadn't even been turned on yet. It was pitch black, winter, cold, and isolated. The van pulls into our driveway behind my dad. My dad gets out of the car, sends my mom and brother into the house, and tells them to lock the door. He waits till they get inside, and then he walks up to the van. He stands at the nose of the car and just stares at the man inside. Waits. No questions, no bravado, no nothing. He just stands there and waits, intimidatingly. Now, what you need to know about my father at the time. He had a full-ride scholarship for football in college. Dropped out and decided that it would be fun to join the military and volunteered to go to Vietnam because he was quote-unquote bored. He spent a year on some godforsaken little island at a ranger camp. He is an intimidating man, and always has been. Without being overly tall or large, he has a presence. You just don't want to fuck with him. He's now much older and somewhat overweight, but in 1977 he must have been something, because without any words being exchanged, the man put his van into reverse and just drove away. The story doesn't end there, though. The next morning it was all over the news. A man had been murdered the night before, in the housing plan my parents picked my brother up from, just a street away. A man had been shot through his living room window with a shotgun. He died on the floor while his wife tried to flee, and the kids were asleep upstairs. The wife leads the man through the woods on a chase, and they find her body a few hours later in the woods, the same area where my family saw the man come out. It turns out that it was Edward Surratt, the serial killer.
This actually just happened about half an hour ago. I came back to my hometown for the holidays, as it's a fairly rural area with woods and everything is peaceful. I love going to pick wild berries, and I was doing just that when I encountered the first paranormal experience of my entire life. It happened in the backyard of my neighbor's house. Here are a few details so that the story makes more sense. I used to have an old man as a neighbor who lived alone. He was a very kind person. He used to give us those berries as candied sweets. He passed away due to cardiac failure when I was in high school, and his house has been empty ever since. I wanted to make those sweets for my family as a holiday comfort food and thus went back to his place. Now, as he passed a few years ago, there was a lot of undergrowth and wild grass in his yard and everything was messy. I cleared some of the growth and made way to the shrubs, cleaning the place as much as I could. I was thinking about how clean he used to keep everything. All this time I had a feeling that something was off, and that I was being watched, but I brushed it off. I was 2 minutes into picking when I heard my neighbor's voice. I'm sure it was him, saying I should be more careful and to pick up the rake immediately. It was as if I was fainting. Everything was fast or slow, and I can't really explain that. But as soon as I picked up the rake, some homeless man tried to stab me with a knife. I used the sharp end of the rake to scare him off and kept shouting loudly. Eventually he did run off. After I gathered myself, I had tears, but couldn't shake off a smile I had. It was eerie. I think I'm going to clean my neighbor's place. I owe him that much. My story happened quite a while back in North California. I'm now 21. So when I was about 6 or 7, I had a best friend from church. I completely envied her as a child, her clothes, lip gloss, dolls, the whole 9 yards. Anyway, we always played together after church because our dads were also best friends. The thing is, when little girls are best pals, they always want to have sleepovers. It's the thing to do. So, being that we were just the stereotypical girls, my friend would always beg me to spend the night after church so we could hang out. My mom, being the typical overprotective person that she is, always said no. Even with threats of tears and whines, I never got to stay. Years later, I moved away but went back to visit for a wedding. We're now 14 or so, and tried our luck again at persuading my parents to let me spend the night. And to our amazement, my mother actually said yes. Years later, my dad gets an emergency call and we travel back to that same town. It turns out that her dad had been molesting her since she was about 5 years old, as well as her cousins and extended family that would spend the night. My mom freaks out and asks me if anything happened. Luckily, nothing ever did, but I felt like this was a pretty close call. I've spent the past 4 years driving every night for work. I was in a fairly rural part of Mississippi, somewhere between Clarksdale and Greenwood, where it's all 2-lane highways, the 250-mile drive home. The weather had turned pretty sour as I was leaving Clarksdale. I called my wife and told her there were high wind advisories and very possible tornado threats, and I'd call her as soon as I made it to a safe area again. I had already been working for 14 hours when I got in the truck, so I ate dinner and grabbed some coffee to stay awake and alert. Now, if you've ever driven through a flat farmland at night for 100 miles, it's very fatiguing and spooky even without bad weather. I had maybe driven 30 miles out into this farmland when hail started bouncing off my truck. In July, hail means tornado, and I knew it. I pull off to the side with no one around me and start looking for the storm or tornado I believed to be approaching. I rolled the passenger window down and shone a bright flashlight off into the night. There was nothing there. I turned to the driver's side, and this guy has his face pushed against my glass, grinning from ear to ear. It was a tall male, very, very pale white. Eyes were sunk back quite a bit, but that grin is what truly got me. It was corner to corner with crooked teeth like the Cheshire Cat. Then I screamed, and he was gone. I slammed the truck in drive and took off at the highest speed I could go. Now, my company has a camera installed into my truck, so even though I called my wife and didn't tell her about the guy or the hail, I made darn sure I checked my SD card the moment after I hung up. I promise you, this guy never popped up on my front or rear cameras. I've always played it off as my imagination, but I will say I don't drive through the Delta in the dark anymore if I don't absolutely have to.
I don't really know if I camp enough to answer this, or if it's the strange that you're looking for, but one year my friend invited me to stay up in the woods at this old campsite he went to every year with his family. It was fun. We fished and went swimming and everything. And one night we had this little bonfire and made s'mores. You know, the normal camping stuff. But then, at 2 in the morning, someone whistled the Hunger Games call. Me, being an avid whistler, one of my few skills, whistled the return call. They did it again. I did it again. The campsite had maybe 40 people in it, and everyone was intense except for me and my friend and the whistler. So this went on for about 5 minutes, and the whistles devolved into random noises and counter melodies until I got fed up and decided to find them. So I stood up and walked into the forest, barefoot, no flashlight, a total fool. Now, I didn't want to call out to them because that would be too easy, so instead I slunk through the forest quietly, trying to hone in on the whistle. It took about 20 minutes before my friend realized we were going too far away from camp and should head back, but I had to frickin' find them. A couple of minutes later we reached a little clearing. There was a cliff that ran down into the lake and a couple of trees that had fallen over, and there were 3 kids just sitting out looking at the lake. I called to them, saying that I'd been looking for them and how fun the whistling was, and who they were, but they didn't respond. They just sat there and looked at the lake. It was positively eerie, and they didn't even seem to hear me. I didn't want to get any closer to them than a couple of feet, and I especially didn't want to spook them and have them demon throw me over the cliff or something. As soon as we got back to our campsite, there was no more whistling. Very creepy. In the morning I asked people if they had heard us, and they said no, so I guess everyone is just a super heavy sleeper or something. I was an exchange student in China around 2000, and with a fellow buddy I was exploring Xi'an. Our hotel was on a very big 6 lanes brightly lit street with half the people foreigners. At about 10 p.m. me and my mate decided to go out and find something to eat. At an intersection we found a smallish shop, bought a snack and asked around with super limited Chinese and English, and found someone who spoke English, the quote niece of the shop owner. She was super young, but spoke good English and said that she could direct us to a very good and cheap restaurant. So we agreed, and she leads us just down the street and into the non-tourist part of the city. It was interesting how the surroundings changed. After a few minutes, we were the only foreigners on the street, and a lot of people were staring at us. The buildings became more run down, and the place wasn't very brightly lit, but it was still charming. She kept talking to us, asking us questions, where we stayed, how long we stayed, what our plans were, etc. She also mentions a few times that she was studying and 21 years of age. This raised a few alarms with me, but me and my mate didn't want to be rude, and we were really hungry. After about 15 minutes, we arrived at a very small and somewhat charming restaurant. I don't know the proper name for this kind of shop, but in China, at least the cities that I visited, there were a lot of shops in prefabricated houses. Each house had 2 smallish shops on the street level, and you could see all sorts of businesses in these. Some of the bigger ones renting 2 adjoining ones to form a bigger shop, etc. The restaurant was in one such half-size store. There was just 4 tables, 1 counter to the kitchen, and in the back there was 1 video game machine. With the help of our translator, we ordered, and then she excused herself. The food was really good and cheap. We both got a super large bowl of ramen, a heaping dish of different baozi dumplings, and several beverages for no more than $25 to $30. So far, so good. But what really made the situation strange was several other factors. For one, the other guests in the restaurants looked like straight out of a crime flick, and they were talking about us, pointing and laughing. One had a bad knife scar on his cheek, the other one a broken nose, and a third one, I kid you not, an eye patch. While we ate, we saw a lot of people gawking at us, but especially noticed something like gangsters. There were 4 youngsters with matching leather jackets and short cropped hair who patrolled the street at least 4 times while we stayed there and always looked straight at us while they passed the shop. After we ate and paid, all of a sudden our 21-year-old translator turned up again, inquired if the food was good, and offered to take us to some very good place with a lot of fun. We declined and thanked her, but said that we would just return as we were tired. She fast-talked us and told us about a party, beautiful women, young girls, etc. But when we saw the younger gangsters again, we waited 1 minute and then just bailed out of there. She followed us and seemed very frustrated and even panicky that we left so suddenly. She tried her best to convince us to follow her offer, but we got out of there ASAP. In high-speed mode, we made it back to that big 6-laned main road and said goodbye to her. That whole situation was actually super scary. In hindsight, they were probably all just very nice, hard-working people who had just never seen foreigners in this part of the city. But those youngster gangers, those cliché pirates at the other table, and the shady way how that girl tried to goad us into God knows where, multiple times stating that she was 21 years of age, all of this together just led me to the conclusion that we got out of there just in time. My husband and I were driving home from an out-of-state trip a few years ago, in late March, around the start of tornado season. We stopped in Joplin, Missouri to get dinner before finishing the last few hours of our drive into Oklahoma, and I caught a glimpse of the television. It was a weather forecast showing a pretty nasty storm system a couple of 100 miles away. It looked bad, but it also appeared that it would just miss us if we left right then and stayed on the turnpike. There's a zone between Missouri and Tulsa, Oklahoma, where there's like no exits anywhere to get off for gas or anything like that. The storm ahead of us looked pretty bad, and we knew we needed to turn off, but there were literally no exits. Lightning struck the side of the road as we passed by, and that's when I realized we were in trouble. After a little while of staring at a storm wall cloud, my phone started buzzing that there was a tornado warning in our area. I showed my husband, and not 5 seconds later a funnel cloud started forming in front of us, not a mile up the highway. Finally, a fucking exit showed up, and we swerved through it, as this appeared to be a rather large tornado that touched down. Not sure how big, we pulled into the gas station and ran inside with a bunch of strangers. Then the power went out. I called my mom and told her what was happening and that I loved her. I was 100% sure I was about to be in serious pain. At the last second, this big-ass tornado turned away and destroyed a few houses, I believe. I can't remember if anyone ended up dying, although I believe that there were a few casualties. We got back in the car and drove home, and it was one of the scariest moments in my life.
This might be a little on the long side, but I can't explain what happened rationally. It's worth a read. I'm not a spiritual person, nor do I believe in the paranormal, but 3 weeks ago my cat died in my arms. Our bond was remarkable. I had found him as a kitten, and he was crossing a dangerous country road, so I stopped, opened my door, and he just jumped into my lap and curled up there. I was his. I'm an animal lover, and I've had special pets, but Solomon was almost like a familiar to me. We even had our own special language. The week he died, he went missing on a Monday. I knew something bad had happened because he always came to me when I called to him. I searched every square inch of my house, the woods and land around the house, and each neighbor's property for days. I even arranged to bring in search dogs. I'm telling you, if he was out there, I would have found him. I was devastated. Then, Wednesday came around, and by this time most of the friends and family members helping me search were exhausted and losing hope. I can't lie, I was too. At dusk, I prepared to turn it in. My body ached and my spirit was broken, but I was just so damn restless. So setting out solo for the first time, I leashed up my dog and decided to walk the property one last time. And that's when he found me. I was losing light when I had spotted him out of the corner of my eye, sitting on the bank opposite the creek, a place I had already searched a dozen times. I called to him, and he looked toward me, almost as if he was searching my face to make sure it was really me before responding. And then he literally bolted towards the house. Something was strange about this interaction, but we'll come back to that at the end. So I ran back up to the house and went down to the spot where I had seen him, and searched all around the woods with the light I had left. The entire time, though, I felt pulled toward the cellar, another place I had also searched many times. And in the cellar he was. I knew it as soon as I started down the steps. He answered my calls this time, the way he always had. But he was not right. He couldn't move. It turns out he threw a saddle thrombus, or a massive blood clot, cutting off all circulation to his hind legs and tail. Solomon could not walk, let alone make a sprint across acres to make it from his spot by the bank to the cellar in just a few minutes between these two encounters. He purred from the moment I picked him up until the very second he threw major clots to his lungs and brain 3 hours later. He died in my arms. My Solomon found me in the beginning, and he found me again at the very end. I cannot explain what I saw or how it happened when I spotted him by that creek. I found it almost impossible to focus on his face, almost as if I was looking at a poor quality recording of him. And even more significantly, his eyes were completely black, not cloudy, his most distinguishing feature. Even the vet agrees that there was no way that it could have been physically possible for him to have run from the spot I saw him. I don't understand what this experience was, but I'm starting to believe that he found a way to come back to me as the end was nearing. I will never forget this moment. I miss you, Solomon. This happened in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, within a few days actually, and was one of the most terrifying moments of my life. The fact that me and my sister are still alive today and with our family is amazing. My sister and I were throwing a baseball in the front yard when my sister threw it badly and I had to go chase after it. Well, where I was going to get the ball, I could still see her, but a truck pulled up and I'm assuming couldn't see me. Then a man jumped out, grabbed my sister and jumped back into the truck. Unbeknownst to me, my dad also saw, but I took off running after the truck too. I was only 15 at the time, but I played many sports and was quite athletic, and for whatever reason the truck stopped at the end of the street just long enough for me to reach it and open the door. I grabbed my sister who was fighting with the man in the front seat, but in the process of pulling on her, I pull him out too and we start fighting. I tell my sister to run and she does, but I can't get away from the man myself. The driver walks around and tells me I've made a huge mistake and points a gun right in my face. All of a sudden I hear my dad bellow, "Drop it or I'll kill you both," with his shotgun aimed at the guy's chest. The guy I'm wrestling with lets go and jumps in the truck, but the other guy was not so lucky. He rounded the truck with the gun still in his hand and my dad shot. My dad says he barely nicked him just to get the point across, but the man screamed, dropped the gun, jumped in the truck and took off. As he drove off, Dad shot the truck so cops could identify it easier. There was a significant amount of blood where the guy had been shot. Also, just to give you an idea of what things are like when the government is broken, we called the cops, and after hearing that we were okay, they told us sorry, but they had bigger things to deal with.
This happened a few years ago. It was pretty late, past 1:30 or 2 a.m. I was living with this boy who was pretty abusive, and he had gotten really jealous at this party we were at earlier that night. Not even an hour after we had gotten home, he tossed me out onto the front porch and locked the door behind me. I was knocking and pleading for him to please let me back inside. I was still wearing what I had worn to the party and I was freezing out. I wasn't sure what to do. He had my phone, purse, and wallet in the house with him, so I just sat on the porch crying. When he turned off the lights both inside and outside of the house, I knew he wasn't going to let me back in. I felt so helpless and cold. I thought about knocking on a neighbor's door, though he didn't really have many, but I had anxiety about waking any of them up and causing trouble for my boyfriend. So instead, I decided I would try to walk to this gas station and motel that were nearby, so I could use their phone to try and call a girlfriend of mine to see if I could sleep over with her. Ironically enough, the road I was walking on was Donner Pass Road, so the freezing cold was fitting. But anyway, a little bit into the walk, this tall white pickup truck was approaching on the opposite side of the road that I was on.
I tried my best not to make eye contact for obvious reasons, but then I heard the truck stopping and beginning to make a U-turn, and my heart just started pounding. I just about froze up, but forced myself to speed walk at the very least. The truck pulled up to me, and this guy rolled down the window and asked what I was doing out this late. I told him how I was going to meet a friend at the gas station and that she was expecting me. He sort of smiled and offered me a ride. I said no thank you, citing that I shouldn't hitchhike. He then told me, well good, I don't pick up hitchhikers or anyone. You don't look like a hitchhiker though, you just look like you need some help. He just kept driving next to me and told me I shouldn't think he was a creep. He pulled out what looked like a police badge and told me he had just gotten off duty, which is why he was in civilian clothes and out so late. He said he wouldn't mind driving next to me just to make sure I get to where I was heading safely. I was naive and a bit too trusting of his kindness and credentials, and when he offered me a ride again, I said that it would be nice because the gas station wasn't that far away anyway. He popped the door open for me and I hopped in. The radio was low, it was a little messy, the ashtray was full of cigarettes. There were a lot of newspapers on the passenger floor, and as I was moving my feet, some of the papers shifted, showing a pair of handcuffs, some coffee cups, empty water bottles, rags, a highlight-colored bandana, and some other things. He apologized, saying that his truck looked like he was hunting, but it was super warm, so I was just happy and didn't mind at all. He told me his name was John. He then asked why I was scantily dressed without a jacket, and I started to tell him about the party and the fight I had been in with my boyfriend. He was super charming and attentive. He even laughed that he could go back and arrest him for me. I then asked about him, and he told me about his family. He was a young dad. He had a wife, a daughter, a son, and a dog, and I told him it was like he had the perfect little family, and he laughed and said he certainly did. Then, it sort of clicked for me that I asked if I could use his phone, but he said no because he had to save his battery. After just a little while, we were approaching the gas station, and he drove right past it. I politely said, "Oh, I think that's the one," but he didn't answer me. At that point, I felt sick to my stomach. My heart started pounding, I started getting choked up, and my eyes started tearing up as I looked outside the windows and watched the lights behind us getting further and further away. It was getting hard for me to even speak, but somehow I murmured, asking if he could please turn around, and he just ignored me. Whenever I looked at him, he just looked empty-eyed and emotionless, totally dead and glazed. I looked back out the window and down at the road to see if maybe we were getting slow enough that I could make a leap out of the car without seriously injuring myself. I remember always hearing in my head, never go to the second location, but I thought about the possibility of jumping out and breaking an ankle and how it would be a lot harder to get away with 1 foot as opposed to 2, debating with myself that there was snow on the ground. But then again, snow is hard to get along in, especially when you're not fully clothed. I feel so dumb now too, because I wasn't even tied up or anything. I was just so scared. Like there was nothing but trees, an empty road, and us. I was crying pretty badly at this point, and I asked if I could please borrow his phone again. I don't know why I even asked. He simply told me to stop talking. Then he started talking underneath his breath. Girls shouldn't be out so late. You shouldn't have been alone this late. Look what you're doing to me, dressed like a slut, and other derogatory things. As he kept saying these terrible things, I wasn't even responding. I was just crying and trying to think past the fear I was feeling. I then remember the pair of handcuffs I remember seeing under the papers beneath my feet, so I used the little scoopy motion to try and get my feet around them. I managed to use my feet to scoop up the handcuffs and my heels and toes to push them underneath the bottom of my seat as far as I could. I was thinking of different things I could try to do to help myself, like if we were close enough to some upcoming lights or structures, I could just grab the wheel and cause us to crash into them. Or maybe how if I got lucky enough for a cop to pass us, I could grab the wheel and swerve so he would appear to be a drunk driver and we'd possibly get pulled over. I guiltily thought about the possibility if this man is just having a weird night, and how if I did anything it would hurt him. But again, I told myself that that sort of thinking sort of got me into this mess to begin with. He pulled off-road where there were still woods on both sides of us. On his side, the wooded trees were closer to the road, and on mine there was a small gap fully covered in thick before the trees thickly picked up maybe 10 to 16 feet away. He turned off the car and coldly said that there was something wrong with the car and to get out with him. As he grabbed the keys and was stepping out of the car, I grabbed onto the center console and cried and pleaded not to make me get out with him because it was too cold. He turned around to face me, his door still open, and shouted at me to get out of the car because we had to go check out the trunk bed hatch. I dug my fingernails deeper into the console, thinking my cries of no and head shaking would cause him to come around to my side of the car and drag me out himself. I was crying and said, "Please, John, I'm so cold and scared." I was thinking of everything I ever heard. Humanize yourself. Use first names. He simply stared at me in this way I can't even describe to this day. I don't even know how to start. He got back in the car and I slinked towards my window, scared he would drag me over the console. He turned off the headlights and everything just looked dark blue. He stared at the steering wheel for what felt like years before lighting a cigarette and looking out of his window and back at me and then back out his window. He heard me shuffle my feet on the newspapers. I was just adjusting my legs at this point, but while still staring out of his window, told me if I thought about running, he had a quick way to get me where he wanted me. And oddly enough, I was sort of thinking of running minutes before that, but reasoned that if he wanted me out of the car, then I should definitely stay in. Otherwise, he could chase me or shoot me. I'm glad I was right. I think at that point, I sort of hit some sort of bottom of my reverse, and instead of panic, there was numbness and exhaustion. There was still an occasional hot tear or two, but I just remember being numb. I've talked to a psychiatrist about this sort of feeling before, and he thinks it just comes from my ex-boyfriends giving me PTSD. It was dead quiet, but I finally just barely audibly told him that my friend was still waiting for me, and asked about his wife and children. And he flatly said he didn't have a wife or children, and that his house was empty. I asked him what he was thinking about, and he said, "I'm thinking about what to do with you." He didn't say it angrily, he just said it flatly and coldly, which sort of scared me more. I did start getting worked up back to a cry, and at that point he told me not to cry and turned the car on, offering me some heat. I just cried and said I wanted to go home. Eventually, he started driving again, and kept driving until we were approaching a gas station. I was gauging the right time to reach to the wheel, but before I could, he started slowing down. While pulling up, he told me not to tell anyone or he would find me. Then he told me all he was doing was teaching me a lesson not to hitchhike with strangers. He was almost coming to a complete stop when he told me to get out of the car before he changes his mind. Before he could even get another look at me to assess my understanding, I was already down out of the truck and sprinting towards the gas station. The panic was overwhelming me, but then I stopped and I remembered to try to see his license plate. I turned around but only caught a blur of the last 3 numbers as he was driving off. I ran inside and asked the clerk behind the counter to please call the police. I waited until the officer got there, and I'll be honest, I was a little scared it would be John. My fears then melted away though when the new-faced policeman got there. I gave him the description of John, his appearance, the vehicle color and type, the parts of the license plate number I had caught, and the fact that he said he was an off-duty cop. Just basically anything I could. I asked him if he could look at the camera, and the officer disappeared in the back for a little bit, but then came back out saying there was nothing on them. I asked if I was able to look, and the officer said no, and asked me if I didn't trust him, and told him of course I did. The officer gave me a ride to my friends, lecturing me for hitchhiking, consisting of him repeatedly asking me if I knew who Ted Bundy was. Of course I knew. I was just naive to think it could ever happen to me, and I was desperate for some warmth. I never heard anything back about the report that was made. They never came back to me aside from this one time I was told my case number didn't exist, but that didn't stop me from trying to follow up. Throughout the coming months and years, I asked my friend, the one whose house I ended up sleeping over at that night, if she had ever heard of any like weirdness or anything since that incident had happened to her or anyone up there, and she always says no. So I sort of let it go and tried to tell myself that maybe he actually was just trying to teach me a lesson or something. I mean, I definitely never hitchhiked again, so if it was a lesson, it certainly worked. I never heard anything back having to do with the case, and I never heard of any odd experiences up there again. Maybe it was just one man trying to teach me something. But honestly, sometimes I think I tell myself all of that to help me sleep better at night. It all felt really real. Even if it wasn't real, I'm really glad I didn't get out of the car in the woods that night.
I made an account just to tell this story. I'm from the Iroquois Reservation in Ontario, Canada. It's almost like you can ask anyone from around here if they've experienced any kind of paranormal stuff, and they usually have a story to tell. My culture and heritage is filled with stories of otherworldly beings and creatures, and stories of how things came to be before Europeans inhabited the territory. I'm naturally skeptical about a lot of what people say they see out here in the bush, as I've hunted the territory my entire life. I've come across a lot of things in the bush some might consider paranormal, like various animal cries and howls, owls flying at low light, decomposing animals in the water, etc. This particular time, though, I wasn't hunting. My family homestead is situated almost a half-kilometer into the bush. It was early summer just as the fireflies were coming out. A belief of the Iroquois is that fireflies are a sign that Indian medicine is at its most powerful this time of year. Good and bad. So I get home from work a little after midnight. I turn off the car and get out to start walking up the path to the house. Normal routine. This night, though, I stop to look at the fireflies up on the hill behind my home. It looks absolutely amazing. So my porch wraps around the house, and I walk to the back of the house and start walking slowly up the hill. All of a sudden, I think I hear some beating sound like music, and I look back to see if my car radio was still on. From a distance, I could see the car was off and no sound was coming from that direction. So I walk up to the top of the hill, and that's when the sound gets louder. I start to hear it clearly, from the top of the hill looking down onto the other side into the bush line. I no longer see any fireflies. All I hear is the faint sound of a water drum beating, and a low, raspy voice singing an old Indian song. I just turned around and went inside and tried to convince myself I wasn't crazy. It was the only spiritual experience I've ever had in my entire life, and I go out back to that spot every summer and lay down tobacco and cedar for my visitor.
I was driving a flatbed and picked up a load of construction material. I strapped everything down, put a tarp over the load, and left. About 5 miles down the road, in the middle of nowhere, I noticed my tarp flapping in the wind. I found a wide shoulder and pulled over to fix it. I realized that I had done a bad job tarping this load the first time and decided to redo it on the side of the road. I undo all the bungee straps, drag the tarps off, roll them back up, climb up onto the load, and start unrolling the tarps again. That's when I see a guy walking down the same side of the road that I'm on, coming towards my truck. I don't think anything about it other than to keep an eye on him, because I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I continue what I'm doing. About the time I have the tarp set in place and I'm climbing down to start hooking the bungee straps back on, this dude is getting close enough that I'm now paying more attention to him than I am tarping my load. I grab my winch bar and set it on the trailer where I'm working just in case. The guy gets to me, and the first thing I notice is his hair. It's like a mullet, but it's patchy, like he tried to cut his own hair and he had a seizure in the process. The next thing I noticed were his eyes, which I can only describe as off. Like they were clear and he had seemed sober, but they also gave me the distinct impression that the elevator didn't go all the way up. His clothes were dirty and not well maintained, with dirty white tennis shoes. I remembered he didn't have laces on one shoe, and the tongue was noticeably out of place. He stops by me and waits until I acknowledge him. His words made me shiver. He just says, "I've got a long walk." I'm like, "Yeah man, you do, we're in the middle of nowhere," making it clear there's no ride to be had here. He nods, starts walking by me, continuing on his way. Then he stops at about the driver door of my truck and turns around, comes back to me and repeats himself, "I've got a long walk." At this point, I explained explicitly that I can't give him a ride, insurance and all of that. I apologize for not being able to help him out, and he seems to accept this, turns around and leaves. I wait for him to get a little ways away from my truck and start working on finishing the tarp job. I still keep an eye on him, and he keeps moving away from me. As I'm putting on the last of the bungee straps, I look over to check where he's at, and he's turned around heading back towards me. He's now about 100 yards in front of my truck and coming back my way. It looks like he's talking on a cell phone. He has his hand up to his face, and I can barely make out his mouth moving. Meanwhile, his other hand is waving like he's having a conversation with someone. I finish with the straps, grab my winch bar, and am climbing back into the truck as he's about 10 yards away now. As soon as I'm in the cab, I lock the doors and set the winch bar on the passenger seat just in case. I look at the guy and realize he's not talking on a phone. He's just talking to his hand. Now I'm really nervous because he doesn't look like he's having a nice, pleasant chat. It looks more like an angry conversation. I crank the truck up, put it in gear, and just pull out. Didn't look for traffic or anything. As I pass him, he's just looking at me, still holding his hand to his face and just staring at me. It gave me the creeps. About the time I hit 5th or 6th gear, I look in the mirror, and there's no one there. The air was fresh, but I had no need to breathe. I had opened my eyes and I felt the comfort of a new place that felt like home. A being of energy talked to me, and he felt loosely human. He walked me down a pathway, and we passed a giant garden with a large cross. It was very simple, but the garden was vibrant, even with the cloudy glow. I was walked up some stairs and taken closer to the giant hall at the end of the path. I noticed that I had felt nothing. No pain, no worry, no doubt, as if the thing I followed I had known my whole life. I looked down at my body and noticed that my scars and tattoos were gone. We stepped into a hall of hundreds of people. The being then spoke to me without having to speak with a body. I was told I passed in my sleep and that I had come to terms with my passing. I felt like I was deeply saddened, but all I wanted to do was try to contact my family and let them know heaven existed. But then the being spoke to me and said there aren't many rules, but speaking to the living is not allowed. I had no longer had a way of talking to my loved ones and friends, and it hurt so bad, but the being assured me that we'd all have a way to meet once they passed, and this is where. He gave me options. I could visit past relatives or friends who are gone, and talk to the people in the common area. I then asked around about anyone knowing how to contact the living, but everyone said we can't do that. That's not how it works here. So I began to accept it, and just started talking to the being, and he said I can do anything on Earth here, just can't contact the living. I wondered, and didn't speak to anyone, but saw the endless hall filled with people, and couldn't shake the feeling I wanted to talk to the living. I was on the way to talk again with the being that I had met when I got here, and I could hear a voice call to me. It was louder than all the noise in the room. It was my dad's voice. He was yelling for me to wake up, and when the being saw I could hear it, he came to me instantly and told me to ignore it. I could feel my body again slowly as I took in the noise, and the creature kept yelling at me not to listen. I woke up, and to this day can remember the feeling of all the air return to my lungs and the pain in my body come back as I woke up. I can't shake the feeling I died in my sleep that night.